about it, I can see it through the screen, son. Taking limit lane, busters never trust they jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk, watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping off that funk jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk, watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping, yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Let me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Let me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Demons in my head again. Let me grip my lyric pen. Fire burning from my junk. Smoking now I'm pulling stunts. I won't stop, so don't confront too much. The boss to be a grunt. Watch my back and also front. Chop it off, I pick it up. Pockets a mean one. Heavy like machine guns. Talking like they heard about me. They ain't never seen one. You ain't really about it, I can see it through the screen, son. Taking limit lane, busters never trust they jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk, watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping off that funk jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk, watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping, tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Let me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Let me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping.
Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Huh. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vibes. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime.
Demons in my head again, let me grip my lyric pen. Fire burning from my junk, smoking now I'm pulling stunts. I won't stop, so don't confront too much. A boss to be a grunt. Watch my back and also front. You drop it off, I pick it up. Pockets a mean one, heavy like machine guns. Talking like they heard about me, they ain't never seen one. You ain't really bout it, I can see it through the screen, son. Taking lemon lane, busters never trust they jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the butt jump. 20s in my loaded trunk, watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping off that funk jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the butt jump. 20s in my loaded trunk, watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping, yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Demons in my head again, let me grip my lyric pen. Fire burning from my junk, smoking now I'm pulling stunts. I won't stop, so don't confront too much. A boss to be a grunt. Watch my back and also front. You drop it off, I pick it up. Pockets a mean one, heavy like machine guns. Talking like they heard about me, they ain't never seen one. You ain't really bout it, I can see it through the screen, son. Taking lemon lane, busters never trust they jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the butt jump. 20s in my loaded trunk, watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping off that funk jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the butt jump. 20s in my loaded trunk, watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping, tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping.
me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Huh. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. And my eyes when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking five. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink gon' dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime.
Demons in my head again, let me grip my lyric pen. Fire burning from my junk, choking now I'm pulling stunts. I won't stop, so don't confront too much. The boss to be a grunt. Watch my back and also front. You drop it off, I pick it up. Hip hop is a mean one, heavy like machine guns. Talking like they heard about me, they ain't never seen one. You ain't really about it, I can see it through the screen, son. Taking limit lane, busters never trust they jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk, watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping off that funk jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk, watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping, yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Let me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Let me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Demons in my head again, let me grip my lyric pen. Fire burning from my junk, choking now I'm pulling stunts. I won't stop, so don't confront too much. The boss to be a grunt. Watch my back and also front. You drop it off, I pick it up. Hip hop is a mean one, heavy like machine guns. Talking like they heard about me, they ain't never seen one. You ain't really about it, I can see it through the screen, son. Taking limit lane, busters never trust they jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk, watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping off that funk jump. Like you want it, my opponent's never on it. I ain't thinking about tomorrow, only thinking about the moment. Feel the rush from the buck jump. 20s in my loaded trunk, watch me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping, tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Let me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping. Let me make another hit. Yeah, I'm tripping.
my prime. Huh. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime.
It's the last day of the opening week of BMPS 2026, and of course, while for some this could be the beginning of their fall from grace, as we talk about the relegations that await us from Group A. For the others, the teams that are waiting and playing their matches in Group D, this could be the rise from the ashes, from where we could potentially see a few names climb their way into the groups, Group B, Group C, or Group A. That's going to be the dream. But my name is Super Johnny. Joining me right now, it's going to be none other than IC Baby 1-2, and IC. We've been off to a very intense start. We saw the teams that will be promoted and relegated from Group B and C. Today, the fates of Group A and D are going to get decided.
Yeah, this is going to be a very tricky situation here, considering the fact that each week they are going to be playing a total of 6 matches here. There are only very few games that you can actually experiment with, and especially in yesterday's game, OG and Genesis, they were experimenting with things and nothing came apart. Like, truth be told, we didn't barely even saw them on the screen at all, and they're currently sitting in the bottom 4, so that means these are 2 podium finishes teams in the bottom 4, and this 3 remaining matches is going to decide whether or not are they going to go down or are they going to stay at the top.
Exactly. As you mentioned, I think just 3 games remaining for both the groups, Group A and D. A lot of pressure will be there, especially on the teams from Group A. You have to avoid being inside of that bottom 4 just so you stick around the longest in Group A and have a chance of basically moving directly to the grand finals. That is what is on the line. But again, this is just the start of their journey. There's a long way to go. You have the few more weeks afterwards. But again, I think it is more important for Group D, because if they are able to get promoted to Group C in the next week, in week 2, then that can potentially help them move all the way towards Group A by the end of the qualifier stages. But as we talk about Group D, let's have a look at our storyboard. We have Autobots and Esports Social off to the races. Great start, both the teams crossing that 40-point marker. And a little bit of a surprise as we have Quantum Spark on third with 30 points, and then True Rippers on the 4th with 28.
Yeah, that's going to be... Well, Quantum Spark is in a very interesting situation because they won their first winner chicken dinner right from the get-go, which none of us kind of expected this. But as the game progresses as well, they kind of took a little bit of tumble, struggling to get a couple of points here. The last game that they've played, which is Game 3 yesterday itself, which is Game 6 of yesterday's day, but their respective third games, was very interesting as well. They still did a decent amount of finishes and points as well, but is it enough to get themselves in the top 4? I don't think so, because the expected cutoff for the top 4 is somewhere around 45 to 47 points. So technically, even for Autobots and Esports Socials, they're not exactly in the clear yet. However, their journey into the top 4 and retaining is a little bit much easier compared to Quantum Sparks, compared to True Reapers, compared to even God's Reign, or even for GDS as well, which in this case, yesterday, them winning the chicken dinner now gives them a fighting chance to push in towards the top 4?
I think personally for me, inside of the top 4 of Group D, the main problem for Quantum Spark and True Rippers will be God's Reign and Team AX. A lot of potential in those teams. We'll have to see what they deliver. But now moving forward to Group A, this is where teams will just drop out, get relegated to Group B, replaced by the top performers of Group B in the upcoming week. And as of now, in the bottom 4, we have Vasista Esports, OG, Genesis, and Meta Ninja. Some of the most experienced teams in the country are about to be relegated. And as you said at the start, 2 podium finishers of BGIS 2026 Grand Finals might just drop out from Group A, and we might see them in Group B.
Exactly, and even for OG as well, the winners of BMSD to be here as well.
Oh,
OG
yes.
has been consistent in the podium finishes for the past 2 officials, and for some reason, last BGIS was a little bit on the shaky side as well. The entire journey from start to end was like, what happened to the dominant OG we saw from BMSD? And then out of nowhere, on the grand finals, final 3 days, they came in out of nowhere, snatched the 3rd position. So
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on. Is it inconsistency or is it a redevelopment coming from OG? Nothing seems to be making sense right now, in my opinion.
I'm afraid if you ask them, they're just going to be like, oh yeah, we are not trying. It's just not feeling the matches yet. Hopefully they start feeling the stress that's going to be there on top of their heads if they get relegated. But as of now, we have our predictions for teams that might get promoted and teams that might get relegated. I have picked God's Reign. I expect them to step into the top 4 by the time their matches come to an end. For relegation, Meta Ninja, I think, haven't really been able to perform. I see you've picked True Rippers for promotion and Meta Ninja for relegation. I think the relegation prediction for you, me, Necro, and Sparrow on the other side, pretty much the same. Meta Ninja, they have been a little bit of a letdown so far.
Yeah, I think Meta Ninja, even though I am a fan of Apollos, but based on their performances as coming from BMIC as well, they actually narrowly not qualified towards the grand finals during their runs in BGIS, which gives us a little bit shaky performance. And even the run in BGIS, they're not exactly at the top 8 as well. So I think they are in a situation where after they lost White Tiger, things hasn't been the same as well.
That is true.
There were a lot of instances where it was Apollos and White Tiger that was always racking up some serious points, getting some placement points towards end games to try and salvage situations, which again, all those salvaging scenarios is the reason why they don't have enough dominating points.
But this is where the problem sort of begins for teams in Group A, right? With the 16 names that are present in Group A, it's very difficult to tell whenever, in fact, at any given time, one of these teams can make a comeback, especially if they have that Rondo in schedule today. That can be the game changer. But we have the players that have been changing the games for their teams by the performance. We have the MVP ranking on our screen. Taurus from K9 leading the charge right now, followed by Dhruv from Rapid Chaos. We have Sarvar from Zero Arc, Henry from M4, and then from Team 7xORION, we have Phantom. Now, all of these groups, all of these teams that these players represent have completed their 6 matches, so I wonder if any of the players from Group A, Andy, might be taking a spot in the MVP rankings.
Yeah, we only have until the end of the day to actually figure out whether or not that is going to be the case here. But as of yet, Taurus and also Dhruv are the 2 players that you have to watch out for as well. The Eliminators, they are still part of the top 2, I believe, because as of yet, Dhruv and Taurus is currently tied with 25 finishes, and the only reason Dhruv is on top here is because in terms of a tiebreaker, he does do about 300 to 400 damage more than Taurus.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be one of these 2 players right now. But again, teams from Group A, in fact, players from Group A and D are going to try to catch up with these lads. Taurus, he has been incredible. I think I was talking to Ravan about this young player joining K9 Esports, and he mentioned that he had a conversation with one of the management members from the side of K9 Esports, and Taurus apparently was playing in the last season as well. It was just under a different name, so he showed up with a name change and a change of form apparently with that.
Well, interesting enough, your K9 does have very, very good capabilities of scouting out new talents as
Pretty
well.
much, yeah.
I think when in terms of organizations as well, Genesis is also going to be a part of the equation. Maybe White Walkers perhaps as well. They have always been successful in scouting out new players. NoNx has been great, but now in BMPS for the first time, we've seen NoNx kind of take a little bit huge tumble in their new talents.
Yeah, I think it's not about scouting talents for them. It's just about building rosters for K9, for Genesis. Genesis built a very nice roster with the 4 players that they have in their team right now, especially with Hunters and Viper. That duo does a lot of heavy lifting. Fury as well. We saw him during the finals, was absolutely phenomenal. From the side of K9 Esports, I think they just picked Somraj and asked him, who do you want? And he was like, yeah, get me any 4 players. I'm going to take them to the finals. That seems to be his signature line.
Exactly.
And K9 are doing quite well for themselves, but we'll have to see how the promotion ends up working out, because I think we all can agree with a team like True Rippers. Let's take them, for example. Or maybe Autobots for that matter, or Esports Social. You put them in Group D, you put them in a group where they're going up against teams that have less competitive experience. They are going to stomp the competition.
Exactly. In terms of overall map awareness and game sense, they are pretty precise compared to the rest of the pack in Group D in particular here, which makes a lot of sense. But here is going to be even more some rankings for you guys here. It is going to be the IGL rankings between all 5 players on screen here. We have a Reed from Autobots, we have Ryzen from WINDGOD, we have Goku from Series 4, but a surprise entry in towards the top 5 here is going to be Naqsh, because he's only played 3 games and he's pretty much the best IGL out there, you know. Undenied, I would say. You know, like he was the champion of BGIS 2026, and in 3 games he is the top 4. So this is pretty impressive here coming from Naqsh.
And especially in the toughest group that we have inside of the competition right now. I think Seoul, as we were talking about the podium finishers of BGIS, right? Seoul is the only team that has been consistent. They were at the top of the leaderboard back then at the end of BGIS, and they start their journey at the top of the leaderboard at the end of day 1. Of their matches in BMPS 2026. Naqsh has been phenomenal. Joker was also very clean, and they just managed to maintain a very consistent performance throughout the 3 games they played yesterday.
Exactly. A statement needs to be made here. In my opinion, I feel like Joker has pretty much won it all except for that one thing, which is represent the country, which I think this is the best time and opportunity for him to do so. If Seoul continues and maintains the consistency throughout from BGIS, and I think, again, are we going to see the second ever team to win back-to-back trophies?
True, and I want to know your thoughts on this, because this was a thought that was running in my head when you compare the level of play we saw from Orangutan last year or from True Rippers last year when they ended up representing the nation on those international matches, be it AX. It seems like Team Seoul this year, especially in 2026, have just outdone those performances with the kind of way they played, the level of domination we saw during BGIS, and the kind of performance we are seeing them, the kind of form we are seeing them in right now. We do have the schedule of the day on our screens. First 3 matches, Rondo and the 2 Orangles being played by teams from Group A, and then we have the last 3 matches being played by the teams from Group D. That's going to be 1 Orangle followed by 2 Miramars.
Yeah, and well, towards the question of trying to answer, Hugh, it was a very tricky question to actually answer as well, but I think it just comes down towards the mentality and how they are playing as a team, as a unit, right? Like OG looked one of the strongest teams last year in general. Last year, BGIS wasn't a great run for them. But in terms of how they've been positioning, communicating, and working as a team and positioning themselves to cover each other's angles was very, very important. Seoul currently is doing that. Genesis was doing it in BGIS 2026. But this time, it feels like it's a little bit of a 50-50. It only feels like Seoul is doing it. But I have to bring in a new team into this mix. It's going to be Nebula right now. And the reason why I'm bringing Nebula up is because the biggest change between both Nebula and Genesis was, number one, they're always drop clashing against each other. Yeah. However, Nebula has pretty much poached Genesis analysts over, which is True's official, which again, in these 3 games that they played yesterday, you could see a drastic change of playstyle coming from Nebula Esports, which again, they are still experimenting here considering it's the qualifiers, but it has affected Genesis drastically, which resulted in them being in the bottom 4.
Yeah, but I think with Genesis, we might have to take our time to come to a conclusion, because this was a discussion you and I were having a few moments ago. The raw firepower that's there in Genesis, it allows them to brute force their way through the different stages of this tournament. Personally, I believe they can brute force their way all the way towards the Grand Finals. Grand Finals is where the struggles will begin. But until then, I don't think Genesis should be having a problem.
Well, hopefully they figure things out as well, because yesterday was a complete big blunder for them. However, when we talk about staying alive in Group A as well, being in the top 12 is still generally easier than fighting for top 4. So you don't exactly want to be pushed down the bottom here as well. So as of yet, we are about to begin the first match for today as well. It is going to be Game 4 for Group A. It is going to be the map of Rondo.
Well, and let's see how things turn out on Rondo. This is going to be the most important map of the day from the teams that are playing in Group A right now. As we mentioned, the bottom 4, that is where you have to avoid being when the matches conclude. And of course, we were talking about Genesis, we were talking about Orangutan, Meta Ninja, Victorious Sumus. These 4 names will look to have a big performance on this particular map, secure at least about 10-15 eliminations, and maybe try their level best to finish in the top 5. If they succeed, that gives them the safety net to work with for the next 2 wrangles.
Now, when we talk about best performing teams in this map as well, almost every single team in this lobby does have the experience to actually dominate in the map of Rondo. I'm talking about Seoul, I'm talking about Genesis, I'm talking about Nebula as well, and even for Learn From Past, which had amazing performances in Rondo during their run in BGIS. However, here's the twist. This is not the same Learn From Past from before. Thermi is no longer part of this roster.
And I think Thermi again was very important for the team. One of the best performers in terms of grabbing finishes, mechanical prowess, relieving a lot of pressure during those team fights. But talking about the other big names, Myth, they have taken a tumble. I mean, we expected a return of form from this roster. They were incredible during BGIS throughout the entire journey, even during the grand finals, had a pretty decent run, but the start of BMPS 2026 has not been the best. Let's see how Rondo turns out. As we mentioned, this map can change the fate, can change the flow of things on the overall leaderboard. So far, OG in an early conflict. Victorious Sumus right in front of them. Team Tamilas on the flank. And Vasista Esports, another team that's desperate to drag their way outside of the top 8. On the roof, 2 players taken out. 1 last man in the back lines, AKOP. Lost a lot of HP. Still left standing, though. Going for a revive onto WINDGOD, who got taken out by that nade.
Oh boy, tricky situation here for OG, but they are down pretty down low as well. Aimbot is going to go for the push. SJOFA comes in, denies the revival, but AKOB is down to his last tick, but doesn't matter. We'll get completely outgunned here by Aimbot as Vasista Esports cleans them all up. OG pretty much down in the gutter. However, there is still the recall available. But interesting enough, in this game of Rondo, we do not see any targeted hunts outside the zone yet. So fortunately for them, all 5 teams inside the NoNx factory is going to be able to duke it out safely without worrying about losing their last player who's pretty much stranded outside the map.
Pretty much, but let's see now. Vasista Esports up against the 2 players from Seoul, Legit and Goblin. They want to make this bounce. The first man falls, and he gets both of them. Aimbot. It seems like this man is on a mission, a quest to destroy everyone. 4 points all by himself, controlling the fight on top of that NoNx factory to perfection. Vasista Esports, they're going to be quite happy with this. I mean, they were desperate, as we spoke about them. Started their day in the bottom 4 with that one fight, already 12 points, moving up to 11th.
Well, for all things considered, they're still about 4 points behind REVENANT XSPARK in terms of total tally score from the map of Miramar. So this 4 points is going to help them catch up a little bit more. But we are going to see a little bit of skirmish here as well, because Nebula from the far horizon is poking and towards this vicinity. Victorious Sumus has to play a little bit slow here with this confrontation with Genesis, because Vasista Esports has been taken out, even Seoul as well in NoNx factory, just because of Nebula's poking. But Victorious Sumus still holding down the fort. They've lost Scary Jaw. Genesis now trying to push their way through, but finally goes in with the swing of 180 as well with Fury. Still gets the knock, but eventually gets traded off by Mafia.
I really thought he was done over there. But somehow Fury, that 180 flick, and then the spray down, finding him that second knock. Doesn't really change much. He still gets taken out. And then the reset is going to be there for the opponents. But still a valiant effort. Nebula Esports starting this match with 4 eliminations secured. And by the way, Seoul is not having a great time in this game. 3 players have been taken out. The revives are there. Although it is going to be a big challenge.
Yeah, tricky spot to be in here.
Yeah.
And like I said as well, Nebula has been stalking all these commotions for the longest of time, right? They've heard all this in the commotion. Now they are forced to actually rotate out as well. But it seems like we do have the zone available around them. As you can see, they are forced to try and reposition very quickly and wrap things up before they can actually rotate towards endgame. But there's still 5 teams. That means early rotation for teams outside still have a lot of time. But speaking of teams outside here, Meta Ninza in a very, very awkward stalemate, which results in them forcing to take this fight against Reckoning Esports, which in this case ended towards the stadium vicinity. Godlike nowhere to be found in this surrounding though.
Reckoning Esports right now against ninza. This is, again, a fight. The teams trying to avoid relegation. Shadow knocked out from the side of ninza, and Reckoning Esports, they try to pour their way in. But Javin, he says no. Drops down the entirety of Reckoning Esports, who are left bleeding, but ninza no better as the third party is there from Divine Gaming in the back lines. Ninja Boy looking to move in. When Divine Gaming, they need to try their level best to deny the reset to the players of ninza. If by any chance the numbers are stacked against Divine Gaming, then they are going to start to struggle.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tough spot here. But for Trace, he's going to drive by
saw
here.
him.
Ninja Boy, he sees him. Decides if he wants to actually push up this mountain as well. But REVENANT XSPARK will clean out the rest of ninza. The knocks are coming in. Javin and Shadow7 getting taken out. And just like that, ninza, they lose all their players, leaving only Apollo as the last player left alive to try and recall his compadres. But for Trace God, he does not know there's still one more player. Ninja Boy has just not moved a muscle.
Yeah, I'm wondering why he's so passive. I mean, why is Divine Gaming not giving him the call to freely engage? They have recalls available, I guess. Ninja Boy, his recall might have been used a little bit early. Quite unfortunate. I mean, it would have been nice to see Ninja Boy and Trace duke it out, an isolated 1-1 between the two sides. But for now, the conflict of NoNx Factory, that continues. Nebula Esports trying to see if they can flush out the players of Sumus, finish them off, gain a few extra finish points for themselves. Sumus just lying in wait. Both the teams sharing this factory for cover, surrounded from every single direction. A lot of teams using a NoNx Factory as that early game stronghold. You see REVENANT XSPARK on the map, along with Wyld Fangs in the backlines, and I think Vasista Esports was somewhere down south, just lurking in the nearby vicinity as well.
Yeah, this is interesting strats here coming from Nebula Esports. They're actually doubling down on sending 4 players inside this vicinity. 3 inside the NoNx Factory, 1 outside with Adi lurking around as well. Just to make sure that if any team survives this ordeal of Bloodbath and if they try to come out, they are going to get punished for it. And that's exactly what happened to Wyld Fangs on the finish feed. Nebula really doubling down on this. But with the EMP zone in place, seems like we are going to see a little bit of a temporary stalemate. Try and force the fight, but as soon as I say this, Kratos goes for a couple shots there. Nice connection, but no knocks though.
They're constantly chipping away on those HP bars, and the Sumus is the need to stay safe. If they give so many opportunities to Nebula Esports, if not now, then maybe later, Sumus are going to see their numbers dwindle down. This is the man that can change the flow of this fight from the backlines. The players of Team Tamilas lying in wait, but Nebula Esports kick things off. They have the opener. Scary Jaw knocked and finished off. And now Nebula Esports, they know they have the upper hand. Not a lot of pressure to deal with. Both the players from the side of Sumus can be isolated. They're trying to see if they can shut down Venom.
Well, seems like with the Molotov in play, they should be able to go for the flank here. Mafia from up top with a huge flank. Unfortunately, no knock though. Nebula, instant retaliation, takes both of them down. And even though Sumus may have lost the battle, Team Tamilas, they heard the commotions and now they're coming in for the third party. Nomi down, Phoenix as well. And Team Tamilas should be able to reap their rewards here. Take away the spoils of war. As now Kratos pretty much the last man standing for Nebula inside NoNx Factory. Are they going to double down? Is going to be the question here. Kratos finds the knock, gets the confirmation as well. Makes it very difficult for Team Tamilas to actually secure this fight. But now, under the legs here, through the cracks of the bus, Kratos sees Justy. Now looking for a push. Going for the off angles here. Seems like they're calling it Adi for the save as well. They're actually going all in on this for Nebula Esports.
I was just about to say that they need to have Adi here. They need to go for those revives to not lose the bodies. You're going to need them for the end game. But Adi, he gets stuck. The trade comes through. The nade is good. Justy finally falls. And Team Tamilas, what a big blunder this was. This was supposed to be their fight. They had taken down 2 individuals. It was just Kratos that was left. And yet Team Tamilas are the ones on the wrong end of this fight, on the wrong end of the result. The reset is forced, and Nebula Esports, the dream that they had of, well, ending the first week on the first position of the overall leaderboard. That can actually turn to reality. 11 eliminations secured in this match already by Nebula Esports.
My goodness, what a strat coming from Nebula. However, Soul now, they're getting picked apart. Reckoning Esports finds Knuckle on the side. And while this is happening, Joker goes for the sprays. Takes a frag on the sides for himself as well. Knocks down Lavish, gets the confirmation as well. Roman knows exactly where Joker is. Joker needs a little bit more backup, but the Spray Master is called the Spray Master for a reason. He hasn't missed a single shot, and now even Pro, he's gonna take the damage. Sees a small little pixel. Joker is gonna try and chip him away. Headshot peeks out, dodges way through, reposition angle, drops in half again, but now they're 50-50 between Joker and Pro. This awkward interaction, and Joker, he can't really patch himself up, knowing that his backs are pretty much exposed from a different angle.
Yeah, prone and hard ADS. This is making me panic. This is not... Oh man, this duel is going to go in the favor of Pro. Yeah. Reckoning Esports. They waited it out. They knew there was nowhere for Joker to run away to. They just had him pinned out into the open. An easy squad wipe secured by the players of Reckoning Esports. And what a surprise that it's Soul, the first team to be eliminated from this game. Did not expect how this this day was going to begin, to be honest.
Yeah, but at the same time, Soul doesn't really need a lot of points as well.
That is true.
Yeah, the only thing they need to do is just stay out of top 12, and 42 points pretty much guarantees you out of top 12 regardless of whatever happens in this scenario. But for Nebula, seems like 11 points in the back. They pretty much secured the top 12 themselves as well from this game. But Wyld Fangs now on screen, outside the zone, trying to push in. Gets a small little run in here with WELT. Gets a trade-off. But they haven't exactly gotten themselves the reset here as well. Sensei pulling up the M249, goes in for the spray. Another takedown comes through. Wyld Fangs takes 3 away from WELT. And Rico, last man standing on the far horizon, needs to run himself inside the zone. But the zone still stage 3. Far away. Last hope here from Rico. Wyld Fangs gets the full reset, takes all of their loots as well.
Yeah, Wyld Fangs and WELT, I think this rotation is very slow from their side, and it is going to result in them being gate-kept when they reach the edge of the play zone. Not going to be easy at all for them to find a breaching point. There's Nebula up front. There's going to be Team Tamilas on the flank, on the southern flank, to be a little bit more precise. And well, Rico, he just walks into the line of fire, and Nebula Esports, they are grateful for that 1 point. WELT, their journey in this map of Rondo comes to an end. Just a single point secured, not the start to the day they would have wanted. But Nebula Esports, they're not letting go of NoNx Factory as of now. It's towards the, well, the southwestern edge of the play zone. It's an open field right behind them, and of course a brilliant opportunity for them to gatekeep the rest of the competition. But as we switch focus, we move towards the eastern edge. We have victorious Sumus. They have a dip all through themselves, but the problem is the front lines are very heavily guarded. You have Divine Gaming, you have Myth, you have OG on the northern flank, and it's Slug. Nasty little headshot pixel on display, and Slug claims it. It's just going to be a knock, though. No confirmation for the finish.
He barely even peeked out. What a shot by Slug.
Yeah.
That is disgusting. But at the same time, Victorious Summers, they were one of the later teams to actually wrap up the fights in NoNx Factory. So that means they are going to be kind of underlooted as well while rotating in. So they have to be a little bit careful with this. But now Meta Ninja, they've got the reset now. Runs in towards a slam against Team Tamilas. Gets shot as well. Trades blows for blows. But 3 players down here coming from Meta Ninja, and only Apollo's remaining. And he's the only one that has recall here coming from Meta Ninja. Everybody else has pretty much been recalled by him, and now he's going to get flushed out by both Justy and NameGod.
Well, let's see, though. Team Tamilas still in it. Meta Ninja wiped out yet again. There's 5 points secured from this match. 12 points is the total tally from this game, after this game, for Meta Ninja. Big surprise, by the way. Team Tamilas, though. Some space on the map gained. Now the next team, the next potential threat could be in the form of Genesis or maybe Nebula Esports. That rotation is going to be tricky for sure. And of course the circle, look at that. Right on top of the players of Myth Official. Myth has been struggling since yesterday as well, but if there was a match where they could turn things around, find a break inside of the top 12, and of course make a safety cushion a safety net so that they don't fall out of the top 12. This is the map where they make it happen.
Whoa, what a find there coming from Pain. Seems like a Goten would be able to survive that run here outside the zone. And REVENANT XSPARK, they are going to be playing clean up around the edges here before they actually go inside the zone. Seems like Wyld Fangs has been caught up into a very, very awkward loose straggler situation. So they are going to pick them apart bit by bit while scouting out the vicinity. SprayGod, he sees his rotation from REVENANT XSPARK. Seems like he is going to try and make a shot there. I don't think he's going to be able to convert anything about this. So needs to lay down low, but unfortunately his vehicle has been spotted out by REVENANT XSPARK, so they have a rough idea of maybe SprayGod should be around the fences itself. But now tanking the zone here, Trace may decide to say, nope, maybe this is an abandoned vehicle. Yeah. Now, shots fired, maybe spoke too soon, SprayGod actually takes him down instead. Trace got the timing, just very, very unfortunate.
Yeah, and it seems like a series of unfortunate events for the players of REVENANT XSPARK. They are not going to stop. Trace knocked out. Another man falls casualty to the side of Godlike Esports. And now it's going to be Hector as Ninja makes his way close to the smoke. Hector sees him and takes him down with that S12K. This is the unluckiest we have seen REVENANT XSPARK. Everywhere they went, it seems like individuals from different teams were ready to pick them apart. Just 7 finishes secured on the map of Rondo, and REVENANT XSPARK until, well, all the way through, in fact, of the BGMI 2026 were known as the Rondo specialist.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's just unfortunate, right? The timing coming from SprayGod is just phenomenal. But Vasista Esports doing a fantastic job of just shutting down teams on the edges. Hector, with that one-way smoke play, just completely dismantled REVENANT XSPARK, was just very, very nicely done. However, now they've got 8 finishes and they've got 4 men healthy. Now all they need is position points, but it is going to be tough here because they are going to be in a little bit of a stalemate here with Nebula Esports having a little bit of skirmish. Phoenix getting scouted out by Beast. They've lost members, but are they in position to take this fight? Because Beast does have a very nice off angle here. Nebula Esports, Adi going for the one-way smoke, could not find the opener, gets shot down as well. Third parties from GENxFM is on point.
I like how Beast just ran out from behind the tree and all of a sudden realized, no, this is way too close. And then just ran back in cover. But GENxFM Esports, Vasista has to be grateful to the players of GENxFM for being where they were. Just completely shutting down opponents in a matter of seconds. But now it is Vasista that GENxFM are aiming for. Ronnie out, aimbot out. It's just Hector now, as Beast also falls to the third party from the players of Godlike. Godlike are going to steal those finishes away from GENxFM. It works well for Godlike, but not for GENxFM, who are desperate for points in this match.
Oh boy, the timing though. Seems like Vasista Esports is going to be eliminated as well. As the circle came in, they immediately abandoned and ran for it. Forgot to pick up those vehicles, and just like that, they got caught out in the open in the crosshairs of Godlike Esports. And interesting enough, we haven't been talking about too much about Godlike. They've been under the radar. Now they come in for the perfect third parties as well. And for GENxFM to force Vasista in out of that situation was just very, very nicely done.
Yeah. Look at how weird this Rondo is turning out to be, though. It's just Soul and Wealth that have ended with single-digit finishes. Everyone else is like at 2 or 3 on average. And I think this just is a testament of how mechanically skilled this lobby is. This is not about macro rotations or macro team fight strategies right now. This is just an all-out war between these teams. Right now it's just a mini fight between Victor Sumus and the side of Divine Gaming. It seems like Divine, they are getting third-partied as well. Scary Jordy wanted to find that lost pick for his team, but Omega just goes prone. One good nade from this IGL can change everything, and he was lining it up. Cancel, starts to recook again. Oh, it just needs to be close enough for the splash damage as well, by the way.
Yeah. But at the same time, Divine Gaming, you can see Omega, he's pretty much stuck as well. He can't exactly stand up just because there are teams looking through in this vicinity. So as of yet, Victor Summers and Divine, they are in a very, very difficult spot to be in. No vehicles, has to push out in open. And they have to wrap this up as well. Waze with the flank. Omega sees this. He needs to be a little bit careful as well. Waze now with the nades. Looks good. Chip damage away on towards Omega. Now with the Molotovs to try and flush him out of position. Here he comes, Omega. Now gonna eventually burn to alive here as Waze takes him out. But now new problems arise. How do they get out and get into the zone?
Yeah, it's gonna be a difficult position for Sumus to be in. It's just an open field from where they are to close to the center where the players of Myth Official are playing from, by the way. But towards the northeastern edge, two Titans collide. Orangutan against the side of Reckoning Esports. Roman spotted out in the back lines. OG desperate to break out of the top 8, desperate to avoid relegation. That shouldn't be too difficult for them. Reckoning completely exposed. There's Godlike as well on the northern edge. Reckoning could get sandwiched at any given second. That's what they're trying to avoid. Doesn't happen. Opening found by the players of OG. Atanki with the knock to finish conversion.
Well, seems like OG will continue with the one-way smoke as well to try and peek through from the far horizon. Atanki a little bit afraid to continue to do so because the zone is about to close in about 1 second here. So they are going to try to make a mad dash. It seems like they are forced to do so as well. They have to run into his Reckoning Esports, who's currently hurt, so they should be able to clean them all up and hopefully stay out of crosshairs of the rest of the world, which in this case, Myth hasn't exactly made themselves into the zone just because they are kind of marked onto his Victoria Summers. OG doesn't know that, but we know that. Myth is not going to be shooting an OG.
Yeah, pretty much. I think for Myth, they are just completely tunnel vision towards the south, towards the players of Victoria Summers. That's who they want to take out. If your backlines are clear, you can just focus all your attention up front. I'm actually excited to see what will Genesis do, because Genesis pretty much has the entirety of that western and the southern section open to them. They can either pick a fight against Learn From Past, or they can charge for Victoria Summers and then go for Myth, or they can just completely avoid the action, move directly towards the western edge and then breach the play zone from there. But it seems like they force a run into Learn From Past, and Learn From Past are the ones who kick things off. Genesis struggling in the fight. We'll have to see if they survive that piece of action, or is this going to be the early end for the side of Genesis Esports? They're down to the last man, by the way. It's just Viper left.
Yeah, what a spread from Learn From Past as well. As soon as Genesis push in, they found 2, and now with the final nade, cleans them all up. A very, very clean 4-piece here for Learn From Past to completely shut down Genesis' entry point. It seems like OG also finally makes a mad dash into his Reckoning. Goes for a swing, finds Pro, but it's actually Pro that nades himself here, so that is exactly what OG wants as well. Mistakes, and they are going to play cleanup as Reckoning Esports also gets eliminated. OG, however, only securing a point from off this.
Yeah, I can't even imagine what was going through the heads of those players. Have you seen that iconic movie, Planet of the Apes?
Yeah.
There's a second part to that movie, Rise of the Apes, where the apes come charging on top of horsebacks, vehicles with weapons. That is what it might have felt like. The ape army pushing towards you, quick drive-by, and 6 eliminations racked up by OG as they find themselves inside of the top 6 of this game as well. Learn From Past, they have decided to deal with Victoria Summers because Victoria Summers came knocking on their door. And it should not be too difficult considering Scary Jod. He was cornered, gets naded out by JD Gaming. And now Owace, the last man standing, looking to be the saving grace for his team, is going to be forced into this duel. And JD just goes prone with the nade. A kamikaze move. What? That is a 200 IQ play.
Oh my goodness. I think JD Gaming was just panicking his way through, just lobbed it over. No, he was pretty much caught up. Decides to prone and buy a little bit more time. And kamikaze himself and taking out his opponent. That was a very, very unfortunate move, but still, he got the job done just like that. Learn From Past to get another 2 points.
I want JD to post a clip of that because I want to know if that was intentional or was that, as you said, just a moment out of panic. Whatever it was fun to watch. He overcooked the nade, went prone, nade got overcooked, both of them got taken out. Oasis team got finished and JD was just knocked. He can still be back in the game.
Oh my goodness, that is sick. Who would have thought we'd seen a kamikaze?
Yeah, not like that, to be honest.
I think we haven't seen a single kamikaze since last year until now. That has to be the first kamikaze.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Oof. But WINDGOD here finds Manya off the pixel. Goes for the spray, takes him down, gets a knock through. S-Power fires back to try and scare off OG. Wants to try and go in for the save here. Nades are coming in to try and slow them in track, and it is going to be on point here. S-Power with the nades. Tanky gets knocked, and that should be the sign here to try and pick up Manya. The rest of the pack from Godlike with Admino coming into play to try and pick him up. OG still going to be able to get the resets here, but with the smokes coming in through and the nades here, with the zone pressuring them.
Oh, wow.
They have to be very careful about this.
That Molotov actually denies a lot of room for OG to work with. For a second, I thought that the Molotov also fell on that knocked out player, so the finish was going to be claimed. Well, here comes the blue zone, so the finish will be claimed by S-Power anyways. And Godlike, I think they need to try their level best to avoid getting their players knocked out, avoid their players getting knocked out basically, because this is where you transition towards the end game. OG is done and dusted. Godlike have 7 eliminations to work with, and they have pretty much the entirety of the northern half of the circle. We're down to 4 teams left in this game. Learn from past Team Tamilas, Godlike. And of course, Myth Official still desperate to find their way outside of the bottom 4, spotted out by Manya, who finds the opening knock as well.
That was a very, very quick 3 shots. Instant headshots, instant knocks, but no conversions yet. Godlike now does have a lot of time to work with here. They do have the information, but Honey is actually stalking them from the sides. I'm very surprised with this aggressive scout here coming from Honey. Seems like he is going to back out. Nades are coming in. Godlike knows there is somebody there, so they are going to slowly check their corners and clear the angles. Well, Honey immediately backs off with the ghillie suit to try and reposition. Needs some sort of a backup yet, but fortunately for him, he was able to pick up JD Gaming, so that's the reason why he is playing a little bit aggressive, though, away from his team. But Godlike now, they are going to use Sawme with advantage to try and scout things out with those vehicles. As the zone is about to shift in, they are still in the playing zone with 40 seconds left. They do have a lot of time, but I think S-Power did hear the prone animation coming from Honey, so he is going to try and overpick this, but he's only down towards his last 30 bullets, so needs to be a little bit conservative with his ammunition as of yet.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it's just the numbers advantage that the players of Godlike need. They need a finish from the side of Myth Official. Team Tamilas, they can be the game changers here. Just separating Godlike from the side of Myth. Do the players of Team Tamilas have any utility? I think Myth is in the range of nades and Molotov, so they can try and cut them off. They're already outside of the play zone. Just force them out, force them into the blue zone damage, and then it becomes easy to finish these lads off.
Tough game here, but like you said, Myth, last team outside the zone, has to make the first action. Team Tamilas down towards the last 2 players, which puts them in towards an awkward situation, right? We're down towards the final 4 teams. All teams has taken casualties. 3v3, v2, v2 situation. Don't want to be the first one to pull the trigger, but seems like Myth, they don't really have a choice. They are going to go for the slam against Team Tamilas.
And Team Tamilas do end up finding the opening. It's a 2v2 fight. Lucifer in the back lines trying to be the savior, finds the first. And Godlike from the sidelines end up lending a helping hand to the players of Myth. Team Tamilas eliminated from the game. We're down to the top 3 teams now. Myth, one of them got knocked out, but it's not going to be too difficult to get the revive going. There's a reset onto Harshil. He needs to bring his HP back up. Just 3 seconds left before we have the 9th stage blue zone collapse. And now this is the final endgame countdown. Learn from past, they have Honey a little bit closer to the center of the circle, so that will be the last man to feel any sort of pressure. But Godlike, they need to move, and they need to move now. They need to start taking out Myth out of the equation.
But they can't. They just don't have ammunition here. Manya's got 20 bullets.
No armor.
S-Power's got like
well.
30 bullets. Yeah, no meds, no nothing. So they have to make those shots count. Manya just fires 1 bullet away and realize that they need this restock here. They need to clean them all out. But Manya is standing out in the open, gets shot through. Myth Official, they will push up. Godlike taking some serious heavy fire. S-Power also getting knocked off. Sawme finds a piece, but he's defending his way through. He finds another as well, but eventually Learn from Past comes in from the back, stabs him in the back, and Godlike will fall. Now down towards a 2v1. Learn from Past will be able to snatch a chicken dinner.
Pretty much, and it's going to be an easy clinch as well, as they had the numbers, they had the weapons, the fresh armor helmet as well. And it is an easy cleanup. Learn from past. Well, they've learned from the mistakes that were made yesterday. And JD Gaming, my oh my, what a start to the journey. This man was on the bench the whole time. BGIS 2026 inside of the lineup of REVENANT XSPARK. Switches teams, gets a little bit of more play time, and now here he is. 6 eliminations inside of this match, 911 damage dished out.
Nicely done coming from Learn From Past. Who would have thought they would be able to snatch the win there? The kamikaze play which kept them alive, playing very, very patiently.
Yeah.
Honey also pressuring Godlike to be very, very conservative and then capitalizing on the situation here. A very unfortunate ending here for Godlike, but could you really blame them? Just out of ammunition. They did so much pressure towards across the map, but they just could not wrap things up. This hold here from Myth, phenomenal stuff here.
Pretty much, and I think this the situation that Godlike was in kind of goes all the way back to while they were trying to deal with the teams from the northern edge. There was OG, there was a lot of names that were just there forcing them into those fights. And Godlike, they do have a decent number of eliminations. I think for a team that finished in the top 3, they are kind of okay. But this was a very important and crucial game for the players of Myth Official. At the start of the day, we saw them inside of the bottom 4, and all they wanted to do, or I think all the intention should have been on Rondo, was to find enough points to get yourself into a safety position, as you said, in the top 12, one way or the other. And you can use those Orangles to just stay there. Myth is okay on Orangle. Rondo hasn't really turned out too well for them in the past, though.
I think as of yet for Myth Official, they are currently in a situation with this top 2 performance here. In the remaining 2 games that they are going to be playing here, they just need like 3 to 5 points per game.
Yeah.
They should safely be on top of the top 12.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I think 5 to 6 points is like guaranteed top 12 for them. On the other side of things, I think although the other teams that were there at the start of the game in the bottom 4, OG also had a decent run, but I think Genesis and Meta Ninja, for them, there might be a few concerns. Genesis did have a few decent fights, but Genesis is still getting taken out super early during the mid-game. Mid-game used to be the strongest for Genesis, but that was on Orangle. Let's see, they have 2 Orangles remaining. If they can consistently finish in the top 3, then Genesis should find themselves safe at the end of the matches.
Well, that's the thing about Rondo, right? The points are going to be heavily skewed in favor as in terms of numbers as well. So that technically, it is going to be very, very close here. It will come down to its final 2 games, whether or not can they survive the bottom 4. But for now, the MVP, JD Gaming, with the kamikaze move and then surviving towards the end and then clutching the chicken dinner. That was very, very nicely done from them. But joining him in towards the top 5 here, we have aimbot from Vasista Esports. We have Kratos from Nebula doing a phenomenal job in the early stages of the game in New York's Factory. We have S-Power from Godlike, and we also have Lucifer from Myth Official. So these 5 players, they are the heavy hitters in that map in particular. And I really like what I'm seeing as well, because think about this as well. When we talk about high finish volumes here, Nebula had one of the highest finish volumes in this game, but their survival time is only 17 minutes in that game.
Pretty much, but I think Nebula was doing kind of okay, not even okay. Nebula was chasing the first position on the overall leaderboard, so not a lot of pressure on Nebula Esports, unless the goal for this week for them was to establish themselves as a big threat inside of the lobby. But on that note, on the note of teams at the top, quite an unfortunate start for the players of Seoul today. Not really doing too well on the map of Rondo. They were the first team to get eliminated. And we'll have to see how the rest of the day turns out, pretty much.
Yeah, it was just weird for them to see themselves getting completely chopped off. Vasista Esports with the 2-piece themselves, and later on to his late game, they just got picked apart by Reckoning Esports. Joker is still on form, but at the same time, what is at stake for Seoul? Do they still need wins? Do they still need points? Not necessarily. They're pretty much qualified for Week 2 in Group A in particular, with their 40 bomber in 3 games yesterday. So I don't think it's going to be a big issue for them, because again, for teams in Group A, there's not much at stake, right? Just staying in the top 12.
That is true. I mean, there might not be much at stake apart from making sure that your fans watching from home stay as happy, man. Whenever your favorite team is playing, you want to see your team win, and I think Seoul at least needs to give their fans 1 map a day of chicken dinner.
Hey, come on, man. Yesterday, we gave Seoul fans a treat yesterday for 3 games back-to-back. Don't you think it's time for Godlike as well?
Yeah, Godlike is taking their sweet time. They went through a roster change, so we're going to give them that leeway, right? That's the excuse we give right now, that Som is new in the team. Seoul did not go through any roster changes. But let's see. I mean, few more maps remaining. I think the next 2 Wrangles kind of give us an idea of what we can expect from this group long term, because let's not forget, at the end of the qualifiers, once we are done with the qualifier, let's call it round 1 as a whole, right? It's 4 weeks, but once this qualifier round is over, 8 names from Group A directly get seeded to the last round of the tournament. So majority of the teams do remain intact, and we'll just have to see which of those 8 names, which those names are going to be.
Now, speaking of which here, despite us seeing Nebula's dominating performance here, they did take themselves 12 finishes but 0 position points. That gives them 12 points, BIF official. Even though they finish out on top 2, guess what? They're tied with Nebula Esports in this map. Godlike with 15 points, learn from past 21. We've got Team Tamilas also with 11 points, OG having 10 points, Reckoning with 8 points, and Genesis with 8 points. And interesting enough, 2 teams in particular from the bottom, OG and Genesis, in this map has started to kick out, but is it enough to kick them out in the bottom 4? We shall see. But the ones that took a huge tumble in this game here is going to be WELT and Seoul, the biggest losers for this particular map.
Yeah, but WELT was also inside of the top 5, I guess, at the start of this. WELT is going to be safe. Seoul was sitting at the top of the leaderboard. As you mentioned, the teams at the top, the winners of day 1 being the biggest losers at the start of day 2, I think just creates more chaos across the board, especially at the bottom of the leaderboard, because now you see where the bottom 4 stand. 12 points for ninza, Genesis has 15, Vasista 16, OG at 17, we have REVENANT XSPARK 19, Victorious Sumus 21, Divine 22, Myth 23. It's so close, man. It's close all the way towards WELT, who are there with 24 points.
Yeah, this is kind of scary as well, considering the fact that WELT is now at 24. Yes, they were top 5 just now, but with this flop coming from WELT, that means this remaining 2 games, they cannot afford to lose any more games. Because as of yet, when we talk about the potential cutoff, I think maybe 24, 25 points is pretty much a cutoff for the bottom 4. So passing 30 points is exactly where you want to be to kind of be safe as of yet, considering, like you said as well, Seoul being one of the biggest losers this match. That means if Seoul doesn't get any single points for this remaining 2 matches and is garnered by everybody else, the cutoff for the bottom 4 is going to be even higher.
Plus, you look at how the teams are playing. We talk about Genesis themselves. They might look second last right now, but they have done well in that one map of Rondo than the entirety of day 1. Day 1 at the end, they had like 7 points. They got 8 in the map of Rondo. So that is the level of competition you're facing when you're playing in Group A. We said it. With these teams, you can never tell when you get to see a comeback, and that it seems like that is exactly what's happening right now as we kick things off on day 2. But Rondo was the one map where the hope for comeback is the max. On Wrangles, things change completely. So the next 2 maps now become even more important, and especially the very next map of Wrangle could be the one that decides the fate or decides who gets to stay inside of the top 12 and which 4 teams will get ready for relegation for next week.
Well, interesting enough as well, out of all the groups, this is the closest group for bottom 4 as of yet here. Group A is just ridiculously tough here, especially for teams at the bottom trying to survive the top 12. And for Genesis OG, yeah, they made a great bounce back in the map of Rondo.
Not enough,
now, the pressure is on. Because of this small little bounce back, yes, it's not enough. Like you said, right? Something is better than nothing. That's what I feel.
That is true. I agree with you. I mean, something is better than nothing, and at least it's the start of the journey in the right direction. They're done well for themselves. 2 more maps remaining for Group A. We'll have to see what the bottom 4 look like. But before that, a very short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
Do not get in my way, you cannot drop in my lane. Tires is burning the pain, you don't have nothing to say. This is how legends are made, I know I got what it takes. And I'm not popping the brakes, and I'm not popping the brakes. I'm too competitive, I like the narrative, that on no place in the league. Who you comparing with, that is definitive, top of the throne, it is me. How you moving so on the speed? I just been bringing the heat, I just been bringing the fire. Bringing the and they can't stop me. They know that I'm bringing the I got the feel in my veins, trust me, I'm making a name. We are not one and the same, I am on top of the game. I cut out the line on my brakes, and that's why the drive is insane. Part of a camp, adrenaline rushes is numbing the pain. I'm too competitive, I like the narrative, I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with, that is definitive, top of the throne, it is me. How you moving so on the speed?
Hello everyone and welcome back to BMPS 2026 here. You guys are currently watching the English broadcast and of course the last day of week 1 itself here. My name's ICBaby12. Joining with me is going to be Necro as we take you to commentary for game 2 itself. And game 1 we saw a little bit of a comebacks here coming in from Group A, and to top it all off here, a little bit of a nice situation between both Myth as well as Learn From Past in that final game itself. What do you think of that match?
I mean, especially for Myth and Learn From Past, this performance was desperately needed, because if this performance was not there, it just means the pressure amps up even more. But now the concerning thing is that Genesis and OG still down at the bottom, and they've only got 2 more games to go.
Yeah, it is going to be tough as well. They did have a little bit of a surprise comeback in this game, but it does not seem to be enough. But of course, speaking of the winner chicken dinner as well, Learn From Past definitely has pulled ahead here, and they should be safe from relegation as of yet. But that just means with a little bit of an introduction coming into OG and Genesis with that small little points from Rondo itself, this last 2 matches is going to be very, very close, because the bottom 4 teams, it's the differences is between like 3 to 4 points.
Yeah, pretty much. And even Godlike sort of getting a decent game just puts them around the safety line, right? Now, it's just about the teams that are extremely close towards that bottom 4, and between Genesis Esports, Ninza, and even OG. It's just so close, and only this game is going to be the differentiator, and this game will tell us what exactly might just happen in the last game itself. As the plane's going to be in the sky for the second last game for Group A, this one is going to be the most important game. It starts all the way from shooting range towards the southern side, which is going to be Snoka military base, and this plane flat path, it might just crush a lot of dreams, but it's pretty nice to a lot of these teams.
It is going to be a balanced one, I would say. Yeah, very favorable to everybody else, but considering that this is going to be the 16 teams that has pretty much played during the BGS Grand Finals here, I don't think we're going to be seeing any kind of drop clashes in particular. And of course, we also have to take into consideration that Miramar is no longer in play, so REVENANT XSPARK and Vasista Esports, I don't think they're going to have a little bit of drop clash. But speaking of comebacks as well, Vasista Esports took one of the biggest tumble yesterday in terms of 2 maps of Miramar, right? They've lost both matches towards REVENANT XSPARK, but from that map of Rondo himself, they have pretty much tallied the score of whatever points they have lost to REVENANT XSPARK yesterday itself, and put themselves in a situation where the bottom 4 all the way to top 8 in particular, I'm talking about WELT's position, it's still in jeopardy in these next 2 games.
The crazy part is that there's a chance the teams at the top might just try to create some problems towards teams like OG and Genesis Esports, since they would not want them in the lobby in the first place. Because let's not forget, in the future stages as well, in the future weeks, we are going to be seeing the same Group A, just the bottom 4 might just be shuffled. And looking at the circle, man, it's going to be a different one. This time heading towards Yasna Polyana, you've got Victor Sumus in that spot. And speaking of Victor Sumus, yeah, the previous game was definitely a bit of an improvement, but he was not exactly towards the Victor Sumus standards.
Yeah, I agree. Seems like Victor Sumus has taken a little bit of a hit as well, but yesterday they were still somewhat consistent, but just now they were just completely demolished as well. They were shut down by Nebula Esports, and the second chance in life of trying to regroup it back in the zone, they were also getting taken out. Yeah. It was just very, very tricky to see here. But with this circle, let's see how it goes as well. It seems like it is going to be shifting potentially towards Yasnaya. It kind of favors towards Yasnaya, maybe even towards Shelter as well. So Victor Summers, do they want to play the urban warfare in towards Yasnaya? Well, sure, man. Like, this is Group A we're talking about. Yasnaya means it is still going to be a free-for-all for everybody.
Pretty much. But as of now, it's just VS inside of Yasna Polyana. So seems all good in the hood for VS, uncontested. Team Tamilas heading towards Nebula's territory. Maybe that's going to be one of those drop clashes we might just be able to see. But still, Team Tamilas is pretty far away from Nebula's shelter, so I guess it should be okay for them as well. No drop clashes as of now. I do see Godlike actually extending towards Reckoning Esports' territory. So there's a chance Godlike and Reckoning Esports, they might lock horns.
It's going to be tough here, but for Team Tamilas, they're doing pretty okay. They have made a little bit of adjustments as well with Justy in the mix, but as of yet, they are forced to play a little bit slow here, especially when they need some of these points to actually push themselves up and stay in the top 12. And on screen now, Reckoning Esports actually on the hunt. Wasn't expecting this aggression here onto us Godlike. Wasn't expecting this, but okay, seems like Reckoning Esports, they will settle with just the vehicle steal. And they are gonna immediately go towards on their merry way, so Godlike will be getting pretty cheeky for themselves. I don't think we're going to see any more drop clashes, aside from a couple of vehicle snatches here and there.
Yeah, I would love to see what happens when the Group B promotion teams actually do head inside of the Group A, right? Because that's when even K9 Esports is going to be a part of the equation inside of Group A, and Godlike and K9 Esports might just have that drop clash. That would be pretty fun to see. I would love to see that happen.
But interesting enough, Seoul now actually shifted out of school to go head towards apartments as well. So they have dominated both sides, and they've actually spread their wings to actually take all the loot as of yet. Uncontested, huh? I was expecting Seoul to try and maybe challenge OG or maybe Victoria Summers, but interesting enough, I want to see how this plays out, because as of yet, it seems like OG has completely given up on Rozok, and Learn From Past is actually taking their house. Weird. Since when did that happen?
I know, right? OG's making a couple of switches since OG knows that the trouble is right on their door. And OG is actually heading towards their old drop location, which is going to be Multipower. So it's not like it's something completely new for OG. They're used to dropping there.
Well, that's the thing, right? That's usually their secondary drop when it comes to, you know, if certain flight paths comes into play. But this flight path was just directly in the middle for everybody else. So I was very surprised that they just gave away Rozok to Learn From Past. This is weird. Like, it's been so weird for OG. Like, OG has played Rozok for the longest time. And then when AX in the mix, you know, the potential drop clash, they kind of gave it up, blah, 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 yada, yada. But AX is no longer in the mix. So why is Learn From Past here? Like, this is kind of weird.
I mean, Learn From Past usually do like to head towards Rozok. It's not like something they're doing for the first time. But there used to be a drop clash happening between OG and Learn From Past for the longest. But since OG now knows that the sword is literally on top of their necks, they probably do not want to challenge that drop clash in the first place. Just play it safe, since OG knows Learn From Past already has that safety cushion, and they will not be relegated no matter what. So OG just wants to play it as safe as possible. That's it.
Makes a lot of sense as well, considering that OG is all the way at the bottom, right? So for Learn From Past, they do have a safety cushion with 36 points, which technically, I think, 36 is pretty much guarantees you out of the bottom 4, regardless of the situation. I guess maybe Learn From Past was looking for a fight, and they just did not get the fight. I would say good read from OG, perhaps.
And Learn From Past can afford to do it as well. As I mentioned, they're currently inside of the top 3, so they're unstoppable. Probably packing a lot of loot as well, so Learn From Past is feeling pretty good. My eyes are still going to be on teams like REVENANT XSPARK, OG, just completely pinned on top of them, including Victoria Sumus. These teams do possess a lot of potential. And especially for a team like REVENANT XSPARK, coming something new from them, I would love to see them succeed. All the 4 assaulters playing inside of one banner, no IGL. And sort of it's working out. They're getting consistent points. Yesterday in all the 3 games, they got 4 points each. And now today in the first game itself, they had 7 elimination points. It's not too bad. If they keep on moving up with that same average, they're not going to be relegated.
Yeah, REVENANT XSPARK, the way they got taken out was just very unfortunate as well. So all just timings come into play. I think as of yet, REVENANT XSPARK, if they keep up with their overall aggression, which in this case, they are one of the teams that you have to be watching out for as well, because they do not have placement points throughout the entirety of yesterday itself. They've only got 12 finishes in total. So technically, in terms of firepower, REVENANT XSPARK is the team to be watching out for in the direct confrontation. But placement points is something that is severely lacking as well. And we talked about this before as well. Who is going to be the ones that lead the IGLing? And as of yet, REVENANT XSPARK, no placement points means that IGLing hasn't been going well. Team fights has been amazing, but macro positions and rotations has gone completely south for them.
This entire team was made for firepower. They did not really consider about playing the tactical gameplay, approaching things slower. This was supposed to be just ruthless aggression, all-out firepower. And that's what they're delivering. They're showcasing a lot of aggression, they're getting those elimination points too, but mid to late game, that's where they're struggling. Rotations are not exactly on point, and that's what they need to work on. But I'm pretty sure as time keeps on passing by, the boys will understand what needs to be done, and they will adapt accordingly. I do believe this lineup has a lot of potential. And right now as well, if you look at the overall meta, it is about fighting. It is about getting those elimination points. So this lineup, in my opinion, is pretty good.
Yeah, but at the same time, Genesis actually going for the west side here, taking a little bit of pit stop, tries to intercept towards Divine. and seems like not going to be able to do so. Circle immediately shifts to the east side. Yasnaya is going to be in play, so we are going to be expecting potentially a urban warfare, but it's still going to be on the outer sides as well. And this is going to be a little bit tricky spot to work with here, because the hills on top of Yasnaya is going to be one of the most annoying ones to deal with in terms of high ground intention in these kind of scenarios. And if the end game actually shifts back in towards the south side, which again, it is going to be open fields, that means everybody is going to be caught out in the open.
Indeed. And Godlike is catching a bit of that hurt upon themselves. Wyld Fangs with that spray from the compound. Nebula, they're already situated towards that area. Wyld Fangs' performance has been great, consistent. Yesterday's day was phenomenal. Today's day started not exactly the way they wanted to, but it's fine. Wyld Fangs is still doing pretty good in the overall standings, and they're unshakable from that spot. OG, though, to kick things off once again. This time it's going to be a man from Godlike getting caught off guard. Towards Mansion, it's just S-Power, and the man's trapped.
This is something I least expect coming from OG. Like, OG came all the way from Muta Power, and Godlike is all the way from Pochinki, so technically they shouldn't be running into each other in the center, but alright. Don't know if it's intended or not, but all these commotions has pretty much attracted of Nebula Esports. It seems like Naomi wants to try and get a couple freebies themselves. You can see from the far horizon, they're just poking left, right, front, and center, hoping to try and get some sort of response from across the map. And also giving away their position, saying that, hey guys, I'm in the middle of the zone. Stay away.
Interesting. OG's outside of the bottom four.
Okay.
And OG's just constantly advancing in the overall standings, which also means now REVENANT XSPARK has been pushed down in the overall standings. That's bad.
What happened to OG?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yesterday was this complete flop, and then boom, I'm back. I'm staying out of the bottom four now.
It's not like OG's getting explosive performances either. OG's just getting a couple of elimination points, and that's really keeping them on the edge. And maybe that's what OG realized. OG realized that the explosive nature is currently missing, and speaking of explosive nature, that's not how you use an explosive bow.
Oh, boy. Is this the second player we're going to be seeing explosive bows here?
I would love to see some action.
Like, usually Henry is the one that always plays all the way through, but now Ninja Boy is going to try and take a jab, but, well, guess what? He messed up. But Aru here, ooh, he was actually camping the sides. Was able to find S-Barrel by himself, so Godlike taking a little bit of an unfortunate early exit potentially here with only one player remaining from Godlike.
Yeah, but since their standing in the overall board is pretty good, I don't think it's going to be a concern. Circle shifting on top of Team Tamilas. In the smack center they are. This can be a really good one for Team Tamilas if they do play the cards right. They just need to be anonymous and quiet. Nebula Esports on the edges. I like that position as well. And even OG's position is pretty good. Divine Gaming, still a big question mark. It really comes down to how they're going to be playing that spot. But GENxFM Esports breaching it from the northern side. This one's going to be an exciting one.
Yeah, tricky one to play, I would say. But for GENxFM to swing all the way to the northeast corner, they're going to be very happy that the congestion is not going to be down that vicinity. Because as of yet, it seems like the circle is going to be shifting onto his mansion and prison potentially as well. Reckoning Esports getting scouted out.
What
and
just
from the back,
happened?
where did they come from as well? REVENANT XSPARK rams it down, takes him out. Reckoning Esports, they lose 2 players.
This is what I'm talking about. This is the power of REVENANT XSPARK. That firepower just unleashed against Reckoning Esports, and they don't even stand a chance. And REVENANT XSPARK knows their stronger suit. It is to take those fights. And as of now, Soul charging on against the boys of WELT Esports. For WELT, they already secured a decent amount of points yesterday, but today's day, it's been lackluster. Another man's on the run, and Soul's taking those constant shots. Goblin, he was on the verge of being knocked out, but he's still safe.
Oh my goodness, Goblin. I'm pretty sure he was looking for those clips, and now he might have paid the price here, because now he's pretty much out in the open, and Dragon LP will get his revenge slam, but the rest of Soul is here to back him up and trade him off his body. And just like that, WELT gets completely hunted down. Soul still outside the zone, stage 3 in play, and WELT, they get completely dismantled. 2 back-to-back flops for WELT Esports, and they just might be on heat for bottom 4 after this game.
Indeed, definitely a chance. What matters is how they play this one out. REVENANT XSPARK, 2 finishes on the board. Probably just trying to find some average points. Don't really want to go for those explosive performances, just get the average. As of now, playing from the edges, scouting out a team like Myth. You see Daddy. The man's isolated all by himself, and REVENANT XSPARK, if all the 4 players collapse on top of that player, he's not going to stand a chance. But they've got no idea that Daddy's on the left. He's still somehow getting away with that position. And eventually now he gets scouted out, and that's going to be the end for Myth.
That is so weird. Like, I do not expect to see a player out in the open in the lobby like this as well. So, for a second, I was like, from Ninja's perspective, he must have just questioned himself, why is a guy out in the open like that? Decides to like, is that for real? Okay, I'm going to take the shot. That's a point. Thank you very much, Myth.
Nebula's position has been pretty good as well, surprisingly. And now trying to approach the edge of the circle. They still need to be cautious about the backlines or potential backstabs that might happen the moment they leave that position. And already Sumus, they start to knock on the doors. Sumus creating a few problems around Jasna Poliana. All the teams that try to make it inside of Jasna Poliana now needs to face the wrath of Sumus. And this time on the receiving side of the spectrum, it's going to be Reckoning Esports.
Oh no. So they're pretty much winning games for people right now. They just wiped off WELT. Now they're just playing outside the zone, hunting people here. It seems like Sumus is going to be a team to watch out for. Seems like a waste. He's able to somehow defend this, and the rest of Seoul, they are going to eventually bleed out the zone, and only Goblin remains, and he is going to try and skedaddle out there. Stage 4 is about to make, and it is going to make a move as well. Can he get in the zone? No, unfortunately gets intercepted. Divine Gaming takes him out with Slug. Finish him off, and that is going to be Seoul out of the equation, while Sumus goes for a casual drive-by before making the entry point. But Venom, he is going to bleed out to the zone potentially.
No, saved.
I don't think so, man. This is going to hurt.
He's saved.
Okay,
yes.
okay. He's going to try.
He's saved. Sumus almost had a casualty on top of their hands, but it's all good.
But are they going to save it right here? Okay, it's stage 4, so technically the zone is a little bit slow, but I don't think it's that slow though. Okay, the pickup is there. Get in the car, get out, run. He needs to patch himself up. Okay, should be fine.
Yeah, the man has enough time. He's going to be able to patch himself up. They're also going to be able to retrieve the loot from the eliminated foes. So it's all good. Wyld Fangs on the rotation, and even they're getting caught off guard by ninza. Wyld Fangs is just out in the open. It's like a target practice for ninza, and they're just eliminating the boys of Wyld Fangs. Out in the open in the shooting range, and this time no one's going to be spared. The remaining players of Wyld Fangs were just inside of the shack, and Nebula Esports is going to put the nail in the coffin. Adi, as usual, aggressive. And that's what you like to see from a banner like Nebula Esports. But his teammates are also pretty hurt. Nebula now needs to understand that they need to take a bit of a backseat.
Well, but at the same time, so what a flick coming from Adi as well. Sidesteps his way through, casually takes his gun up, boom, takes him out. But for Nebula Esports, seems like they are a little bit stranded out in the open, but they still have center control. Adi is going to be trying to hold down the fort, but the rest of the teammates are kind of spread out to try and provide cover. Meanwhile, Sumus, they managed to go in for the reset, now goes in for the slam. Reaper barely taken down. MADKINGS now left the defense. Scary Jot could be intercepting his way through, but nades are coming flying through the window. MADKINGS now drop down pretty low, tries to go in for a smoke push, but unfortunately, he has to defend this all by himself here. A lot of fires are coming in. Another nade comes through. MADKINGS hoping to get a 1v1 isolation, but unfortunately could not get so. But now this third nade comes in, and he is going to go down as Team Tamilas falls through. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, we do have Divine going up against Genesis now.
Yeah, this one's going to be an interesting fight. Genesis Esports extremely desperate for points. On the latter half of the board, pretty much in the bottom 4, while Divine Gaming, they seem a little bit comfortable. And Genesis Esports, they need to win this fight no matter what. Trades happening on the equal side, but what a nade this was! One nade's gonna be able to find a quick 2-piece Fury. He brings the battle back in his teammates' hands, but even Divine Gaming, they're not gonna give up this easily. The one-man slug, he's not giving up yet. He's constantly tossing utilities, and those utils are finding value. It's a 2-on-2 trade as of now, and GENxFM Esports, they're constantly hammering Divine Gaming as the situation's now taken down to a 1v1. Slug is taken down low, Gravity's bullets finding connection. Slug's position is also compromised, but Gravity, he needs to find a perfect connection with this util. Nade was being cooked, and this one's going to be tossed in the outskirts, but it does not find the connection that was needed. And now a third party from REVENANT XSPARK. They're here to scoop up all the elimination points. They're here to mop the floor.
Yeah, Gravity trying to go in for the reset. Divine as well. REVENANT XSPARK comes in, but here comes the re-knock coming from REVENANT XSPARK. GENxFM. Positions exposed. REVENANT XSPARK knows there's someone on top, but on the outskirts as well. They are going to clear every single smoke to go in for the flush. With the zone coming in, Divine, they will be the first to fall. They get completely engulfed. And now Gravity's got REVENANT XSPARK pinned from the high ground. He's going to go for the jump shots to pick his way through. Drops it down low, but the zone is coming in. And REVENANT XSPARK, they're getting desperate. They're getting a little bit panicky. They're just rushing their way through. Viper finds another, but now REVENANT XSPARK, they lose a few more, but they need to get into the zone. 2 down, and it is going to hurt.
It is all good, though. REVENANT XSPARK has firepower. It's insane. Winning a 4-on-4 fight against him is going to be tough. Victoria Sumus as well, just eliminated out in the open. They were caught completely trapped. Learn from past, just collecting those points for themselves. Now the left side of the map is completely clear. It's just learn from past, controlling it and owning it. On the southern side, you've got OG, and OG's control is insane. While teams like REVENANT XSPARK as well, since they're able to get a lot of elimination points, they're going to be able to keep themselves around the safety barrier. But now this also means that Myth and WELT Esports are slipping down in the overall standings.
Oh my goodness, there's just so many teams in the bottom as well. It will come down towards a wire bottom game, the last game itself, to decide who's going to be bottom 4. With GENxFM taking a little bit early as well, the last game is going to be extremely crucial for them. But for Divine Gaming, that is also going to be a very, very important game that they should have won. Because as of yet, they did get themselves a decent amount of points. They should be safe for now. But better safe than sorry, because as of yet, REVENANT XSPARK, they finally pushed themselves out of the bottom 4.
Oh, REVENANT XSPARK. Now once again trying to pull off a crazy rotation. With just a 2-man squad, I'm not even sure what the player was thinking. What was that game plan? Yeah. So confusing. REVENANT XSPARK, both the players could have actually sat inside of the vehicle and then maybe try to do something.
I think he ran out of gas as well, considering the fact that they had to wrap up the fight between GENxFM and Divine as quickly as they can. And with the zone coming in, they actually had lost 2 in the process as well. Now, Nebula Esports, they've been playing sense of control for the longest time, and now they scout out Meta Ninza far horizon. Sprays are coming in, but Javin now getting knocked off. Meta Ninza, they don't seem to find an entry point. Nebula is just blocking every single entry point with this widespread, covering each other on all fronts. But now with RD knocked, that's going to be a very risky pickup here coming from Nebula Esports. And I don't think they can actually pick him up. They need to continue their pressure on Meta Ninza. But while they're deciding, guess what? Apollo sneaks up. And just like that, Nebula may have just closed the distance, but Kratos with the nade denies him instead. Shadow 7 with the outside flank takes him out. And Meta Ninza now finds a little bit more space.
Nebula with 2 players knocked out. The pressure's just even more. Meta Ninza, they've got 3 men standing, from which one is knocked out. So even the pressure is going to be on top of them. Nomi's the only person left standing for Nebula Esports, and the elimination points are now being scattered. And also collected by everyone around them. Even Vasista Esports try to reap the benefits, but Vasista Esports is lacking. 0 points so far. Vasista Esports, man, they're lacking big time. No one's able to play well from Vasista.
Well, for all things considered, I don't think it's 0 points now, considering that placement points is still in place, so they did have like, what, 1-2 points?
But that doesn't change the fact that they're still going to be in the bottom 4.
Yeah, agreed.
Down in the slumbers.
I agree. This is quite concerning as well. But considering that they do need to run out in the open, seems like they are going to try to go for the drive-by, but gets shot from the side as well. It's going to be Team Tamilas that actually gets knocked, but it is stolen away by Shadow 7 from Meta Ninza. Oh my goodness, the bottom 4 is so close, and it could be just anyone at this point.
I know, right? Even Meta Ninza can actually snatch away the game. Or maybe LEFP can get a back-to-back. There's definitely a possibility. Or OG can secure this chicken dinner and find themselves around the safety cushion.
My
That's
God.
another possibility.
Oh my God, this is such a difficult group to watch as well. The bottom 4. Who's going to be kicked out? Nobody wants to be kicked out.
I think the bottom 4 is going to be Myth, GENxFM, Meta Ninza, and Vasista.
It could be, but GENxFM is well, not exactly in the clear as well. They've got 19 points.
Yeah, the last game is going to be extremely crucial. But also, we'll have much more of a clear picture on what might just happen. One thing is for sure, OG is going to be running past all these teams. OG is probably going to be propelling themselves around the 11th or the 10th spot after this game.
Yeah.
And the way they're playing as well, it seems like they're really fighting for control. They're extending their arms and legs. They're trying to get as much control as they can, and that's keeping them on the opposite side. That's keeping them in a real good spot.
Yeah, I think OG can just take the chicken dinner and be safe from relegation right here, right now. What a comeback. In just 2 games, they just make one of the biggest comebacks ever. This is insane.
That's the great part about just having 6 games to prove yourself.
I know, right?
All you need is 1 or 2 games, and you can instantly be back out of danger.
Ooh, OG now. They are going to be playing a little bit on the edges here. There's not a lot of teams left alive, but for Nebula, their playstyle has kind of backfired on them. Being center of attention hasn't really paid off. Everybody was picked apart, and now Nobi going to be hiding the shack that Adi secured for himself. And right now, he can't really pick out Meta Ninza. They are going to go for the push. They actually managed to pick Apollo's up from the initial bomb here, but now the counter nades come in. Nobi, ooh, almost get clipped off. Fierce trying to sneak it through under the small little window. Doesn't seem to connect, but he's down pretty low. Now another nade comes in, but misses the window once again. Can't really see through the smoke. They are going to play whack-a-mole, but eventually the smoke dissipates, finds the window, gets the knock on Nomi, and that's going to be the confirmation on towards Nebula.
Solid stuff. Nebula done and dusted. Meta Ninja on the move. And speaking of Meta Ninja, now this is a great performance from them. An okay amount of placement points, a decent amount of elimination points as well. Meta Ninja now has a massive chance of converting this game and also pushing themselves outside of that relegation phase. But still, you never know. They might just mess things up still. OG is still inside of the picture, and this team controls a massive terrain. But OG also needs to be careful about Learn From Past. And now a fight between Learn From Past and Team Tamilas. This might just be the main decider on who makes it.
Ooh, Learn From Past again. Taking a little bit of an under fire here, but Team Tamilas, they're doing a fantastic job. OG heard all this commotion. They are going to try and force Learn From Past to take the main building. And that is going to force them to collide against Team Tamilas. But firing back here is going to be Learn From Past. They do not want OG to sit comfortably outside. But OG, they are going to take advantage to try and sneak up as well. With the shots coming from Learn From Past, that means they're not focused on WINDGOD. And WINDGOD is able to close the distance. But while this is happening as well, Meta Ninja from the east side joins the fray. Hearing all these gunshots, they will close the distance. And this 4-way showdown is going to be in the Emporium itself. OG still playing outside, but there's 3 teams inside this vicinity.
Team Tamilas, 2 players in that same building. Learn From Past, Meta Ninja as well, the uninvited guests. Who's going to win this one? And OG's in the outskirts, just completely surrounding this compound, and now the util dump as well, coming through from OG.
Ooh.
It's going to be a hard one to dodge. It's heat-seeking missiles that are constantly finding those value. And OG, with the man advantage inside of the fight against Learn From Past, it's going to be a tough one to convert for LEFB. Last man stays alive, and even he's taking too much damage. He once again heads back inside of that garage, but he's barely surviving on the skin of his teeth. Another nade tossed, and this one has to be the deal sealer, and that's what happens. Learn From Past eliminated from the game.
Oh my goodness. OG just taking advantage of those one-way smokes, giant overextended pigs, lobs nades after nades. Learn From Past taken out. That means Team Tamilas, they are safe for now, but with the nades coming in from Meta Ninja trying to flush him out, with this knock, Meta Ninja should be able to close through. However, they're hesitating just because of the fact that Fierce is still outside providing cover fire. They do not want to overcommit this. They are trying to force a potential third party. Same can be said for OG, but Meta Ninja realizes that if they push this, OG is going to take the win. So they are going to back out and make OG take the first move, I would say.
The OG's still in the outskirts. They've got them all trapped. It's a death trap set by OG. And now for Meta Ninja, there's still an escape option available in the name of Fierce, who's all the way in the back lines. And he's also going to be the X Factor. He can actually be the one to punish OG. He can be the one to find that first knockout against Aru and seal the day. But the utilities from OG are insane. As I mentioned, heat-seeking missiles. Constantly just shutting down the opponents, and Fierce is almost on the verge of finding a knock, and he does. Situation's now taken down to 3-on-3. ninza now has a massive fighting chance. And OG, they're taken down to a 3-man squad.
Oh my goodness, this is going to be a free-for-all. 3 versus 3, down towards the compounds. The zone is going to force them out in the open. But they are going to try and wrap things up as quickly as they can. But nades are starting to lose out as well in terms of effectiveness. As ninza, they're losing out on all those resources. Shadow 7, no more nades. Has to take it to a gunfight as well. And OG was able to get a little bit of a restock here, trying to flush them all out. ninza playing high grounds. But Shadow 7, he's stuck on the tree. OG knows exactly where he is. AKOP cooking up the nade. Shadow 7 finally makes the mad dash, runs out in the open, gets flushed down, and he's going to go down. But they get traded off, now down towards the 2 versus 2, with Artenki getting knocked outside the zone. He will come down towards the wire again.
It's such a back and forth going on. Now the situation's taken down to a 1-on-2. Man advantage in the hands of ninza. And OG's actually going for the revival to make it a 2-on-2.
Uh-oh.
Blue's on the move. This time it's not going to have a lot of mercy. It's going to be doing too much damage, and the man WINDGOD is going to be forced to move out in the open. But this nade has to find the knock. No will be the answer. WINDGOD is now all by himself, and even he gets taken out. ninza, what a comeback it is. And this one is also going to make sure that they're going to be pushed outside of that relegation zone.
Oh my goodness. It will come down towards the final match to decide who is going to be in the bottom 4 here. What a comeback from ninza. What a comeback from OG. And because of all these points being done by OG ninza, it is going to be down towards maybe 7 teams that have to fight for survival in this one final game.
Oh my god. There's a chance the cutoff might just go around 30 points for the bottom 4.
It could.
Which is crazy because right now, I think WELT is going to be on that edge line.
12th position, I think.
Yeah, WELT is literally going to be on the edge. I think so they had 23 or 24 points.
Yeah.
So WELT is literally going to be there. And if anyone else wants to breach through that marker, they need more than 25 points to be around the safety cushion.
This is going to be close. This is really, really close as well for both ninza and OG to make one of the biggest comebacks from 2 games so far. It is just ridiculous as well because Vasista Esports getting kicked down. We've also got REVENANT XSPARK taking a little bit of fall as well. GENxFM Esports completely flopping after Rondo itself. And even then, this next upcoming final game is going to be the deciding factor for them.
True. This was an absolute insane game. The way it was so close till the final few moments, we were not able to find out, is it going to be OG, is it going to be ninza to come out on top? And let's not forget, even Team Tamilas had a decent game, by the way. It means even Team Tamilas is going to be constantly pushing themselves around the safety zone. It means now REVENANT XSPARK is once again around the danger zone.
Oh boy, this is such a tricky spot to be in as well, considering the fact that REVENANT XSPARK, their gunfights has been on point. The only slip-up they did was just now, right? They took a very awkward third party against them, Divine and GENxFM Esports, which the zone was closing in. And that's the reason why, yes, they may have won the fight, but they could not reset in time, which resulted in them losing 2 players and a majority of their vehicles to the zone before they can actually push in. So I think the IGLing from REVENANT XSPARK definitely needs a little bit more work.
Of course. I mean, the early game is really good for REVENANT XSPARK.
Yeah.
They're taking those fights, winning those fights as well. They're able to funnel in those points in the early game itself. But the moment that mid-game hits, the moment Stage 3, Stage 4 hits, that's when REVENANT XSPARK starts to struggle because they do not know where to position themselves and how to position themselves and how to collect intel. And that's where REVENANT XSPARK struggles. But I do believe as the time keeps on passing by, they will refine their strategy even more and they will understand how the flow really works.
I think in just 5 games, we've pretty much figured out what REVENANT XSPARK's biggest problem is. They are missing a timekeeper. That's what I feel.
Maybe they need to play with a clock.
Yeah.
The MVP of that previous game is going to be Fierce with 5 finishes and 816 damage dished out. ninza, what a comeback it is from them. I never expected ninza to make that comeback, which means right now VXT is going to be in a massive pickle, and if they do not really pull themselves out from that pickle, it's going to be a big problem. I'm speaking of Vasista Esports, by the way, and OG as well, just making themselves outside of that bottom 4. It just keeps themselves around the safety cushion. REVENANT XSPARK, they're still going to be around the danger zone. They managed to acquire 8 points from that game, but that's not going to be enough.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to be enough here. But again, it is still going to be a free-for-all down in the bottom 4. And whoever gets kicked down, they do have a very, very long uphill battle in Group B in particular. Because in Group B, to push themselves back into its Group A, they need to be in the top 4. So it is going to be extremely difficult here as the shuffle is about to begin. But in case you missed out on the action as well, let's take a look at the highlights and how things kind of went in this way as well. OG was just taking players left, right, front, and center from the sides. But we did see a lot of interesting plays, in particular coming in from Seoul. 2 back-to-back games where they're just shooting anything that moves and goes in on the hunt as well. And in this case, WELT has felt it. Literally, they were hunted down by Seoul, took out inside the zone, and just got absolutely no points.
Yeah, and WELT Esports, once again, the same problem is clearly visible, and it's the firepower lacking. I do understand WELT Esports is not someone that's currently shying away from the fights, but it's about winning those fights and getting those positive traits. The way REVENANT XSPARK is playing the game, it feels like they just don't really understand what needs to be done in certain scenarios, and they just need to improve their mid to late game. That's all they need to do. Early game is extremely solid, and right now they're literally staying safe just because of the amount of elimination points they're getting. In the last game, REVENANT XSPARK just needs to get 10 points, and they will be safe.
Yeah, I agree. But we shall see when the overall standings actually comes up as well. But ninza, fantastic hold here coming from Apollos and also Fierce to actually clutch out the winner chicken dinner. Seems like Apollos has always been the main character here coming from ninza in scenarios like this. And now with this winner chicken dinner coming from ninza, in one game they got themselves 20 points to kind of kick themselves out of the bottom 4 as of yet.
Interesting. REVENANT XSPARK actually had 9 points from that game. Victor Sumus as well, taking away 7 points. I still believe Victor Sumus, REVENANT XSPARK, WELT Esports, they're going to be around the problematic side of the overall standings, including Team Tamilas, by the way. That's not a lot of points. Team Tamilas should have secured a lot more elimination points if they wanted to be safe. As we do move on towards the latter half of the board, as I mentioned, concerning names are going to be Myth, WELT Esports as well. And if they keep on playing the same way, well, they're going to be around the bottom 4. Right now, the bottom 4 has to be Myth, WELT, Genesis, and Vasista.
Yeah, I think so as well. But with Seoul also getting only 3 points from this game, Godlike also getting taken out early as well. Let's take a look at the overall standings for now. As of yet, the top 3 is going to be learned from past Nebula and Seoul. But in the bottom 4, WELT, they started their journey on the 5th position. Now they're all the way in the bottom 4 with 24 points. Oh my goodness. They pretty much gotten 1 point in these past 2 games.
Expected from WELT. For some reason, I'm not even surprised. WELT's just pretty much messing things up when it matters the most, and Myth, it feels like the pressure is too much for them to actually handle, and that's why even Myth is currently collapsing. But once again, nothing can be said. There's still one more game to go, and any one of these teams can actually get a chicken dinner and make a bounce back.
Oh my goodness, this is just insane stuff coming in from this game as well, and I'm actually starting to lose my energy. Don't you think so?
But you know what, my friend? You don't need to worry. We've got these monster energy drinks so you can unleash the inner beast and show what you're capable of. But right now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. We're going to go sip on this monster. You guys do the same as well. We'll be right back.
And as we expected, I think after the first 2 games of the day, the storyboard has completely been flipped on its head. OG and ninza dragging themselves out of that danger zone of being in the bottom 4, now find themselves safe. Both the teams having made it to the top 8. But for the others, surprise, surprise, WELT now inside of the bottom 4. joined by the likes of Genesis, by the likes of Myth, and of course, Vasista Esports, who are right now 16th on the overall leaderboard. Salty, first of all, welcome. This is the first match you are going to commentate on. And what has been going on through your head after the first 4 games were done and dusted?
I'm confused.
First 2 games. Yeah.
I'm as confused as everyone who's watching from home as well, I feel like, because nobody expected, first of all, Genesis to be there.
True.
WELT Esports, what a start it was. They had the first chicken dinner inside of Group A, and from that point on, the tumble has been massive. It's almost like Mayday for WELT Esports.
Yeah, it pretty much is. And I think if you look at the bigger picture, then it might be the same case for the likes of Vasista Esports as well, as they find themselves dead last in the overall leaderboard, facing relegation. And there's just 1 match remaining. As of now, the safety zone is with REVENANT XSPARK, who are there with 28 points. So Vasista Esports need somewhere about 11 to 12 points to get to a safer position, and they need to make sure that REVENANT XSPARK does not perform well in the next match.
I don't think ThunderGods is letting Hector get any points whatsoever from this group itself, as long as these two teams are going to be in there. I feel like this is a rivalry that is building up, Johnny.
True.
But again, 1 more match. I feel like anybody can actually make out of the relegation zone. It's not going to be that difficult, but all of that, ladies and gentlemen, I think is going to happen inside of the game. Prediction, Johnny?
Prediction, I think for me, Genesis Esports top 3.
Wow, Genesis might actually be able to come back. Let's find out, ladies and gentlemen, as we head over to the last game of Erangel for this group.
And it is going to be an exciting last match for sure. We've spoken about the caliber of the teams, of the players, and of course, we have seen it on display as well since yesterday. Amazing turnarounds, amazing comebacks happening from the teams inside of Group A. And of course, it goes the other way as well. I mean, a lot of the teams that we expected to do well just based off of raw firepower are completely starting to tumble. One of the biggest names, I think, into this discussion, of course, will be Genesis. The other one being REVENANT XSPARK. I think a new roster being built completely around Trace, filled with a lot of assaulters, filled with, in fact, all assaulters, no IGL within the team, I think. But this first week has turned out to be sort of a test flight for REVENANT XSPARK. I think they are going to try and get their strategies in check.
I still feel like they need to take a lot of time to find rhythm, because Ninja Jordan never had experience of leading a team. Meanwhile, Trace never had the experience of filtering as well. I always feel like, you know, whenever you make such a big change inside of a lineup, it takes a lot of time, and for REVENANT XSPARK to overcome that and perform inside of BMPS first week, I think it's going to be tough for them. But still, they did manage to find themselves the average points, and I think, you know, inside of Group A, it's not really that difficult. I mean, you get a couple of average points, you are out of the relegation zone, you don't have the stress of being inside of the top 4 as well to try and get promoted.
Yeah.
So I feel like it shouldn't really be that difficult. But Genesis, I think it was just out of syllabus for me. I don't really understand what's happening.
But this can turn out to be a pretty nice game for Genesis, considering we have an east to west flight path leaning a little bit towards the southern half of the map, starting from Milta Power and ending just a little bit north of Query, between Query and Gutka Fields towards the western edge. Genesis, they like to start from Georgiopol Apartments, and the circle right now is a little bit off Georgiopol. Northern Georgiopol City is where the center is, between Northern Georgia and Shooting Range. So it is a northwestern quadrant circle, which make things a little bit easier for Genesis. But Vasista Esports, man, oh man, they decided to glide all the way towards this isolated squad house. They do end up finding a vehicle over here, a little bit of early loot as well, but now dodging Genesis, that's the first challenge, and of course then the next will be to stay away from the players who've learned from past, who also, by the way, play the Northern Shorelines.
You know, I feel like this is just a push and pull game by the BGMI gods right now. Look at this. 2 teams who are struggling, who are dead last on the overall leaderboards, have the first bit of the circle themselves. They have got the best circle to turn this game around, and if they do so, the cutoff is going to shoot up sky high. There's also one more team, I believe, who is still not out of their struggles, Johnny. In my opinion, I think Divine Gaming is going to be one of them. Still, little inconsistencies are going to be there. The cracks in the armor are visible, and I feel like Divine needs to work them out, because when we saw them as K9 Esports last season, I mean, I'm talking about BGIS, before that big tumble in the grand finals, this team was doing phenomenal. They were trophy contenders, possibly.
Yeah.
According to people's opinion, they were the ones who should have represented India on the international stage as well.
Yeah, that was the case during Showdown, and then before the last BGIS, the one that just concluded a few months ago, I agree with you. I think before the semi-finals, in fact, K9 looked very strong. From the semi-finals, something went wrong. Luckily for them, by the time the finals concluded, they were again in a respectable place in the overall leaderboard. That first day went absolutely horrendous for them. And I think it has been the case for K9 every single time. Necro likes to point it out whenever they play any stage of any tournament, that day number 1, K9 is just going to bomb. And then on day 2 and day 3 is where we see them showcase their true potential. That has been the case over here as well. Right now, 28 points on the 9th position, tied up with Godlike, Sumus, and REVENANT XSPARK. But I think if this game goes well, we are going to see them move inside of the top 4, maybe the top 5 yet again. Although, with where and how the players of Divine Gaming start, I think they can definitely have a top 4, top 5 finish within the match itself. It should not be too difficult. They start from Severny. They've been very adamant about it. And the circle does favor the northwestern quadrant of the map, as we said. Sumus, though, heading towards Yasnaya Poliana, should make things interesting, considering there is Nebula Esports just lurking towards the eastern edge of Yasnaya.
Yeah, but I love the fact that Nebula did manage to come back from this slump. Since we were talking about BGS finals, it was not just K9 who kind of all of a sudden lost form for themselves. It was also Nebula, who was expected to be hitting really hard from the first day of the grand finals itself, but it never seemed to click. But now, once again, I think after a rather cold start, Nebula Esports is still finding a little bit of heat in their team as well. On the flip side, Team Soul, they had a fantastic day 1 yesterday, 41 points. Today, in the 2 matches, they've only secured 2.
Yeah, I think Soul is just done with all the heavy lifting. They knew they just had to play well in 3 matches. They did that in the first day itself, and now today have been a little bit more relaxed, but I kind of would understand if they went all out in this game just to make a point. This is what I was discussing with IC at the start of the match, is that Seoul is a team that at this point, at least at this stage of the tournament, will just play for the fans. Just make sure that the fans stay happy. They're at the top of the leaderboard right now, and I think if they end the first week sitting on the first position in the toughest group right now of this BMPS, then I think that is the one thing that will make the fans extremely happy.
And this certainly is the toughest group. I mean, look at the DOA status, Johnny. There's barely any difference from the top till the bottom, of course. The cutoff seems to be sky high right now for the relegation zone as well. WELT Esports on 24 points. I think we're looking at one of the highest cutoffs amongst the 4 groups. So, I don't even believe that REVENANT XSPARK teams like Victoria Summers or possibly even Godlike are out of that relegation zone or out of that threat of being relegated. So it's going to be very interesting to find out what approach does these teams take up. Are they taking a backseat? But wait, have a look at this. His power all of a sudden is going to be under fire. And Divine Gaming, no, pardon me for that, is Genesis Esports who's taking shots at him. Godlike, of course, is going to regroup, but Genesis, it seems like they don't really care. They don't flinch. They look at a player, they just go after him, chase him down.
Yeah, but that was a very nasty whiff coming from the players of Genesis Esports. Espoir was down to about 10 HP. And then Genesis just completely fails to even connect a single additional shot that would have gotten them the knock and, of course, the upper hand, because only 2 players from the side of Godlike were visible over there.
I think they quickly realized that the entire team is just beyond that rich. They're like, oh, you know, we should not go just ram into them.
I don't know. I feel it's all about finding that opener. And unless a player just outperforms you in that instance, if your setup is proper, then the fight with the man advantage automatically works out in your favor. Just don't give them favorable trades. Just make sure if one of your players is going down, you are also getting that trade knock instantly. But let's see. I hope Genesis gets a second shot at life, a second chance at claiming those finishes, because we saw them interact with Godlike. Now there's going to be an interaction, an altercation between them and Nebula Esports, who are just a little bit north of Genesis's position. But Divine is also moving from the northern side, can cause a lot of chaos. On the other side, I think the one team that will take their sweet time before they get involved in the action, that's Meta Ninja. We just saw them cross that Nova Repnoi bridge, and that journey from the southeastern quadrant to the northwestern quadrant, it is going to be an extremely long one.
Shadow is one of the most nonchalant players out there in the community. He doesn't really care. But have a look at this mid. They are in the midst of battle, and Detrox finds first contact. Gets team off the mark as well, Reckoning Esports. I'm not really sure if they do have a game plan because all these players, they're right now coming in for sure. But mid, they're holding positions which are going to give them the advantage. They've got the high ground, they've got the numbers advantage as well. Pro is going to be under a lot of pressure. The shotgun might not be able to save him. And mid, the brilliant basics out there. 2 players picking out 1 target and they are going to find success.
Well, they do find some sort of success. 2 points secured by the side of Myth official, but that is not going to cut it. A long way to go before they find themselves safe off the bottom 4. Reckoning Esports. It's just last man surviving, Lavish. And he's pinned in that corner room. All of that utility just shoved into his face. And Myth end up securing that squad wipe, moving up to a total tally of 27 points. They are inching closer to the side of REVENANT XSPARK, Victor Sumus, and Godlike. Of course, there's Divine Gaming as well. 4 teams tied with 28 points. So the moment Myth moves to 29 points, they are up 4 places.
You know, I have a theory.
Yeah.
I feel like Myth Esports is a team that plays really well under pressure somehow. Like, I've seen big teams falter. I've seen big names who have had so much experience under their belt as well. When pressure comes to shove, they really break down. But this team, all of a sudden, just their firefights take on a whole different level, go on to a different dimension altogether. We'll find out if they can maintain that momentum. But as of yet, the circle still shifts north. And it seems like Team Soul is one of the greatest of positions. They are under fire, though, from Wyld Fangs. Goblin, once again, will get taken out. Not the best of sights. Wyld Fangs, they're still moving. They are mobile and they know that there is going to be a lot of third-party potential. So they have to potentially go up this ridge. It's so much out in the open.
Yeah, it's an exposed position. And I think that was one of the reasons why Seoul have lost Goblin in this game. He was the last one to move. Caught off guard by Wyld Fang. No retaliation. Same goes for Honey. Easy pickup for the players of OG. Gatekeeping that south-eastern edge of the play zone, quite close to Wyld Fangs on the other side of the hill, but it's a difficult engagement from either side. So I don't think any of these teams will try to make that bounce, force a fight. Although Divine Gaming now, it will be very interesting to see how Divine actually play out this game. They are the ones who start from Severny very early on, so they were the first ones inside of the play zone, but they still have no cover to work with. Divine is just 4-man spread in the open.
Yeah.
Not a lot of room to work with. If the fights get engaged, Divine will be picked off with a lot of third parties.
True that. There's no trade potential whatsoever. We'll find out, of course, where does the threat come from the map feed that we have, ladies and gentlemen. Seems like Victor Sumus from the eastern edge of the circle can try and throw down Divine Gaming from their spot, but have a look at this, ninza. They are going to join the party. It's no more WWE Raw. It's going to be an absolute Royal Rumble, ladies and gentlemen. ninza still moving around with their vehicles. Drive-bys possible, but we still don't see connections happen. Goten goes down. Javin finds first contact. Sam. Oh, wow. Sam is going to be playing instead of Spray God. That is interesting.
Yeah, Sam is also an incredible athlete, so I don't think this swap justifies the result that we are seeing in this fight. ninza on the wrong end of the result of this showdown. Oh, but from the third party, I think they have to be grateful for the presence of Learn from Past on the other side of the hill, who do end up knocking out one more man from the side of ninza. And Wyld Fangs finds some breathing room to work with. Kana dodges the run over. Fierce is still there, drawing the pressure. ninza looking to evade the assault from the side of Learn from Past, have forced Wyld Fangs into their own grave. Look at this. Kana now will feel the pressure of these 3 men from Learn from Past just piling on top of his head. Seems like a good nade from JD Gaming. Kana almost avoids getting knocked out, and Sam, by the way, just ran away with the players of ninza. He's joined their team now.
This is a whole different mini-game inside of BGMI right now. Kana needs to protect himself. He's trying his level best. The way he dodged that hovercraft, the way he dodged those bullets coming in from Learn from Past, but he won't be able to dodge Venom. Victor Summers, they find yet another finish in Wyld Fangs. They left Kana back. He couldn't really do much, couldn't regroup with the rest of his teammates, and since being left behind, he is not gonna live anymore inside of this game. But one thing is, But I love the timing coming in from Learn From Past. I think the way they timed the push, the way they kept themselves hidden, that is brilliant. But have a look at this. Joker this time under pressure from Wyld Esports, and he's going to get shut down as well.
Dragon taking out Joker, and Soul now down to their last two players. I think again, as soon as they made it to the first spot, they were done. Now it's just all about finishing in the top 3, and it should not be too difficult. Learn from past. They've taken the first spot away from Soul, and I think this might be the end of the journey for Team Soul in this last match for this opening week. Legit, last player surviving. Does know where the players of WELT are, but he can't go for a single peek. The nade looks perfect. He takes down one, going for the finish point. Confirms it as well. Now 1v2 on the other side. 2 nades, a Molotov still remaining, enough utility for Legit to try and turn this fight around. Another nade, another brilliant one. Picks off Shayam, and all of a sudden, the fight is down to a 1v1. Another nade goes out, some more damage. Welt, are they going to get completely wiped out by the players of Soul? In fact, will it be just Legit, the last survivor? Is chipped away at that HP bar, and he clutches out the fight as well. Somehow they do manage to survive for a few extra seconds, and for a few extra moments, they are going to be number 1 on the leaderboard.
You know, day in and day out, these players, these 4 group of players who potentially make it 5, they just find a way to give the audience something to celebrate about and their fans. This is brilliant. Legit, the way he has worked on his game sense. It's impeccable, the way he knew that exactly where the player was to land that nade. And then, of course, the follow-up. As soon as that man went inside, he knew he was going to peek out from that window. And to hold that angle with the shotgun, with the assault rifle, just goes to show that this man runs the game possibly 2 seconds ahead inside of his brain.
I think it's just understanding of the situation. Starting off with that final 1v3, he knew exactly where the players were. He saw them cross behind the container. And it's just the level of patience that was displayed with the nade cook. Did not give them a single second to run away. As soon as the nade went out, it just blew up in their faces. Just staying safe. I think Legit, again, was an incredible addition to the side of Soul. We saw the impact of it as they became the champions of BGIS 2026. And off to the races, I guess, yet again, to claim the trophy for BMPS. Can they become the second team to win both the trophies in the same year?
Yeah, had it been Joker, I would have still rooted for Team Soul to actually bag the chicken dinner as well, because Joker has done it time and time again now. But still, Legit is not too far behind, and I think right now, he almost came face to face in front of his own death. That was Orangutan, the entire squad looking to take his down. The vehicle being smoked up, tires blown off. Legit, not really a lot of freedom to move about, and now this man is going to be out in the open. Shots being fired. Orangutan finds yet another scalp, and that is brilliant. 2 finishes off the mark, but have a look at this, Johnny. There are going to be 3 teams, a triple threat in action.
Yeah. OG, Vasista Esports, Divine Gaming fighting for the control of this center. A little bit of an awkward interaction. Could have been bad for Vasista Esports. We saw OG trying to move in from the back lines. Oh no, Max. This is something that I think Beast is not prepared for. He now needs to win this duel no matter what happens. And he kind of fails. A little bit of pressure from the sidelines. In fact, from the back, Vasista Esports also looking to get involved. Victoria Sumus, my apologies, also looking to get involved to end up shutting down the side of Learn From Past. And since they did not have enough control to put pressure on the players of Divine Gaming, Vasista Esports get completely wrecked in trying to make that play.
And the ones who's wrecking them has been Slug. Divine Gaming, they've got complete control of the center of the circle. In fact, their 2-2 split does give them a lot of area to actually work with, and it seems like they have found positions to give each other brilliant trade-offs as well. As long as they control this wreckage area, I'm pretty sure the Divine Gaming might just be able to enter top 3 inside of the circle. Find out Team Tamilas from the edges as well. REVENANT XSPARK on the south side. You've got yet another fight building up, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. On toward the southwestern quadrant, you've got Genesis versus Godlike, and Godlike does not have a lot of space to move about. A lot of damage from that nade towards his power at Minnow as well. Genesis Esports. Johnny, do you think it is the start of the end?
I think it could be Genesis, the desperate to stay outside of the bottom 4. They can't really make it to the top 4 anymore, but not getting relegated is something that both Genesis and Myth would want. Myth, by the way, right now just a single point shy of being safe. They are at 27. I think guaranteed safety should be at about 33 points. But Genesis, they have a long way to go. And Godlike could be the first ones to kick things off for the conclusion of the journey for Genesis in Group A, at least for the opening week. The players are scrambling, looking for some terrain control inside of the play zone itself, but Godlike careful in every single move that they make, careful in how they move about. Do not realize that this man from the sidelines has spotted them out. Harshal now running out into the open, spots out Admino, secures the knock as well. A thorn in the move of Godlike Esports. S-Power taken out. This is the time. This is the perfect time for Genesis to strike. They need those points. They claim off a few. They end off Harshal as well. And all of a sudden, Genesis, this is the start. 22 points. If they can finish off with a chicken dinner, then the job is done.
The job is going to be done. 3 finishes already. They are on the right track right now, but they still are going to be under fire. Some needs to run away from that fight. And Godlike didn't really do anything wrong in that entire encounter, I feel like. It's just that one man from the backlines just entirely changed the script of this fight.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, Genesis Esports, though, they are going to be safe. The circle moves a tad bit away from them. Moving inside the play zone shouldn't really be a big deal. But on the other side, Team Tamilas, I think they feel themselves quite safe. They know that they are going to be safe, but REVENANT XSPARK being close to them. If Team Tamilas manages to finish off REVENANT XSPARK, I guess it's going to be done and dusted.
Oh, look at that. Last man from the side of Godlike also gets shut down. And now I think...
Johnny, there's 3 teams sitting at 29 points, by the way.
Yeah, but Myth is out of the game. Godlike is out of the game. REVENANT XSPARK are still here, so their goal now becomes to hit that 30-point marker, and I think they will succeed. There's a very high probability of that happening. So Myth drops, Godlike drops. Genesis is still in this match. Genesis also needs 30 points. WELT, they are relegated. Vasista Esports also will face relegation, but there is an opportunity for REVENANT XSPARK and Genesis to avoid dropping down to Group B, to avoid struggling to climb back. Because you never know what will happen once you're down into Group B. What if you're never able to come back to Group A? What if you completely miss out on that opportunity to fight for a spot in the Grand Finals? And well, as soon as we start talking about the number of ways things can go wrong, it seems like things are starting to fall apart for Genesis. One more player shut down at the hands of OG. This time it was Viper. Gravity and Hunters now still remain fighting for their lives and fighting for survival.
Look at these shots through the smoke. Just managed to find the hit marker. AKOP is going to be moving about with a lot of less HP, but have a look at this. Hunters taking damage from the backlines. I'm not really sure who that shot was, but it seems extremely chaotic right now.
Oh, he's done.
Genesis, they're done. Wow. I almost thought for a second that they have those players and they have the numbers. They had 2 players to survive. I thought that they're going to cross that finish line, but ladies and gentlemen, it seems like we have it.
Yeah, split approach not really working out for the players of Genesis. REVENANT XSPARK with a beautiful third party. But while REVENANT XSPARK, they have managed to gain a safer position inside of the leaderboard. OG, they are going to try and finish off what they started. OG starting off the day inside of the bottom 4, now inside of the top 4. Looking to see if they can claim the first position. This is going to be, I think Icy mentioned this, one of the most impressive comebacks we have seen in a very long time. And I think if they can finish off the conflict against Nebula, REVENANT and REVENANT XSPARK and just steal away a few eliminations, it should not be too difficult for OG. Team Tamilas, same god falls. The first man down in this fight, REVENANT XSPARK. They should have the upper hand, but the nades from the moving vehicles and the drive-by become too much to deal with. Team Tamilas in a split second just annihilate REVENANT XSPARK. 8 eliminations secured, a quick in and out strategy into that fight.
Justy, my word, this man just shut down Revenant XSPARK in a flash. I did not really expect that, to be honest. But still, have a look at this. We have the bottom four confirmed. Johnny Myth official, WELT Esports, Genesis and Vasista Esports are going down to Group B. There's no way that is going to change, but we'll still fight for that last chicken dinner. You've got some bragging rights for yourself. Nebula Esports will be looking to snatch that top position away from Team Seoul, who has been eliminated already. And like you said, Orangutan just mounting one of the biggest comebacks that we've seen so far. And it seems like OG at times just make the mockery of the lobby as well. They know they just need one game to flip the script. They've done this inside of BGIs as well. When people thought that this team is going to struggle, they end up being on the podium inside of the finals as well. And Team Orangutan right now as well just doing the same thing.
And I think along with this, it's a praiseworthy performance from the players of Team Tamilas as well. A lot of aggression, consistency in their matches, and as you were talking about Justy, he has been a very key addition to this team. Towards the center of the circle, Divine Gaming yet again with another top 5 finish after their run and their chicken dinner on Miramar yesterday. This time though, it's just 2 players surviving. Ninja Boy trying to take on the players of Victorious Sumus. Nade lobbed out, but not enough damage. Nebula Esports closing in from the rear. That's the line of fire that will be difficult to avoid and important to avoid as well for the players of Divine Gaming. They would want to force Vasista and Nebula to collide just so they can have that extra bit of advantage of just being the third-party team and have a much easier fight.
Speaking of a much easier fight, I think Nebula still needs to push a tad bit more to try and find space inside of the circle. The circle has kind of betrayed them. It's moved on towards Victorious Summers. And Victorious Summers, I feel like they look healthy in comparison to Ninja Boy though. The nade was extremely optimistic, but the effort was extremely apologetic. This is scary. Jodu shuts him down and Divine Gaming, they will get eliminated. But oh wait, Omega is still surviving. That is brilliant.
Yeah, he just needs to line up that nade, but I don't think he's going to go for that. Falls back. And with that, Victorious Sumus have the room they need for reset. I think this is the end. Yep. Fails to find contact with the util. Victorious Sumus now climbing up to the high ground, and Omega, he's been very hesitant in terms of taking these fights head on. Look at that, Scary Jord is just waiting for him on the sideline. The moment they spot him out, there's the end. Divine Gaming ending on the 5th position. We're down to the top 4 of this match. 13 players still alive, and I think it's high time for Nebula Esports and OG to clash against each other.
It kind of seems like Team Tamilas has been waiting for this fight to break out. They hold a position which is sort of on the high ground. They have that terrain advantage as well, and as soon as Nebula and OG take shots at each other, they are going to be exposed for Team Tamilas, and that is exactly what I believe Justy and the rest of the boys are looking to pounce on. Nebula again has been extremely consistent. Orangutan right in front of them. We are left with the top 3, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a 4v3, and Orangutan don't really have a lot of numbers. Athanki will be forced to push back with the nade itself, but he's still very exposed. Phoenix, this one lands right on the money and hits the bullseye. Athanki drops. Orangutan left with a 2-man team.
Yeah, brilliant way to kick things off. And OG, it's going to be a difficult recovery for them. No way for them to save Athanki. Aru on the sidelines is pinned. And WINDGOD, his position is compromised as well. Nebula Esports right now just have 4 eliminations on the board, but they can make sure that this is going to be a very big, massive chicken dinner for them. OG, the one team that's standing in their way. And as you said, Team Tamilas, they don't have a problem patiently waiting on the sidelines, waiting to third party. They hear the commotion, they know where the teams are based on where they're shooting from, where the utility is being lobbed from, and they have the high ground to be the spectator for this entire showdown towards the end.
And they just want to be the chef's kiss, the final nail in the coffin. Nebula Esports, will they allow that is going to be a big question. 1 win condition for Nebula has to be while dealing with Orangutan. Don't take any casualties from the distance. This is exactly what I was talking about. Reaper finds that line of sight, finds that connection, and Kratos, the big man, has been knocked out. This is going to be a big advantage for Orangutan. They get some breathing room, but Team Tamilas, this is their opportunity to pounce. Nobody's prepared for a Team Tamilas ambush. And if they time it to perfection, I guess they can scoff at both Nebula and Orangutan together.
Yeah, but with how Team Tamilas is moving, I think it's going to be down to the wire. Oh no, Aru did not see him. Quite an unfortunate turn of events. And OG, they might be done over here. WINDGOD has dished out a lot of damage onto AimGod. Was down to a pixel of HP. The nade should find the knock. There it is with the help of splash damage. But Team Tamilas still have the numbers to work with Nebula. They're back again with 3 players. All Team Tamilas had to do, what I wanted to say was they just needed to stay together, not split up for a few seconds. Nebula was down to 2 players, OG was down to 2, and Team Tamilas had all 4, but they decided to take the fights 2 versus 2 against both the teams. This nade, it could be the opener, but no. Nebula Esports still surviving, and I think Team Tamilas' chicken dinner is up for a toss now.
It certainly is. It's a big gamble the Team Tamilas took. They wanted to be very, very, very greedy out there. They wanted the coverage of the entire circle, and now they're paying the price for it. But Nebula is still gasping for space, and here comes the final nail. Reaper finds contact. 13 eliminations for Team Tamilas. It might actually propel them to the top of the rankings. Orangutan can't really do much. Team Tamilas, what a clean and easy golden chicken for them. And I think Team Tamilas are going to be comfortable at the #1 position after this, Johnny.
Yeah, they're going to be very comfortable at the top of the leaderboard, but one thing I disagree with is it wasn't clean, that win. That 2-2 split could have gone either way. OG found a knock, brought it down to a 3 versus 1 versus 3 situation for the side of Nebula Esports. And I think it was just the fact that Nebula ran out of utility to shut down the players of Team Tamilas, and for some reason they were very hesitant in going for a head-on fight. Otherwise, Team Tamilas could have lost it because they just stepped out into the open with no cover available, and those 50-50 gun duels can go either way. So that is something that I think Team Tamilas, of course, have a long way to fix those very minor mistakes, but one thing is for sure, that Justy was the last missing piece of the puzzle. This man has been on point, very precise, and a key difference maker in how we saw Team Tamilas during BGIS and how we are seeing them now.
Yeah, I still want to find out if this AimGod is actually the same AimGod from NoNx last BGIS, because he was a prodigy. We had actually seen him on LAN as well. Has that tendency to actually get, over-aggress and find those angles and the flanks as well. I feel like if those things get worked on, AimGod in itself is also a brilliant assaulter. And look at Justy, by the way.
Yeah.
I think the way Justy is playing, it's absolutely phenomenal. The way he's driving by, the way he's shooting down teams. I love Team Tamilas right now.
Yeah, I think Justy, even last year, I think he was playing for WELT, not last year, like in the last tournament. Yeah, BGIS, he was playing for WELT.
Yeah.
And even then, you could feel the impact that he would add. It's just that the impact wasn't consistently showed in every single game. There were a few off moments for Justy as well, but you can chalk it up to the lack of experience, right? Now he has had experience of being in that sort of a pressure situation, playing Pro Series with a group of experienced players inside of a lineup, under the banner of Team Tamilas. I think that itself should be the motivating factor for Justy, and he has been doing absolutely phenomenal. But I think there are other stories that we need to talk about now, focusing on the teams that have been relegated. Who would have thought that Genesis would be one of the names in the list?
Yeah. They seem to be underperformed terribly. Of course, we will talk about them. For now, though, Justy with 6 eliminations, 1162 points of damage is going to be the MVP of that last game. Brilliant performance coming in from him, just leading the firing lines. But of course, we will have a look at the top players and find out which are going to be the other players who did perform. And legit, of course, with that 1v2 was brilliant. 4 finishes, 2nd position for him.
Was it a 1v2 or a 1v4 or a 1v3? I mean, I think I'll wait for the highlights to see, because that was something else from legit. Incredible individual performance. But again, the best team in the country will have the best players in the country, and that is how the best players play when it's their back against the wall. They become very unpredictable, every single decision being made to perfection. On the other side of things, it was nice today to see OG back in form again. yesterday with how OG was playing, how Genesis was playing, my head started to spin like what happened during BGIS and what is happening right now. But it seems like yesterday was just the start. OG was, as Necro likes to say, testing the waters. And today they have tested the waters. It was found safe to consume and they have just quenched their thirst.
Yeah, and even if it wasn't really safe to drink, I guess OG can or does know how to purify the water as well. And moving ahead, I still feel like Orangutan, they are going to be quite comfortable. But for the teams who are going to go down to Group B, there's a big point of concern that, are they going to lose form? Because playing against the best teams in the country week in and week out, it kind of elevates your level of gameplay as well. But now you get relegated, you are going to play an entire week against, I would say, comparably little weaker opponents, and that might just affect Myth and teams like WELT who don't really have that top flight experience, Johnny.
I don't think it should. I think if they deserve to be here, then they will reach back to Group A again. I think for a few of the names in Group B in particular, it was important that they find that promotion opportunity in Week 1 itself, because let's not shy away from the fact that Group A gets the most advantage when we are in the last week of the qualifiers. It's a direct spot either into the semi-finals, which is the worst case scenario, or the best case scenario, you're just seeded directly into the grand finals. Who would not want that? You play for a few days, stay inside of the top 12 every single week, and then you just straight up into the grand finals. And I think that would be the case. That's the situation that I think teams like Crew Rippers, teams like God's Reign are fighting for. And for the teams in Group A, as you said, of course, it's much more refined practice. You're already pretty much practicing against the lobby that you will get to see in the grand finals. So it's better that you figure out whatever mistakes you made right now, fix them as quickly as possible. And then for teams like Genesis that are about to face relegation now, for teams like Vasista Esports, I think it's not that bad. Week 2, you will still be in Group B. Just don't mess things up once you're playing your matches in Group B. Don't drop down all the way towards C. Otherwise, you won't be able to come back.
I think that was spectacular. Just one thing. I think for Vasista, it is that bad, to be honest. But on the flip side, have a look at that. Vasista, yet another 0-pointer. Reckoning Esports as well were absolutely destroyed by Myth in that fight. But still, Myth could not protect themselves. Godlike has looked a little shaky, in my opinion, Johnny. Yep. I feel like they haven't really been consistent. Espower and Admino, the kind of form that we have seen over the past, especially from players like Espower, I think they've kind of been a little lackluster, and Godlike just avoid relegation by 1 point, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, with that, we do have the bottom 4, Myth, Official, WELT Esports, Genesis, and Vasista, Johnny.
Yeah, I think the moment Myth and WELT were shut down, I think it was comfortable for everyone else to say that, all right, now we are safe, and then they found the freedom inside of the fights in the match itself. But I think the biggest heartbreak inside of the bottom 4 has to be WELT. They started the day in the top 5, and they find themselves towards the end in the bottom 4, getting relegated to Group B. But WELT, what they showcased yesterday was the impressive firepower they had, the pressure handling that they can pull off inside of the matches of Virangal, and of course in the Miramar performance as well. So once they are in Group B, if they can somehow prepare themselves against the teams that will still be there, and of course the teams that will climb up into Group B from C, I think WELT should be okay. But Group B teams need to worry a little bit, because now a very upset Genesis is going to be on their way in Group B.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Hunters and Viper haven't really been typically in the best of form. I think they're not consuming a lot of Monster Energy drinks, man. I think they need a lot of energy, ladies and gentlemen, and unleash the beast, which was actually there inside of BGI's 2026 Grand Finals. I still want to find out the same Hunter and Vipers duo, because I feel like it's been a little lackluster from them as well.
It has been, but it is going to be interesting to see how the rest of the matches turn out. But for now, a very short break.
Group A is done and dusted, ladies and gentlemen, but you guys are watching the English broadcast of BMPS 2026, and now we are going to go ahead with the matches of Group D, of course. And for that, joining alongside with me is going to be Icy Baby 12, who definitely is, I believe, excited about the return of our Group D team. Is True Rippers, God's Reign, Quantum Sparks. What are your thoughts, Icy? But before we actually move towards Group D, what was your thoughts about the Group A?
Well, Group A, it was very, very close. It came down to his wire as well. 1.2 point difference to actually kind of differentiate between the bottom four itself here. But for me, to see Genesis in the bottom four, that is kind of concerning as well. Maybe just a little bit of a roster shuffle with an analyst from them heading towards Nebula's perspective kind of changed the entire dynamic on how the grand finals should have looked as well. So hopefully they will be able to bounce back here in the respective Group B. But now moving on towards what Group A is, Group D. Now the grind continues. True Rippers, definitely a team that we have been watching out for as well. Team AX has also had a little bit of surprise entry into the play as well, with Cyrex coming to play. He is going to be bringing that firepower back into Team AX's overall team formation, but they're not exactly in the clear to actually push for the top four yet.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we'll find out who is going to be in the top four. The next match is underway. Match number 4 for Group D. It is, of course, going to be the map of Erangel, as you guys know already. We are flying from the northern lands of Georgia Pool towards Milta Power. Now, this, I believe, is going to be a little interesting, in my opinion. I feel like the flight path kind of favoring the northern teams. If you want to go down south, somebody like God's Reign, you will have to take extra measures. You will have to travel those extra miles. Will you have the time to do so? Will you be allowed to do so as well is going to be a big question. So far, I see God's Reign in that 5th spot. They don't really have a lot of points difference from them and being inside of the top 4. And I'm pretty sure they are looking for qualification. Do you think today is going to be possible?
I think anything is possible at this stage here, but at the same time, we've seen blunders as well coming from Group A in particular. WELT was at the top 5. At the start of the day, in 3 games, they were kicked down all the way to the bottom 4. So for God's Reign, their Rondo match yesterday was great, but this time in the map of Erangel, they have had some struggles in particular. And what I mean is that in terms of rotation from military base, like you said, is a little bit far off, has been hurting them a lot of time. They've tried early rotation, it kind of somewhat worked out, but they still got caught off by Circle 3, Circle 4. So that's something they definitely need to work around it. And with this flight path in play, that is going to completely extend the overall rotation, unless, well, if the circle shifts down south, then, well, we don't need to rotate out. So I think God's Reign is going to have a pretty okay-ish time now.
Yeah, they should be able to do so, but we'll still find out what is going to be the case for these teams as the circle drops down south, ladies and gentlemen. We were talking about that sudden drop location. Well, God's Reign is going to feel so hella unlucky, man. They will have to come down all the way from Zaki towards military base. That seems like a long stretch, almost a migration. And by the way, on their path stands the table toppers of Autobots Esports. Yesterday was phenomenal from this team, just taking down teams at free will, I guess. They were just attacking, and I hope that Autobots have arrived at the Battleground today with that same intent, I see.
Yeah, based on the current standings as well, for Autobots Esports Socials, all they need is about like 3 to 4 points that they should secure themselves the top 4 by the end of the day itself here. It's only going to be the last 2 spots for the top 4 itself. Quantum Sparks, True Rippers, God's Reign, even God's Sense as well with their final chicken dinner yesterday gave them an opportunity to kind of breach past here. So one massive game for any teams in the bottom here gives them a fighting chance. So it all comes down to the wire itself. Group A, we are talking about which 4 teams is going to go out. Group D is only which 4 teams that is going to be going up. And the rest, they're not going to be kicked out anywhere. They're still going to be playing Group D. But all things considered as well, at the end of week 4, the bottom 8 will be eliminated from Group D itself here. So do you want to stay in the survival stage, or do you want to try and move up and push into Group B for the semifinals? Is completely all up to your hands right now.
You know, in my opinion, just number crunching out there, I feel any group barring Group A is going to be a deadly situation for you.
Yeah.
I mean, imagine yourself being inside of the semi-finals. Top 6 teams from the 16 teams is actually going to move into the grand finals. And if you are by any chance in the survival stage, then forget about it. 24 teams fighting for it. two teams moving ahead to the grand finals. So it's gonna be a very, very deadly situation for you. But have a look at that. My word, Team Red X Ross. That was a collision and a half, and Lucifer finds that end to Spartan. And I guess Quantum Sparks is going to be very happy with it.
Yeah, that's
Yesterday, Spartan 1v4 them completely.
Yeah, small little revenge coming in play here. But yeah, back to his conversation as well. I think grand finals, top 8 for Group A, amazing. Bottom 8 for Group A, going to semifinals. For Group C, guaranteed survival stage. And that's something that I think you kind of want to at least have a fighting chance when the free-for-all actually happens as well.
Yeah.
I think this is the best time to actually get the best seedings possible. So ideally, I think, like you said as well, right? Like the top 16 for Group A, which is all 16 teams for Group A, will have a better chance just because semifinals and also the grand finals pretty much gives you the free leeway, the fastest way to actually lift the trophy itself.
Yeah.
Everything else is just a free-for-all. Survival stage is going to be a free-for-all. And that is going to be the most brutal rounds to happen which is going to be happening in like about a month time-ish. But speaking of which, here seems like DCXCR is going to be having a little bit of a run in Red Ross. It seems like Red X Ross not knowing that Arto is right beside her. And I'm surprised Arto actually lobbed the nade instead of taking the free shot right there.
Yeah. Godlike Esports, of course, will go in for the revive. Quickly realizes that Red X Ross is already arrived at the party. They're looking to invade the C compounds, and it seems like Dragon Claw is going to be in shambles. It's not like no retaliation has been found. They still have found that first knock, but constant bullets, constant shots from the other side just keeps Dragon Claw at bay. They still are yet to find the revive. Two players being knocked down. Bolte is still looking to find that extra man on board. Meanwhile, Arthur is just cleaning up crew. They do find one finish to get off the mark, but Red X Ross, they don't really give up, honestly.
Oh boy. Lucifer going to go for the pre-fires, comes in play, taps his way through, sees a small little pixel, but misses the timing, walks out of the crosshair of Lucifer, gets taken out instead, and DCXSCR gets the full reset, and now Red X Ross under the fire, or in this case, under the gun right now, as Red X Ross helmets down on Aman. They need to find a goal for a crossfire as of yet, but it's going to be tough. Aman finds one. Goes in for a little bit of a second one here, but he does find the confirmation. But it's all by himself. His health is low. No helmets here. 1v2 situation. Needs to go for the wraparound. And it seems like he's going to be able to regroup himself, but he does not have a first aid kit. He only has bandages, so he is going to try to bait DCXCR towards an awkward situation. While DCXCR is going to try and go for the revive here. Aman has no choice but to back out. Can't exactly patch himself up. But he's going to try and go for a marigold play here. Jumps across. No steps so far. They finally heard him jump across, so they should be able to get a full reset as of yet.
Will he be able to run away from the situation, though? I mean, Dragon Claw, they for sure are chasing him down. Arman does have that shotgun with him. Pump action. Can't really do much. Dragon Claw, if they do give him those isolated duels, I guess he will be able to come out on top, but a lot of shots from the back lines. Reduced to about 50% HP. This man is looking to connect shots! He found the first one! The second one was almost there, but Choke Boy chokes him to death! And Team Red X Ross, they've been eliminated.
Oh, what a scrappy fight between these two teams. But fortunately for DCXCR, they are able to recover from that fight, but Red X Ross is down in the gutters for them. Meanwhile, Oops Official going to be traveling by sea here from the well, where the heck are they? They're pretty far off down to the south side, so I'm surprised they're taking a little bit of southern approach here. It seems like the circle may shift on towards the northwest corner of military base, but we shall see. But someone's dream now, they're going to be gatekeeping the eastern breach instead. It seems a lot of the teams are going to be rotating from an off-usual rotation rather than towards the road. So someone's dream hasn't been able to spot anyone yet. But it seems like they do catch AX on the far horizon. But aside from that, not many other teams around this vicinity though.
I mean, in my opinion, this seems to be like a very trivial pit stop. Teams usually like to hold compounds like this just before the bridge that enables them to take shots and potentially gatekeep this area as well. There are going to be a lot of teams. The timing is pristine. GDR is going to be approaching them. TD is going to be approaching them as well. Team AX has always been there. So if someone's dream does find connection, it's going to be brilliant. But I see your prediction. Wow, man. Northwestern Quadrant, the military base, is going to be in action. But more so, what is more important is there's so much of the waterways as well. Quantum Sparks will have an opportunity to take a boat from Primorsk and send themselves into the center of the circle, but I guess it is going to be occupied already. Team True Rippers, they are racing themselves to the center.
Yeah, this is going to be tough here, at least for Quantum Spark, in my opinion. Just because of the fact that, yes, this is stage 2, but it feels like a stage 3 just because of how the zone kind of developed as well. So everybody, time is against the clock. And especially for teams coming from the north side, which, again, the flight path did start off from there, everyone is going to be somewhat underlooted. You got to be on the go and quick in the zone. And in this case, like you said, True Rippers is one of the first teams that has called dips inside the inner zone. While everybody else, they are going to be scrapping for pieces here. I don't think we're going to be seeing that dominant performance here, but AX, they finally made the call. They are going to push someone's dream. They realize that time is not in their favor. They have to go for a YOLO push.
It's not even about that YOLO push. I feel like Team AX, they kind of set Raiden up for success. Cyrex was in the back lines. There were distractions. There were baits in the form of Raiden as well, ramming his vehicle up. It was a perfect setup for a bait and switch. Team AX finally do have control of the compound. Raiden! Beautiful strike! Finds a knock. Karan, of course, is not going to get revived. Someone's dream will have to continue with a two-man squad. And Team AX, they successfully orchestrate a defense and an attack. And now they can finally move back into the zone.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, AX seems like their timing was impeccable. Now the question here is, do they want to farm off the players at the back, or do they want to push in the zone? Seems like they are going to focus on God's Rain, which again, very, very unlucky of God's Rain. The one time they're not in military base, the zone shifts down there. And from all the way down to Sarki, now they're still taking under fire. AX going to go for the wrap around to try and clean them all up. The nade comes through. Justin gets the pop, but they do get a trade here. Justin now going to back off to try and pick up Neo on top. But the rest of AX, they are coming in to try and clean this up, take those resources, and the nade from Cyrex will connect, and that is going to be 2 plays from GDR out of the equation, and AX should be able to get the full reset here.
This is not looking good. 2 players left alive, or rather just make it 1. Aquanox was the only one who could slip underneath the radar and cross on over. He's finally reached the area of No Rope Noi, but the rest of the 3, have a look at that, the crates. GDR, they were absolutely shut down, and I love the fact that Team AX has been looking so strong. They're making steady strides upwards on the overall standings. Have a look at that on the 6th position, 4 points already. The next best bet is going to be GDR. A couple of those points, and they might actually even breach past that top 4 as well. And Team AX, I'm pretty sure, being defending champions, they're desperately looking for promotion, I see.
Yeah, it should be, but at the same time as well, the circle shifts down towards where True Rippers is, and again, a majority of the playing zone is still engulfed here. This is stage 3, but considering how the zone is developing in the ocean, this is no longer a stage 3 zone. This is a stage 5 zone right now. Either play outside the zone or play inside. Regardless of whatever the situation here, it is a free-for-all chaos in all boards of the map itself.
You know, honestly, if I was there inside of the zone, I would just rather take a dip in the water.
Yeah, probably. You get placement points for sure.
%. Have a look at this, though. True Rippers find themselves at the center, but Punk and the rest of his comrades will have to display tremendous firepower to retain that possession till the end. It's not going to be easy. Shots to come in. One of their players, Cheyenne, has been knocked out. Termi right now under fire. And have a look at that. Juppy Esports. They find connection out of absolutely nothing. Almost about to snatch this position away. True Rippers will be forced to back out. Juppy Esports. They are going to be the new kings of the shoreline, I see.
Yeah, definitely. True Rippers may have underestimated the center here as well. Yes, you are the center, but you are also the center of attention. There's not a lot of cover to work with here in terms of how many angles they need to mark their way through. Jappy was able to capitalize on that. Pull a little bit of a shots here on the defense. True Rippers will back off, control the center. While the rest of the world, let's talk about teams now still outside the zone. Phoenix hasn't encountered any teams yet from the east side, and the closest to them is going to be Team AX. It seems like Phoenix Esports, they are going to try and swing down from the south side, and the moment all these teams outside the zone join in towards the southeast corner of the circle, that's where the chaos actually begins. That's where your individual clutch moments is going to matter the most.
You know, if the production is looking, or rather hearing me, I'd love to see the map right now, because this is monstrosity. Esports Social just backing away from that fight. Phoenix Esports inside the blue, taking down Aryan. Or rather, Devotee from Team AX. That was brilliant, though. Phoenix Esports, they do get off the mark. They're still chasing down Team AX looking to move inside of the circle, but they aren't really being allowed. The mobility is being snatched away from them, and shots being connecting from all sides. Phoenix Esports finally marching towards the zone, and there is going to be a lot of commotion there. Migrations from the east have happened in, and now there's going to be a massive cluster. Quantum Sparks, the biggest surprise yesterday. They are here waiting, welcoming with open arms. Yashu did not take any shots. Phoenix, they leave unscathed.
Yeah, this is very nice of Quantum Spark as well. They're just waiting for their sweet time. The moment they hear a massive cluster of fights happening, that's where they're going to be finding an entry point here. But Oops Official is keeping them at bay. As you can see, shots has been fired. But Quantum Spark, they have only two options. Wait for a big fight or just push up to them. It seems like they are going to try to make an attempt here with Zone forcing them in play. Oops Official is going to scare him off. But from the far horizon, Scout OP with the opener. Now the slam comes in from Quantum Spark.
Oops Official, how are you going to defend this from the back line? Safu gets taken down. Quantum Sparks bouncing on that opportunity. They found 4 finishes already. Yet another man is knocked out. But we've seen Quantum Sparks lose momentum from situations like this. One man still left alive. Oops Official trying to run away. Shotgun from Master, and he finds connection. No, he doesn't. I thought the HP bar is diminished, but the finish has been stolen away by Manager Esports Social. Do get a point, but Oops Official, I'm sorry that had to happen. Quantum Sparks, 5 points already on board, I see.
Oh my goodness, what an opener coming from Scout. We thought he was retired, we thought he was done, he still got it. And with this opener, pretty much opened the entire defense of Oops Official, and they found space. However, they still have more obstacles they need to overcome, because as of yet, they're still exactly outside the zone. Well, on the northeast side, inside the zone here, VXT going to be going for a little bit of a widespread along the shorelines, which again, having the entire backs exposed. Look at this, there's just not a lot of cover. Autobots a little bit late to the party. They just arrived to Military Island, so they are unaware of what's happening inside the zone, and they're still tanking their zone. Hopefully, they should be able to sneak through. Versatile is going to scare him off down to his east side, and Autobots might actually run into his Quantum Spark down to his east side here.
Yeah.
Which in this case, they are going to do exactly that. Now, the sprays and praise comes in. Scout OP getting sprayed down mid-rotation. This is just so many gunfights here.
This is Autobots just bringing Quantum Sparks to play their game night right now. 4 vehicles, or rather 3 vehicles, and driving by. That is Autobots. Something which they absolutely do wonders in. 2 Rippers on the other side. It's a 3v2 for them. Slamming coming in from Quantum Sparks, Punk, and Omega. It's going to be a tough defense, honestly. A lot of utilities has been thrown in. This barn house, I don't really think is going to provide a lot of covers, because those windows on either side just becomes like a breeding ground for nades and utilities to pop in from. Omega knows exactly that he can't really push down Quantum Sparks. They know that they can't push up. How do they break open this deadlock?
Yeah, this is going to be a tricky spot to be in here, especially coming from both these teams. But as of yet, they're inside the zone. There's no reason to take this fight head on right from the get-go. They have to be aware of each other, but they should be focusing on the teams outside, because VXT has literally placed these 2 teams in those vicinity. Meanwhile, on the south side as well, Godsend and also Phoenix Esports forced to hug the shorelines, unaware of where the rest of the world happens as well, because the moment the major fight happens, you are going to be expecting third parties. But on the far horizon, I think Viper Bote? Is that Viper Bote on the bottom of the shorelines as a solo warrior?
I guess so.
Okay. Interesting.
The last player from Dragonclaw, he's still surviving, by the way. You can see it on the DOA status as well, but have a look at this. Nades and constant pressure coming in from Quantum Sparks. I love this, honestly. You know you've got a team up top. You know that you don't really have a compulsion of taking this fight. You want to keep them on their toes, and that is exactly this team is doing. Opening is still nowhere to be found, and that can be problematic because you're burning down through resources. But finally, Quantum Sparks. Wow! They collected a little bit of courage to try and push up, but instantly get sent backwards. Look at that. Yet another utility from True Rippers. It seems like a smoke has been established. Quantum Sparks can't really push this forward. True Rippers trying everything in their power to try and delay this ambush, but is it going to be too late? Is VXT going to arrive for a third party? Quantum Sparks, they're invaded. This is going to be 3v2, and True Rippers, they get absolutely shut down. Quantum Sparks, 7 eliminations for them, and they're going real strong right now, I see.
Who are these guys? This tree, they're just phenomenal here. The comms was spot on, the timings was impeccable. They even stat checked True Rippers 3 times to be sure that there was only 2 guys on top before they made the push. What a nice play coming from QuantumSpark. Meanwhile, Godsend Esports, they quickly wrap up the sides here as they will gain control on the shorelines while they are forced to rotate into zone. Meanwhile, on the finish feed as well, Japi Esports, who's had center for the longest of time, made sure that VXT is going to be thinned down towards the last player here from VXT. And in one fell swoop in stage 5, we're down towards the final 6 teams and everyone is hurting.
Everyone's hurting, including Godsend Esports right now, but you know what? I would have to give it to Godsend. It's been a commendable effort. Look at that DOA status. 9 finishes on the board for GDS and they are inside of the top 4. Who would have expected this team to actually be there? When you have got teams like Team AX, you've got teams like GDR. It's been a brilliant outing for this team so far, but Autobots right now is making a mockery of them right now. One of their players is on his knees, Lobster still taking shots. And it seems like he's adamant, he's stubborn, he wants to get this knock and he will.
Oh my goodness, Autobots, one of the last teams to make it inside the zone, unaware what to do. First thing they did, they shut down QuantumSpark and then they just waited. And as of yet, they've cleaned out a lot of players in the process as well. They've got 7 finishes, but this time under fire is going to be Japi Esports, which in this case, they've pretty much gotten entire control of the south side of this circle itself. And they are extending their push here to try and pressure Autobots. But at the same time, it's only 3 players that are pushing out Autobots. They're trying to wait for mistakes here coming in from Japi Esports, which in this case, here comes the mistake. Lobster finds the opener now. Dreams next to fall. And just like that, Autobots takes 2. And Japi Esports' greed has been punished here as Autobots Esports just might be able to snatch the chicken dinner away from them.
Autobots is just so technically brilliant. The teamwork, their momentum is on another dimension right now. Catalyst from Japi Esports needs to run away. Just 2 men surviving, but Autobots, they're systematically destroying opponents right now. They're breaking through defenses. And they're finding out those outliers inside of the lobby as well. 4 teams left inside of the competition. 9 players in this fight. And Autobots have all 3 alive. It's just Arib who did lose his life. It's still fine. Arib just being an IGL. Eggy, Ralphie and Lobster together can finish off this entire team. Or rather the rest of the teams out there.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, there is one player that's still going to be playing on the island outside in shorelines. All by himself here is going to be Commando from FEZ, which in this case, well, he is in a spot where nobody can spot him, so he's definitely guaranteed placement points until the zone forces him out in the open. And I think Japi Esports, they don't know that he's there, but even then, I don't think Commando has an angle to actually climb up from here. Yeah, he is going to be pretty much done for, but it all comes down whether or not can he make it to the top 2. That's going to be the best case scenario here, at least for FEZ, unless the circle shifts to his island. So, well, technically circle's still in play there, and
look at the number of utilities. Team Autobots, they've got 14 nades. They can blow up an entire nation right now if they want to. They've got 8 smokes. They've got 3 Molotovs as well. And Autobots, if they want, they can just try and bombard the rest of the teams. QuantumSparks included, though. It is very brave of them to send Archit out on a scouting mission. Archit, of course, will get information, does take a couple of shots, but will return back instantly. This is very technical coming in from QuantumSparks. This is a team that I did not expect to play like this. But can Yashu and Master, with that firepower, back the information that is being found out by Archit? It will be a big question, but if they do get the chicken, they're sitting at number 1 inside of Group D.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, though, considering the fact that Archit is the only one inside the zone, and currently Japi, even though they've lost their members, right, it's all courtesy of Autobots. Autobots is right now waiting for action. And that's the reason why things is being very, very slow as of yet. Autobots hasn't made their play whether or not if they want to push onto QuantumSpark or do we want to push from the south side. Because as of yet, they've got a 2-2 split. They're trying to capitalize us on people's mistakes. And as of yet, not making noise is going to be a problem. But seems like QuantumSparks finally makes the move. They are going to regroup with Archie instead. And Autobots is not going to be able to punish that unless Japi says otherwise. Because as of yet, QuantumSparks, they're pushing up onto the Japi.
Oh no, they are actually sending it in. I'm not really sure if this is going to be a good decision. Japi Esports, they know exactly where these players are from. And of course the nades are going to come in. They will welcome damage. But look at that, Yashu. Not really Yashu, it's Archit from the back lines who does find Catalyst. It's a brilliant shutdown, but yet another nade gets cooked up. It will, of course, not reach its target. SKOP, though. Does he know that he's exposed from the back lines? Team Autobots can shut him down at any moment. Team Quantum Sparks, for them, their biggest hurdle to the chicken dinner has to be Autobots Esports. And the same can be said otherwise. It's just these outliers inside of Empire Regionals as well as Joppy Esports who might actually spoil the final fight. I see 4 teams and 8 players for the finale.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, masterclass performance coming from Autobots. How are they able to capitalize on this? They just play patiently, choose their fights wisely, and just like that, they thin out the herd. The biggest, most important fight for them was that skirmish with Quantum Spark, which forced Quantum Spark into True Reapers. That's the game-winning moment here coming from Autobots. However, it's not truly over yet. They may have the slight advantage in terms of numbers, but Quantum Spark, like you said as well, they've got Joppy pinned in the middle. So it will come down towards the gunfire here. Yashu using the one-way smoke, hoping to scout out Iggy. Drops him down half, but he still have a lot of ammunition here. Iggy losing his vehicle. He's stuck in the shack as well. And Yashu is going to deny mobility, so that is going to put Autobots in a little bit of deficit here for space control.
Yeah. But you know what I say? I feel like Quantum Sparks, they're missing the presence of Scout right now. He had 3 eliminations as an assaulter. He did prove himself, but the point is, if they had that extra player, they could have potentially sent him for a scouting mission, something which Scout was known for in his early days. Yashu is still looking to find the end of the target, but has been unable to do so. And I guess for Team Autobots, they have no idea that there's a man from Empire Regionals coming in from the back lines in the name of Commando.
Yeah, I think he's just done for. There's no way Commando survives this. He's just playing for placement at this point. He just can't really come up.
It's still fine, but if he does find a finish on Autobots, just let's say in utility strikes, Quantum Sparks will have a big advantage.
That seems a little bit far off to actually reach all the way up top, but okay, you might be right. We gotta see a potential Kobe Bryant moment right there.
Yeah.
If it happens, but for Joppy, ooh, SKOP, they had full control. They lost their members, and now Quantum Spark is going to be on the flush. And as of yet, SKOP is looking for the jump. Here comes the pump. Damage has been done. Autobots not firing yet, which is kind of surprising. But it seems like on the finish feed, they find Commando, so we're down to the final 3 team. SKOP now. Going to buy a little bit more time. Autobots hasn't made their mark yet.
Yeah.
Shots finally shot here. Iggy finds the opener on Yashu. Quantum Spark getting knocked off. And just like that, Quantum Spark, they have to back off and go in for the full reset here.
They had to back off. That was never their fight. Quantum Sparks were being a little too greedy. They just thought that they had found momentum, which is true, but Autobots from the back lines were always looking to punish them from them. And have a look at this SKOP.
Ooh.
2 nades, 1 misses, 1 lands. He barely has any HP and he runs away from that fight. But how long can you do that? Architect is going to find the end of it. And now we come back to the finale. 3v3. Team Autobots versus Team Quantum Sparks. Undoubtedly the table toppers of this group itself.
Oh boy.
It's now a battle for #1.
This is going to be a tough battle here for Quantum Spark as well. Autobots has just got the high ground. They've got the off angle. Quantum Sparks only has 2 angles. And as long as Iggy is live, Quantum Sparks' chances of winning is going to be very, very difficult. Lobster just lobbing all those nades, pressuring their way through. They know exactly where all 3 players are from the side of Quantum Spark. And all they need to do is just be as annoying as possible. And you talk about a potential nukes here. Look at this. Nades popping in. Lobster still has 5. Quantum Spark, they have got to bop and weave all the way through. And with the zone forcing Quantum Spark to push first, things are not looking good now. Rafi finds an off angle. Archit goes down.
That move on the high ground just pocketed Quantum Sparks. It was a master stroke right now. There's absolutely no defense coming from all sides. Quantum Sparks have been reduced to a 1-man lineup. Autobots have been devastating the final 1v1. But he still wins that fight, by the way.
Oh boy, Lobster may have messed up a little bit here, but it is now a 2v1. Nades are coming in. Looking for confirmations here from Ralphie. Are they going to go for the nosedive is going to be the question here. Seems like he is going to try and use Molotovs here to try and stop the entry point from this entry point. And then he's going to try and pick up Lobster. Nicely done. But Master is going to be able to reset Yashu as well. We're back towards a 2v3. Or in this case, a 2v2 first. Master going to push out and open here. Iggy has been regrouped here to try and pick him up, so there's no off angle. And from the left side, they are pushing up here for Quantum Spark.
Exactly, but Ralphie on the upside, I think that can actually be able to find a deadlock into this game itself. Autobots Esports coming in from the flank. Ralphie finds first contact. He's moving in. Shotgun strike. Team Autobots snatches that golden chicken away from Quantum Spark. But what an effort from 2 sides. finishes, frenzy all over the park. Both the teams asserting dominance inside of Group D, and now they're sitting comfortably at the top, I see.
What a performance coming from Autobots as well as QuantumSpark here. What a ridiculously tough circle to play, and they came up on top. And guess what? When we talk about two teams pretty much secured, I feel like with QuantumSpark's performance right here, I think we've got three teams pretty much secured for the top four to push themselves in towards the Group C itself, sorry.
So you're naming Autobots as 1, QuantumSparks with 2, but who's the third?
Good question.
I think there will be options. There's still going to be options for GDR. There will still be options for teams like AX, who also had a rather decent game. I'm not really sure if they've breached past that top 4. So we'll wait for the overall standings.
I think it's going to be True Rippers. Potentially that also stands a chance. But yeah, as of yet, I think it is still a free-for-all situation for all these teams here. And as of yet, in the bottom, I feel like especially for Red X Ross and also DCXAR, they're pretty much done for. I don't think they're going to be able to push themselves up from the bottom itself in general.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is going to be a very, very tricky spot to be in here. But for both QuantumSpark and Autobots, they're just making it extremely difficult for the rest to actually push up for top 4 now.
100%, man. Have a look at that final blow, of course. The master stroke coming in from Ralphie and Lobster to move up top just entirely took the game away from QuantumSparks. And these are the minuscules, ladies and gentlemen, that decide whether or not you get those 4 extra points. And Team Autobots, they certainly do so as well. No shortage in the number of finishes, 13 eliminations, 10 points from placement, 23-pointer game. And that's been just outright outstanding. And once again, Lobster is going to be the big man. I'm surprised he's not on the list of being the eliminator any soon. I guess one more such game and he is going to take it away from Dhruv.
Well, he was the eliminator coming from BMSD during his time as well, when he's climbed all the way through from the bottom. But this time he does find back his momentum and his form as of yet here. Lobster now is going to be MVP. And yeah, the top 3, I feel like True Reapers should somewhat be in the mix as well for the top 3 itself. But as of yet, Lobster, 5 finishes, 989 damage. Again, another masterclass performance coming from Autobots here. And we are starting to see that vacuum of points being absorbed here by Autobots, pretty much guaranteeing their spots in towards Group C from the bottom self. But joining him here in the top 5, we also have Fraggy from Godsend. We have Dreams from Jappy and also SKOP, which in this case, Jappy now, with this performance, even though they should technically have gotten the chicken dinner. A small little mistakes with Autobots may have costed them, but they still had a decent amount of points. So technically, they're still in the run here for the top 4.
They certainly are. I mean, but have a look at Fraggy, honestly. I think I was the happiest when I saw Godlike Esports with 9 eliminations, because I was really waiting for a team like this to start popping off, and they did so as well. In fact, they're actually inching closer to the top 4 as well. So if they do land a shot, they are going to get promoted towards Group C. And I feel like for teams inside of Group D, they don't really get a second chance, I see. If they want to make it inside of Group A and potentially directly to the Grand Finals, they will have to start now. They will have to get promoted this week and the next week and the next week. And only then they have a chance to qualify directly for the Grand Finals. But this is how the entire fight and the entire match went down. Dragonclaw did open things up against Red X Ross. This was a very complicated fight, very drawn out, I see. But at the end, we saw who were the winners.
Exactly. The circle actually punished both these two teams somewhat as well. It actually forced out a military base, which resulted in them running out and open. And exiting from military base is not exactly easy, just because it's not like a free open path, right? Like all those broken fences are kind of limited and kind of forces you in a chokehold for other teams to kind of punish you, which resulted in them just not making it to the end game. But as the game progresses as well, we talked about how the circle kind of developed, right? By Circle 3, it really felt like a Circle 5 scenario just because of how many portions of the circle were covered in water. So it was just timed against the clock. It's all about who gets inside the center as quickly as you can.
Yeah.
And in this case, Jappy was one of those teams that did it well. But I feel like Autobots' performance in this game was phenomenal. They came in late, realizing that, oh wait, we do not know what's happening with around us, and they decided to just wait things out. And for some reason, their big fight against QuantumSpark is the key component which resulted in them making it to the end game, because they were forced to fight against True Reapers.
Team Autobots, of course, we do have the match rankings in front of us, and 23 points for ABZ. that is just establishing lead and authority over the rest of the lobby. Quantum Sparks with 16, Choppy with 14, and Godlike Esports with 11. I think did put up a decent performance, did trouble the scorers effectively, but I'm looking at the teams who didn't really do so as well. Look at that big vacuum between 4th and 5th, 11 to 4 points directly. We move on to the next page. Esports Social was inside of the top 3 before this game. They only could manage 3 points. But I guess since they had the lead, they are going to retain their position, I see.
Yeah, but as of yet as well, props towards Master, Yashu, and Archie as well. The way they actually cleared out True Reapers was just very, very technical, and it was very nicely done as well. This 3 duo was just amazing, and Scout OP also fitting really well with this roster with the opener. Was just insane. The way they shut down Ooze was just very, very important. But with that being said here, now we are going to be seeing the top 4 as of yet here. Esports Social still retaining the top 3. Autobots with 66 points, but Godsends makes their way in towards the top 4, and True Reapers gets kicked out. My apologies. It was Esports Social, not True Reapers.
Yeah, but it's still fine, I guess. And now there's only one place, in my opinion, that is up for grabs. Of course, unless and until in the maps of Miramar, something completely changes, but as far as my knowledge is concerned, I guess Autobots, they're good on the map of Miramar as well. They have a decent lead between them and the Quantum Sparks. That is going to be of 20 points. But I still want to discuss, before the last 2 games, who are the probable contenders to actually push up for the top. You've got True Rippers, you've got the likes of GDR and AX who are sitting at 24 points, and then also you've got teams like VXT and Phoenix in the mix as well. So somewhere about 10-15 pointer game, and I guess you will still try and dethrone the team in the 4th spot, and that is definitely a possibility.
Agreed. But even for Japi Esports, their performances now, was it luck? Was it not? Yeah, somewhat they've got center control. With that performance, they were able to stand a chance. So this last 2 games in the map Miramar is going to be extremely important to each and every one. But props was Godsend as well, because yesterday I thought they were, messing up as well.
Done and dusted.
And then out of nowhere, a chicken dinner, last game as well. Now they're getting some decent amount of points, so these do stand a very, very good chance.
They did get the ball rolling, ladies and gentlemen, but we will also get the ball rolling. The maps of Miramar await you, but that will happen after a short break. Group D, as usual, is heating up, ladies and gentlemen, but 2 more matches are still left before we decide who is going to promote themselves towards Group C. And to cover those matches of Miramar, we've got my best friend Necroman is back on the panel. How are you doing, bro?
I'm doing great, man. I'm feeling great, especially after watching Group A's matches. Now Group D, it's even more exciting. As usual, Quantum Sparks doing pretty good for themselves, but now True Rippers is slacking off, which is not a great look.
Yeah, honestly, man, I kind of expected Punk and Omega, when they actually found the center of the circle, they'll be able to walk away with a lot of finishes, but that did not really happen. Now, the big names, they are slowly slipping up. 2 more maps of Miramar. There are a lot of suitors, but in my opinion, Necro, I think the top 3 positions of the promotion region is already solidified. You've got Quantum Sparks, you've got Autobots,
pretty much,
and you've also got Esports Social in a rather safe spot. There's just one team in the form of Godsend who is still lying somewhere in the 4th spot, but I guess they can be tumbled down.
I mean, speaking of Autobots Esports, they seem like a different beast as of now. Winning every single game, actually somehow able to win those fights as well in a great fashion, especially when Quantum Sparks made that pounce. For a moment, I thought maybe maybe Autobots Esports can crumble. But the way they positioned themselves on top of that rock, it was insane. They had the high ground to play with, and Quantum Sparks had no answer to that position. As we move on towards the map of Miramar, it's also going to be the second last game of the day, and the plane flat pad starting all the way from Campo Militar towards the southern side of Los Leones. This one is going to be an exciting game of Miramar, because if you do not perform in this game, you pretty much know there's a big chance you will not be able to promote yourself.
Exactly. Teams will get them a last chance, but have a look at that. With the flight path deviated on towards the right-hand side, I think, if you want to find yourself somewhere towards El Pozo, Montenuevo, La Drillera, Valtimar, you will not be able to do so. There's going to be a lot of difficulties along the way, and teams like True Rippers, teams like GDR, they will have to find a different course of action. But knowing God's Reign's history, I guess they typically would love to go towards Impala, Necro. Do you think they've changed their drop location recently?
It doesn't even matter. God's Reign, they just need to amp up the aggression even more. That's what I personally think. If God's Reign amps up the aggression, they get more elimination points, which also means that Godsend gets kicked outside of the top 4.
Yeah.
And that's going to be even more exciting, because Godsend under pressure will definitely perform. But I would love to see what they've got in store. I'm pretty sure there is going to be a plan B for Godson Esports. They have to do something now. It is the map of Miramar. It's going to give you a lot of opportunities for you to place yourself in a good spot inside of the circle. If you fail, well, you're not going to make it towards the promotion. And then the maximum chances you're going to have is to make it towards Group B.
I was having this discussion with both Johnny and Icy as well, where if you aren't inside of Group A, then you typically have a massive disadvantage on your shoulder as well, because without a direct qualification to the grand finals, semi-finals and survival stage look to be extremely tough. I mean, imagine this, 16 teams, only 6 make it to the grand finals from the semis, and then of course you've got 32 teams and only 2 teams make it from the survival stage. It's just absolutely madness out there.
I like this format though. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
It's cutthroat, it's extremely brutal. That's what makes it even more entertaining. And yeah, also considering the previous performances, those teams do deserve to get a direct slot towards the grand finals. They have been trying really hard. And DC SCR, for some reason, they're not going to spare any of those birds in the sky. The moment the game starts, they just instantly start clipping the wings. Quantum Sparks, they're not going to be feeling great after this one. A man knocked out. Instant confirmation as well. It's going to follow up, but they've already got a lot of points in the overall standings. And Yeshu still can be retrieved. He's not done yet.
Yeah. But for that, they'll need 2 things. 1, a vehicle, and potentially a few smokes out there. Quantum Sparks on their way to retrieve that. But oh, wait, look at that. This is an outfit which I know. I've seen this time and time again. I was very young when this outfit actually went viral. Scout OP going back to his default.
I think we've all seen it for such a long time.
Yeah.
When we were little kids, especially me and you.
Yeah.
Not speaking about Johnny and Icy, those guys were still boomers.
Icy was never a kid, by the way. The last time he was a kid, there were dinosaurs existing on Earth.
True. And humans just discovered fire.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it seems like Quantum Spark, they've started taking shots. A couple of them will connect, but from the distance, Dragon Claw, after that initial knock, I guess there will be that little bit of hesitation to not try and potentially cause problems for Quantum Sparks. Just let them breathe, maybe.
Quantum Sparks, though, taking a bit of a backseat in this fight. Did not expect this, but they know engaging in this fight also means pretty much just death. And as of now, let's not forget, maybe 46 points as well might just not be enough. Considering you've got teams like Juppie Esports, True Rippers, who are sitting right on the horizon. And imagine if God's Reign gets a chicken dinner. The overall standings just get even more tighter. If God's Reign gets a chicken dinner, that's going to be guaranteed 20 points. Yeah, that's going to put God's Reign in a really formidable spot. And to overcome that spot, the other teams as well need to push themselves even more.
Yeah, but I mean, there's only one team that can actually pull off a performance like that, and that is going to be Autobots. And fortunately for Quantum Sparks, Autobots is way beyond their territory right now. 66 points on the overall standings. They are in a different league altogether, and they don't even care.
You know what? Realistically speaking, I want to know your real thoughts as well. What do you think about AX? Do you think this team stands a chance to actually move on from the top 4? Be realistic.
Qualifying to Group C, I think that is still possible, but defending...
No, you see, now you're being...
No. So I'm trying to set up. Look at this. You know, if you talk about AX qualifying to the next group, that is Group C, of course, being inside the top 4, I think that is possible. They only have a difference of 9 points. The way they have played, especially in the last game, showcases their strength. But yeah, if you ask me, are they as good as defending champions? Can they defend their championship? I don't really think so, man.
Yeah, they just lost that spark, right?
Yeah.
Whenever you see AX, you don't see that kind of an aura anymore. I mean, like, yeah, it's just another team. That's what it feels like.
You know, I've seen Devotee try a lot. I mean, this man has been getting those 3 frags, 2 frags every single game. Every now and then, he's the one who gives this team an opening, but the rest of the team kind of has been falling apart lately. I mean, you look at Cyrax, yes, he does well sometimes, but then also is extremely unreliable. Then you've got someone like a pro who is a little inexperienced. So I'm not really sure what Team AX is planning, but have a look at this. A big knockout coming through. Team Doxy. Doxy for Team Doxy is going to get eliminated. REDX Ross playing for pride at this point, I guess.
Yeah, that's some good stuff. REDX Ross actually eliminating that player. Nicely done. Confirmation secured as well. And especially with REDX Ross now claiming that 1 point. Is it going to be a positive momentum? Maybe it's just too much to ask for. I believe for teams like REDX Ross, Someone Stream, even Oops Official, it's a bit too late. I don't think a good performance is possible to directly propel yourself in the top 4. Unless you get a 30 bomber in this game itself, then maybe it is still possible. But considering the past track record, I don't think a 30 bomber is even possible. So this one is definitely going to be an interesting one. Quantum Sparks, especially with the way they're playing. Oh no, the man's caught. He's also getting completely shot at. Gets confirmed too. Oh no. It is so unfortunate. Quantum Sparks is struggling. Losing out on that man eventually. And it is the same player that was knocked out at the start. Vasista Esports. Next to another foe. REDX Ross finally catching a couple of players. Quantum Sparks once again out in the open. And you already know they're going to be beating him down. Quantum Sparks' vehicle, it's almost out of commission. And that's what happens. The vehicle blows up. 2 players instantly knocked out. Mini 14 tapping away and Lucifer gets those confirmations. Unfortunate standing. Quantum Sparks is getting absolutely ripped in this game. A good game the previous one. Now things start off in such a way for Quantum Sparks. It's a big dip in the performance. This also means there's a chance for the other teams to maybe overtake Quantum Sparks now.
We find out what happens. 26 points right now, just 1 man left alive. If they can possibly play in 4 position points, it will be great. But have a look at this, Team AX against Empire Originals. What is the other man doing, man? Out in the open, he was taking shots blindsided. Now, of course, he's gonna get feasted upon. Team AX does find those 2 crucial openings. Sends them to 26 points on the overall standings. Top 7 so far, but can they reach top 4? Still 7 points shy. Necro, and it seems like they're still very far off from the center of the circle as well.
They indeed are. Esports Social towards Montenevo. REDX Ross is currently controlling a great spot. VXT's on top of that Montenevo hill, and then you've got True Rippers making a rotation all the way from the left towards La Trilliera. From the southern side, you've also got QC heading from Chumacera. A lot of these teams still in the outskirts, actually. We're seeing quite the late rotations in this game.
In fact, for the first time, I've actually seen a Montenuevo final circle. Team Esports Social will be the first team to engulf that, and it's a brilliant position, by the way. They can potentially play in for the chicken. We've got troopers coming in from the back lines, so there will be threat. Have a look at that. Punk has wanted to always prove himself as an assaulter. As an IGL, in my opinion, he's brilliant, but then as an assaulter, there are those slumps in form, and I feel like that is the reason why Punk has failed to retain his slot in those organizations. But can True Rippers showcase that faith in him and potentially Punk can get away with the trophy. We'll find out. He does find that connect on Spartan. Knockout has been there. True Rippers slowly and steadily are making moves, but Versatile, in my opinion, have the greatest of positions. They can shut True Rippers down if they want to.
And that's what they're doing. But instead it is VXT that's currently getting shut down. VXT under heavy fire. That man on top is also under fire himself. He's trapped in the sights of True Rippers. They're not going to let go of him just like that. They know he's trapped. He cannot even eject out just yet. So for True Rippers to keep that man completely pinned down, that's what they need to do. Spamming in the smoke because they know there's a chance the man's going to try to vault out. But he's not even doing that. Still playing it safe at the top. Godlike Esports underneath. True Rippers, they've got a wide spread going on.
Yeah, I'd love to have a look at the map right now, the circle and the way the teams are formed in different parts of the circle itself. Godlike Esports, they are on the western edge. You've got Team Doxy as well, moving towards the center, towards Montenuevo, and Team Esports Social, of course, being the epicenter of it all. They've got teams in the form of Dragon Claw coming in from the south side, but I don't really think the teams from the south will possess any sort of threat. But my main question is, the circle is too much out in the open. All the compounds are concentrated inside of Montenuevo. How do you position yourself? How do you play this point from? Have a look at that. GDR will also have a lot of miles to travel if they want to try and take that fight in Montenuevo, but I guess they would also love to keep their numbers up high for the final fight.
Redix Ross around the smack center once again. AX taking a fight against Autobots Esports and actually finding a couple of digs as well. A man from AX is actually taken down pretty low. But it's all good. The position that they possess, it's not the best. But AX can definitely start being aggressive and collecting those elimination points. Having a look at the replay on how exactly these teams got eliminated. FVZ did not even stand a chance against Team Doxy. And luckily enough for Team Doxy, there is still a chance for survival. If they do get a chicken dinner, maybe they can place themselves around the top 4. I know I'm being too hopeful, but there's a chance.
But look at this stark difference, Techno. I mean, on the flip side, you were looking at Group A, where the bottom 4 were struggling to even keep themselves out of relegation zone in spite of having 20-25 points. Here it's completely different. Even though they haven't played really the entire set of matches, still, in my opinion, I think 13 points after 5 matches is still quite low. On the flip side, Team Autobots, they've been reduced to a 2-man lineup. Just 50% of their firepower being retained. So it'll be interesting to find out if they can walk away with the big chicken. I mean, you know what? The protagonists of this particular match has to be Team AX because of the way they started things up. And I am expecting Team AX to actually end up inside of the top 4. If they can keep their numbers high, if they can find a pocket of space in that circle, I think they should be good.
Indeed. Someone stream. A lot of shots were taken against Autobots Esports, and Autobots now around that fuel station. They found that pit stop. Autobots, Quantum Sparks. I mean, for Autobots, it makes a lot of sense. They don't even care. They've got 66 freaking points. They've anyways done it.
Yeah.
It's not even a question. But still, for Quantum Sparks, I'm a little bit worried. Because there's definitely a chance that Juppy Esports or even True Rippers or maybe even AX can get a chicken dinner and instantly propel themselves around the same point mark as Quantum Sparks. And they will be pushed down.
So my theory is that there can't really be 3 or 4 teams with such a big jump. There can be potentially one team, and even if it does, Godsen will be the first team to get eliminated, and Esports Social and Quantum Sparks will still retain their position. But like you said, I think anything can happen, so I'm just going to wait and find out. On the flip side, I guess if you are talking about performance and about the future, I think for Quantum Sparks, yes, there are going to be chinks in the armor which they will have to fix. In totality, on the maps of Erangel, they've showcased that they are pretty good. But then on the maps of Miramar, I feel is where a couple of those mistakes can be fixed, in my opinion.
You know what? Let's start theory crafting. Since Quantum Sparks is already dead in the game,
Yeah,
Esports Social is probably going to move above them. It's not even a question.
100%.
Which means Quantum Sparks now gets pushed down towards the third spot.
Yes.
Godlike Esports is still alive in the game. If Godlike Esports is even alive till the top 5, they push themselves above Quantum Sparks.
All right.
Quantum Sparks gets pushed down to the 4th spot. And if the chicken dinner is taken by either Juppy Esports, True Rippers, or AX, Quantum Sparks is kicked outside of the top 4. It's not that hard.
Yeah, so you're basically saying that Esports Social, Gots and Juppy Esports, 3 teams, or potentially even True
I
Rippers
mean,
can
Esports
actually...
Social don't even need a try hard. They just need 1 point to surpass
Yeah.
Quantum Sparks. So I'm speaking of 3 teams, Godsend, or either Juppy, TX, or AX. Someone needs to perform.
I think I kind of agree with you. I guess there is a possibility, but like I said, the chances look slim. Quantum Sparks, they are going to be sticking themselves to the screens, watching the broadcast and looking at what the result of this game is going to be, because that just decides on whether or not this team moves on or no.
Yeah, just
But-
2 teams need to perform. That's it.
There's still one more game left, and I guess that is exactly where QS can also try and gain those few extra points they need. This is not the final game, that is.
True, true.
But we'll find out what happens. Like I said, Team AX, though, they found a pit stop. Finally, they go round the circle, move past the edges, and now are on the rather south side, the southeastern quadrant of the playing zone. They are going to be under fire, and so is going to be the case for Oops Official. Look at NoNx Esports go. Faith has faith that he's going to find the knock, and he does it against Rai. There is going to be yet another man trying to push up, but Arnav is going to get shut down as well. A bit of trade-off happening between Eclipse, but that doesn't really matter. 2 players down for NoNx Esports. Be willing to find a way to get back in this fight.
Yeah, it's quite the back and forth going on. And even NoNx Esports, they need to get those recovery. One of the men is actually taken away to his death. He cannot be saved. Faith, you should have kept running towards your teammate. Oh no, he gets eliminated now. NoNx Esports taken down with a 3-man squad and a quick third party as well. Now it's being executed by DCXSCR. This is going to be an insane one. An exciting one indeed. And DC has already kicked things off. They've found the first opener. NoNx Esports now down to a 2-man squad, but Phoenix, they're still trying their best to fight back, but it's not enough.
It's not enough for sure. Dragon Claw does survive. 3 finishes in the mark. Just a 1 man that has been a casualty, and that's completely fine, I guess. That is a fair trade-off, but do they have a lot of breathing room is going to be the question. True Rippers in the sidelines. But Necro, there is a cluster that is actually forming on the northwestern part of the map, just on the edge of Monte Nuevo, and that is a terrible position to be at. I'm looking at Versatile, I'm looking at Esports Social, and I'm also looking at Team Doxy. And in my opinion, only 1 team out of the 3 is going to walk out alive.
True. Let's not forget God's Reign. This is also one of those teams that can actually just unleash hell. And this team also has all the 4 assaulters. It means the firepower is not something this team lacks. Circle shifting down south on top of Dragon Claw Esports. And even Juppy Esports and God's Reign as well, a part of it. What I'm saying is actually coming true.
Yeah.
Juppy Esports and God's Reign, if both of them have solid performances, Quantum Sparks is outside of the top 4.
The end game just decides everything. Right now, we still have a decent number of teams left alive. Just 4 teams have bowed out of this competition. 12 teams are still alive. So, there's a lot of threats for QS. And I think these are those micro errors which they will have to fix. Some of them completely unforced, like dropping in the middle of nowhere, but also right next to an opposition. I mean, why would you do that?
Oh no.
Autobots on the flip side, they are struggling. Reeb, the IGL, gets taken down by the play zone. I don't think Lobster is going to try and risk bringing him back.
I mean, for Autobots Esports, they don't even care. They've already made it.
Yeah.
Even the last man can just literally just eliminate himself. And he will still be fine. Esports Social from the top. This man is creating a lot of trouble. Esports Social getting a couple of points. Now they push themselves above Quantum Sparks. Quantum Sparks in the 3rd spot. Team Doxy as well, just making a crooked rotation. And even they get caught off guard, as they have been eliminated from this game with just 3 finishes.
But look at this, Necro, someone's dream. They are in a very crucial juncture right now. 4 teams right around them. You've got VXT, you've got Esports Social, you've got Godlike Esports. Will you be able to hold them down is going to be a big question. Gatekeeping the lives of Esports socially, and they come hammering down. The nade comes through. 2 players bow out. 1 jumping entry for Joesh, but even he gets shut down as well. Someone's dream is shattering and turning into an absolute nightmare. But can they finish it up? Can they top it up with the squad wipe as well? Versatile enjoys it. They come in from the back lines. Nade been thrown off. Someone's dream. They are falling out in Esports social. They survive. But for how long is going to be a question. Bad OP sprays him down, but again from the backline, it's yet another third party from Godlike Esports.
Do you understand? He almost took down the entirety of VXT.
Exactly.
He almost eliminated all the remaining players of VXT all by himself. It got so close. Way too close for comfort. What a fight that was. The trifecta of death indeed. And then Godlike Esports comes through with a mop and eliminates everyone.
The timing from Godlike was impeccable. They only could find a couple of finishes from that fight, but I think the time at which they decided to enter and join in the party, it was right on point. It was bang on.
Dude, I think it's done. Godlike does not even need that many points to actually push down QuantumSparks.
Yeah.
Just a couple of more points and Godlike have done it. And keep this thing in mind, even the placement points are not being calculated towards the right.
Yeah.
So they've also got a couple of placement points now with them. Eliminating another team that's just going to add on even more placement points. Godlike Esports, they're pushing themselves across the boundary.
Yeah.
They're pushing themselves around the safety line. And QuantumSparks is slowly and steadily fizzling away. They're just fading away from the top 4.
We saw the performance in the last game as well. It just seems like all of a sudden, all 4 players seems to be inside the zone right now. I'm not talking about the playing zone. I'm talking about the mental zone where they've just locked in. 7 eliminations already. All 4 players alive. They've got the control of the entirety of the north of the circle. And the only threat for them, I guess, will be True Rippers, who lie on the western part of the circle, but they're still on the outside. We'll find out what happens, but as of now, God's Reign kind of have complicated business for themselves. They have Juppy Esports in front of them who are trying to gatekeep these lads, and the corporate squad hasn't really been able to find an opening, Necro.
God's Reign. And that's what they're trying to do. All the 4 players making it bounce together. Juppy Esports. They've got a massive storm approaching them, and Juppy, they're also getting shot at from the back. It's Dragonclaw knocking on the doors, and the utilities of God's Reign claiming those elimination points. Confirmation's not too far away. For God's Reign, they've already advanced in a good spot. But Juppy Esports is still a problem. There's a man from Juppy Esports in the back, trapped in the compound. And for God's Reign, eliminating that player is not going to be a trouble. But that man from Juppy Esports straight up sends it. He just wants to advance towards a safer spot, and he might just be able to do so without any problems. But the moment I say so, even he gets caught. God's Reign Esports from the edge, mopping the floor. They're moving in a pretty dominating manner.
Certainly are, but you know, I still feel Juppy Esports with a 3-1 split just complicated business for themselves. It wasn't really the greatest of positions. Dreams this time does have a little cubby for himself. He does heal himself up, but from the distance it is going to be AX who shut them down. And on the flip side, Team AX have been making steady moves. They are sitting at 32 points right now. Godsend. They've got a nade send in towards their direction. True Rippers. It's going to be Cheyenne who tastes his own medicine right now. True Rippers on the flip side. 3 players. The flank that has been set up, it did not pay off. And it's been chopped off.
Godlike Esports. They just need a couple of points. I think they've already done it. They've pushed down QuantumSparks in the overall standings. And now they're on the 4th spot. Godsend is on the 3rd. And there's definitely a chance that AX might just be able to get a lot more points, and even True Rippers can do it.
Yeah.
Godlike is also still alive with all the forces up on the block. And even they can do it. AX is catching too much hurt upon themselves, but AX so far has been incredible. But they're catching too much hurt upon themselves. They do not even have the high ground to play with, and Godlike Esports just constantly peppering those shots. It's applying too much pressure.
But Team AX is doing something which does not make absolute sense whatsoever. Aryan and Raiden close to Godlike Esports, taking this fight in a 2v4 fashion. Meanwhile, Cyrax way too back at the edge of the circle towards God's Reign. This is exactly what he's talking about. There's a lot of space in between these two players, or rather these two sets of players.
Oh my god.
I don't even know how this team is going to regroup now.
I think this might just be big brain play from them.
Potentially.
The
if it
circle
works out.
actually shifts in the smack center. That means God's Reign is now going to be forced to move inside of the circle. And God's Reign does not have an idea that there's a man from AX in the back. The moment God's Reign makes a move, they're going to be vulnerable. And the man from the back is going to go for the shots, while the two players in the front, they will be set up for success.
Sounds really good in theory. Only if Team AX can execute it to perfection. I guess Cyrax is going to be their hero for now, because this is a perfect setup for them. 32 points. They are sitting at the 6th spot. They've got 8 eliminations and they've got 3 players left alive. They can easily play in for the chicken dinner if they do manage to find an answer to the challenges being posed by Godlike Esports. They've been phenomenal, by the way. I think 42 points. I did not expect Godlike to actually carry on that momentum. I thought that, yes, they did get a couple of finish points left, right, and center, but they will get taken down. But now, finally, Cyrax decides to come out of cover, and Godwin instantly decides to punish them.
It's all good, though. The man's once again behind cover. AX, the man is safe. Now all the eggs are in one basket. AX has a safe position inside of the circle, while God's Reign, they're going to be forced to move out in the open. And let's understand this. There are 2 teams around God's Reign. One's going to be AX, the other's going to be DC. Which means God's Reign is now being forced to take a fight against Dragonclaw Esports. And for God's Reign to convert this fight, it's going to be extremely tough. Dragonclaw Esports, they've got a perfect defense setup. The stance is incredible. The moment God's Reign peaks on top of that ridge, there's going to be a lot of cover fire from the back lines. So how does God's Reign do it? They're also getting shot at from the sidelines. It's also AX taking those shots. God's Reign in a world of trouble. DC, but they also lose out another man. Another man in the front from the side of Dragonclaw Esports. He's got the shotgun, but can he make it count? And yes, it's going to be the answer. Second man struck. Dragonclaw Esports. They're making the players of God's Reign hurt. And this time it seems like God's Reign might just not be able to recover from the setback as AX, they advance in the front.
What a commendable effort by AX right now. Orange just walks in right in the nick of time, but even he gets sent backpacking. Gotten from the far fringe is taking down the biggest oppositions right now. And now it is Team AX with just a one-man lineup. GDR on the flip side, they've been destroyed. They've been smacked down. Just one man still left alive. But can he give those 2 fallen comrades a little bit of a revive? Will be my question. What a quick fight that we did get to see. Necro just completely flipped the script, took away all the lead that Team AX had, took away everything that Godlike had. And look at that Molotov. Cyrax just walks past it, but this is no doubtedly a game for Godlike Esports unless GDR finds a way to shut them down.
This is just phenomenal from God's Reign. The fact that they get all the 4 pieces back on the board is just mind-blowing. And now for True Rippers, there's just one man, Punk, alive. I don't think he can really be the difference maker. AX has been eliminated, but they still do get away with a lot of points. Which means now in the overall standings, the tensions, it's going to rise even more. For Godlike Esports, if they do end up securing this game, already the top 4 is secured. Godlike's going to be unshakable in the last game, and right now they're just marching towards victory. Godlike with an unstoppable form, and now they're trying to stop the entirety of God's Reign. 2 gods up against each other, and it seems like gods were sent from hell to shut down God's Reign.
You know, beautiful golden chicken for the lads in God's GDS, Godlike Esports. How many finishes do they have? 7 plus 1 plus 4 plus 5.
17.
17 eliminations.
That's going to be 27 freaking points.
Wow.
They've already done it.
Wow, I'm actually surprised, to be honest. I'm speechless right now. I did not expect Huntro to actually pop up the way he did. I did not expect Junaid to pop up the way he did, and Fraggy as well. 17 eliminations, lads. Congratulations, though. But like you said, I guess it just manifested that thing. The Quantum Sparks falling down to the 4th spot. Now with 1 game left alive, I'm pretty sure Scout and the rest of his boys is going to be shivering.
Hey, my theory is always right. And that's what happened.
You've got a great sense of manifestation. I love that. You know, you can actually spoil the games of others.
I'm also trying to manifest that I'll get rich someday, but let's see if that'll actually happen or not. But you know what? Back towards the game. Because God's Reign, this performance, they needed this, no matter what. And this performance also keeps God's Reign in a real good spot in the overall standings. In the top 2 with a lot of elimination points, that's what God's Reign had. So I would love to see the overall standings and still find out how big of a gap there is between the 5th and the 4th spot.
I don't think there's any gap right now, because imagine this. God's Reign is going to get a big chunk of that placement points.
Yeah.
Godson Esports just walked away with almost everything. And then Team AX also had a great performance. Team True Rippers, yeah, a little shabby, but AX with those placement points and the number of finish points that they had, I guess Quantum Sparks, AX, and maybe even another team, 3 teams are going to be in an extremely tight spot. And for QS to actually survive qualification, they will have to go in for a big game.
True. I mean, at this point, there's just too much pressure. And there's just something about this name, Hunter, you know? Be it Hunters from Genesis Esports or be it this man, Huntro from Godsent. Both the players are incredible. 7 finishes, 951 damage dished out. This man was right there every single time converting those fights. But one of those insane plays were also there from the side of Esports Social. That one man almost managed to shut down the entirety of VXT.
Yeah.
It was crazy too.
I mean, he did not actually manage to land up in the top players, but I'm pretty sure he's going to be somewhere out there. Punk and Cyrax, I think congratulations to Punk, because I think he's been looking at this for a while. 4 finishes, 717 points of damage. But still, you know, something feels off for True Rippers. It seems like the team coordination or maybe the communication is still not at its absolute peak.
True Rippers does not feel like that dominating team that we knew once they were. Especially from a man like Punk, the amount of performance that you expect, it's still not being delivered yet.
Yeah.
From a roster that comes through from Punk, that's what I mean to say.
Exactly right. I mean, imagine this. They've got almost the best players from different teams out there. You've got Cheyenne, you've got Omega from Higgboson, you've got Termi from Learn From Past. And all these assaulters in the last season in BGI 2026 were just popping off every single time. I don't really know what is going wrong with Punk at the helm of things, but True Rippers will have to find answers.
Yeah, of course they have to. And especially now the upcoming game is going to be the final game. And we know this is also going to be the last chance for True Rippers to actually make it towards Group A. They have to perform no matter what. If they miss out on this chance to actually make it towards the promotion, then we know this Group D is not going to be able to make it towards the Group A in the future.
Find out what happens. GDR on the other side, I think they really had an opportunity to stack up those points, in my opinion. You know, I still remember Justin, I think in the first game inside of BMPS 2026, he had 8 finishes for himself. GDR had a flurry of finishes, but where did all that form go is just my question right now. We do have the match rankings in front of our screens, ladies and gentlemen. GDS, Godson Esports with 27 points and Team AX with 12. I think both these two teams just did enough. Godson just overshadowing AX and GDR and their efforts, but I'm telling you, when the overalls come by AX and GDR, those double digits, it's gonna hard struck QS right now, right in their hearts.
Of course, and even Esports Social is not safe, by the way. Even Esports Social is going to have that sort of elimination on top of their heads. Not exactly elimination, being kicked outside of the top 4. That's what I mean to say. As you flip the page of the match rankings, yes, a few concerning names is definitely there. Quantum Sparks being one of them, Jup Esports as well being the other. Since now the last game, Jup Esports, they need a chicken dinner. Quantum Sparks, they need more than 15 points to keep that spot pinned down, because this game is going to be making sure that everyone sweats.
You're talking about everyone sweating. I am sweating before the overall rankings. Have a look at that.
Oh my
It seems
God.
like QS is still going to retain their slot inside of the top 4, but they've been pushed down by 2 spots. They are on the 4th spot, 46 points, and True Rippers are trailing them by 8 points, 38 points for them. AX with 36, Juppy with 35, GDR with 34. It's almost like 4 teams are chasing down Quantum Sparks, but look at Godson, 60 points. What a banger.
8 points separating True Rippers from actually taking that 4th spot. AX as well, there's not a lot of points, even for Juppy Esports. They just need one chicken dinner, and even they can instantly make it around the safety block. But if Esports Social and Quantum Sparks mess up the upcoming game, there's a chance that 2 teams might just be switched up in the top 4.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a little disappointed. I would say not disappointed technically. I was just hoping a little more from teams like Red X Ross, from teams like Dragonclaw as well. Teams who've come in from the open qualifiers and from the campus tournaments as well. Because I think this is also a big step up to come inside of BMPS 2026 and play against all of these big teams out there. But still, I think Red X Ross, nothing to cry for. Nobody's getting eliminated. They will come back, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, with that being said, we are going to be taking a very short break before the finale, of course. One last map of Miramar, but after a short break.
Please do not get in my way. You cannot drop in my lane. Tires is burning the pain. You don't have nothing to say. This is how legends are made. I know I got what it takes. And I'm not popping the brakes. And I'm not popping the brakes. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with? That is competitive. Top of the throne, it is me. How you moving so when it's speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire. I just been bringing the fire. Bringing the fire. I just been bringing the. And they can't stop me. They know that I'm bringing the. I got the feel in my veins. Trust me, I'm making a name. We are not one and the same. I am on top of the game. I cut out the line on my brakes, and that's why the drive is insane. Heart of a camp, adrenaline rushes is numbing the pain. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with? That is competitive. Top of the throne, it is me. How you moving so when it's speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire. Been bringing the fire. I just been bringing the fire. And they can't stop me. They know that I'm bringing the.
इन जैसों पे मैं तो रिएक्ट भी नहीं करता।
बीजेएमआई क्रिकेट लीग का विनर है, रोज खेलता है, आप भी ट्राई करो।
अबे असली का 650 करोड़ देगा फिर भी नहीं करूंगा। इस खेल में ना
सिर्फ टीम सपोर्ट करनी है बड़े भाई।
जीत गया छोटे भाई। ये देख,
बीजीएमआई पे टीम सपोर्ट करो और ग्लेशियर जीतो।
Welcome back after that short break, and now it's iSuper Johnny with me on the panel. And iSuper Johnny, there's a chance that Quantum Sparks can finally be kicked outside of the top four. Now the Swordies on top of their necks.
True, but I think them sticking around inside of the top four itself, I'm happy about it, and I hope at least they are able to hold on to that spot at the end of the next Miramar and get promoted to Division C or Group C.
Let's not forget, there's also teams like True Rippers, God's Reign, AX on the other side, and you already know these teams are not going to go out without a fight.
That is true, and I think the surprising entry inside of that mix is Juppy Esports. The performance in that previous game of Miramar was actually quite nicely executed. It allows them to stay in the fight for that top four bracket. But it's not just Quantum Spark whose spot will be up for grabs. Esports Social as well, they've taken a little bit of tumble. They also find themselves being contested. So if you think about it, kind of two teams under fire for the next game.
Yeah, but still for Esports Social to actually get kicked out, it's a little bit tougher. But QS, there's only 8 points of safety net if you really compare them towards the 5th spot. So there's a big chance that True Rippers can instantly make that leap and kick Quantum Sparks out. But if QS wants to stay safe, they need to make sure that in the last game they at least get more than 10 points or maybe a chicken dinner.
I think even if they end up securing like 6 points, 5 to 6 points, that gets them in a safer position. All they need to make sure is that Esports Social gets taken out or True Rippers is out of the fight. One of those teams getting taken out early makes their life a whole lot easier, because even from Quantum Sparks' POV, they are targeting the team above them. They would
True.
want to surpass Esports Social, and I think the difference over there is like 3 or 4 points, so it's not that difficult. But again, these are all hypotheticals. What happens inside of the game? I hope we get to see some drop clashes. True Rippers, I think if Punk is feeling comfortable with this new team, just go after Quantum Spark.
You know, for some reason, I'm a massive believer in Punk. I know this man always makes it. He never surrenders. Whenever you think Punk is done for, somewhere, he will always come back somehow, and he will just surprise all of you. And that's what I believe right now as well. There's a chance Punk can make it. There's a chance God's Reign can just go bonkers.
Exactly.
Go frag heavy and make it as well. For a team like Quantum Sparks to stand a chance against both these teams, they need at least 10 points, and that's the only thing that's going to save the day for them, as the plane's going to be hitting the skies once again, this time starting all the way from Puerto Paraiso towards Toriamuda. This plane flat path is heavily tilted on the right side of the map.
And, well, let's see how these two teams that we're talking about, True Rippers and Quantum Spark, duke it out. As you were talking about Punk, I definitely agree. I think True Rippers, they have the firepower, they have the experience, and God's Reign as well, by the way. Same thing for them. Although today, God's Reign, the struggles were there compared to today. They did quite better yesterday. So hopefully they recover something in this last Miramar. This is going to be their last opportunity to find a break inside of the top 4. And Group C, I think that is where things get a little bit more interesting. Team AX as well. The performance, the level of aggression we saw from them in that last match feels like they're finally getting comfortable.
I mean, the way the plane flat path as well has been formed up. Quantum Sparks dropping all the way towards Puerto Paraiso. Off the rip, they've taken an early drop, which means Quantum Sparks is now going to be planning to play a safe game, which they have to, technically, if you think about it. There's just too much on the line. Unless, if they do tend to go aggressive, they just need to make sure they're getting 2 squad wipes, which is too much to ask for. So it's better to just play safe, survive for as long as you can, get a good spot in the circle, and just be shooting turrets.
Well, let's see. I mean, unfortunately for them, the circle forms up towards the northern half of the map. That's already trouble for a team like Quantum Spark at the start of the game itself. God's Reign as well, another team that's eyeing for that top 4 qualification, now stuck in Impala. Luckily for them, that northern rotation, this time it's going to be empty. No Victoria Sumus, no ways to deal with. So Elazar, you know, is going to be isolated and completely vacant. But God's Reign, they need to make an early rotation this time to find that early breach. Not a lot of visible head-on drop clashes. Maybe an early fight between Dragonclaw and Team AX up north.
Esports Social as well, let's not forget them. Towards overall Hathin, that's where they are. Or San Martin, my bad. So as of now, in San Martin, they're safe. No one's really around them.
You miss Sanhok, don't you?
I do, man. I don't even know why Hathin just came to my mind, but it did.
Sanhok used to be the last map for the teams last year, right?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
it was such a great map. I don't even know how Hathin just came to my mind. So random. But yeah, San Martin, that's where they are. And Esports Social, they're actually trying to spread their wings as well towards Creative Fields. There's also a team towards Hacienda del Patron, which is going to be True Rippers. And True Rippers is already contesting a decent spot in the circle, including AX. All the teams currently around the top 4, they have already a good spot in the circle.
Pretty much, but to cause trouble for these teams, I'm afraid with Autobots also being there towards Toriamuda and Cruz del Valle, they cover up a lot of terrain. Although I think the main contenders for Autobots to gatekeep will be the side of Godsend, who have been absolutely phenomenal crossing, well, actually reaching that 60-point marker. Another team that's completely safe. Red Ross on our screens. Seems like that finish in the bottom 4 cannot be avoided by Red Ross. 15 points on the board.
Esports Social, 49 points in the overall standings. Just to be safe, cross that 55. I'm not even lying.
Yeah.
The only 2 teams that are safe right now are Godsend and Autobots Esports, because they've already reached 60-point marker. The moment you cross that 55, I think you're going to be untouchable. So just do it. Quantum Sparks, extremely close to a lot of threat. AX is in a good spot. True Rippers is in a really good spot. And right now it seems like True Rippers, they're up for success. They might just be able to get away with 2 free points right now. Sham, he's just waiting for the opponents to walk in this crosshair. That explosive bow is going to be doing a lot of damage. And Sham is still holding this corner. He's got no idea that the opponent can actually see him. But eventually Sham, he just blasts him in the face. The shot up close and personal, it's going to be devastating. And True Rippers, they've already got the man advantage in the fight.
Yeah, they found the opening now. It's just time to put pressure and, in fact, keep the pressure on the players of Team Doxy. Tell me, he's gotten very close, has an 8 to work with as well. And they can isolate this man, finish him off. Doxy is going to try and fight his way out of this, but it's too much pressure, too many bodies. Drop down Termi. Punk is still there, some damage dished out, but True Rippers, they need to be cautious. There's a reset coming through for the players of Team Doxy. They're back on their feet, but before True Rippers could find a trade, another man has fallen in the backlines.
Oh no, True Rippers is collapsing, but even Team Doxy's collapsing. Trades back and forth now for Team Doxy. It's just one man, and True Rippers, they saved the day for themselves. 4 points added to the tally. A step closer to making sure that Quantum Sparks will be kicked outside of the top 4.
Man, what a relief, what a sigh of relief it must have been from Punk. They somehow do manage to survive. All 4 players still alive as well. That's just bonus. But as you mentioned, closing in the gap now, just 4 points shy of pushing Quantum Spark outside of that top 4. But the job is not yet done. Esports Social in the nearby vicinity. I wonder if they've heard all that commotion coming from the side of True Rippers. Team AX, another team that's in the race. Although I don't think they're going to be involved in any action soon. AX playing a very, very wide split.
AX, I mean, another team that's going to try to execute a safe play style. We're not going to be seeing any sort of action from AX, that's for sure. So it is going to be a stale situation for AX as of now. Dragon Claw, that's another team in the close proximity of AX towards La Cabrera. And all the other teams that are actually playing it pretty safe. I'm speaking of Someone Stream, Oops Official, FEZ, Redix Ross. I mean, just go guns blazing.
Yeah.
At this point, doesn't even matter. You're not even getting eliminated from the game. Just go aggressive. It's the last game of the week. Anyways, next week, the scoreboards are going to be resetted. So you might as well just go guns blazing. Practice some firepower.
I agree with you. I think everyone in the bottom 4, Dragonclaw, VXT, Phoenix, are also included in that list. If you're not in those mid-30s, then might as well just, as you mentioned, practice for next week. Someone's Dream. They are looking to push the cluster close to the center. Right now positioning themselves just east of Hacienda del Patron. Should get spotted out by either VXT or True Rippers in the next few moments, but let's see.
Someone's Dream in that previous game, we saw some great moment. The way they were able to convert that fight, Esports Social making that pounce on top of them, then later on, one man from Esports Social almost dismantling the entirety of VXT. That was definitely the highlight of that game. Oops Official, Johnny, this team, it feels like they're just happy to be here.
Hey man, the name is Oops Official.
Oops!
And it's
I
official.
just qualified for BMPS.
And it's official Oops as well. I mean, they made it this far. They are in Group D. And let's see how the entirety of the journey for Oops Official turns out. Because Group D, it's very tricky. You have these new, fresh faces, but you also have these experienced players that have kind of dominated Tier 1 back in the days. I mean, you look at God's Reign, you look at Punk, you look at AX, defending champions for crying out loud. You look at Autobots Esports. Lobster is there. He's been a phenomenal player. We've seen Lobster perform for the teams that were trying to break into the top tier circuit of BGMI for the longest of times. So this is a difficult group itself. If you can somehow survive getting eliminated by not being in the bottom 8 into the last week, then at least you do manage to stay alive in this tournament.
But now here's the question. If you want to be the best,
Yeah.
if you want to be a living legend, is that an excuse you want to give yourself?
Not really.
Exactly. It doesn't matter who you're playing against. You're always supposed to dominate and show them who you are. You're here to make a name for yourself.
I think with that thought in mind, we should have expected at least Autobots and Godsend to go completely ham in this particular match. These two teams have absolutely nothing to lose and yet are just going all out in this game in terms of trying to play safe, still trying to see what's the best possible result they can put on the board in 6 matches. A little bit of practice for the next round for them as well.
I guess.
I mean, the best form of domination is finishing first, right?
True. Versatile Esports. For them, I don't even know what to say. I mean, they've got some players who do pack a lot of punch. The potential is definitely there, but the potential is just not oozing out. True Rippers, the way they almost messed up this fight, it was concerning. For a moment, we thought that maybe Quantum Sparks, they're going to be gifted that 4th spot, but then True Rippers made a comeback in that fight. And that's what I'm saying. A man like Punk is not going to go away without a fight.
Pretty much. And he's been putting up a tough fight as well in the journey so far, but FEZ, that sound of the vehicle, it's definitely been heard by Autobots on the other side. And Autobots right now are the team to avoid, not the team to beat. FEZ though, as you were talking about it a few moments ago, they're down in the top 4 with just 13 points, so might as well just take this fight, see what's going wrong, and prep a little bit in terms of those middle of the team fight decisions for the next week. They have AX on the flank as well, so there's a potential for a third party.
And Johnny, if I'm being completely honest, I had a lot of expectations coming through from Redix Ross, VXT, Phoenix Esports. But yeah, the performance is not even close.
Was the expectation there because of the roster, because of the history?
Because of the history and the legacy that these guys have, or the overall organization has.
Yeah,
understandable.
there. Yeah. I think we can blame Somraj for that.
I mean, for Phoenix Esports in general, they're quite a known team, right? It doesn't matter. It's quite a known organization. You always expect great things from them, but for some reason, this time around in BMPS, especially after the roster shuffle, it feels like we're not seeing that same thing anymore. The transfer hasn't been working out for this team yet.
Yeah. In fact, both of them, I think, VXT and Phoenix, both the rosters, struggling right now in the middle pack in Group D. Juppy Esports, Explosive spotted out, but it seems like he's a very slippery target. Does manage to put some distance between him and the players of Red Ross. Finally gets taken out, but has some cover to work with, and his teammates right next to him. Can Juppy Esports recover? I don't think they want to recover. They just abandon him and run. What?
Yeah, Juppy Esports still knows that there's a chance they can actually make a comeback and maybe just secure that 4th spot in the overall standings. And that's why they're trying to play it as safe as possible. Gifting away this point to Redix Ross, I think they should have fought it out.
I agree. They should have tried to fight this out. They had the superior positioning as well. They were a little bit closer.
Them just backing away like that is questionable for sure. Redix Ross as well. If you look at the overall positioning from their side too, now that you think about it, it was actually a tough fight to be converted. So I do respect that overall decision of them just backing away. Redix Ross themselves are getting third party by Phoenix Esports from the back. This was going to happen.
Yeah, Red Ross, 2 tunnel visioned on the points up ahead. Last man in the line gets left behind, and Phoenix Esports claim an easy point and just move in the completely opposite direction. Do not want to go for the chase. I don't think they were able to spot out the remaining players from the side of Red Ross. I think those two crossed the hill, the ridge, way too early. This is going to be a very tricky endgame. I think it's an open position from Hacienda to water treatment. Not a lot of cover to work with.
Pretty much the open fields.
Yep.
Terrains as well extremely exposed. You don't have a lot of cover. True Rippers have found themselves around the edge lines. Not exactly the edge, but sort of around the off-centric part. That is a decent spot, but I still do believe that the circle is going to be taking another shift. Redix Ross taking too many shots upon themselves. Esports Social, that cover fire was there, but it was not exactly too precise. Superb gets the confirmation, backs away instantly inside of the house. Redix Ross, they've already done the damage. And Esports Social, all they could do is just watch their teammates perish. But now they're actually going to make the counter push, and it sort of works out. They're dealing a lot of damage, but even the opponents are doing too much of that damage. Esports Social is crumbling down. 2 players knocked out. Make the count to 3, and now Esports Social is just alive with 1 man. They messed up big time, and let's not forget there's still too many teams eyeing out that spot in the overall standings. If Esports Social get eliminated right now, that spot can be taken away by someone else.
Yeah, we spoke about this exact scenario at the start of this game. This is what QuantumSpark wanted, and now it's happening within the match itself. Even AX, by the way, getting taken out by Dragonclaw Esports makes the target for True Rippers a little bit easier. There is going to be no one chasing them down. They are pressure free, and True Rippers can then just aim to secure 49 points. You get ahead of Esports Social, you are safe. One last man surviving from the side of Esports Social. I think just to confirm that that's the goal, we would want him to get taken out.
Gods right now literally has a glowing chance to make it inside of the top 4. AX has been eliminated, and even Esports Social is almost on the verge of being eliminated. I mean, AX just has 1 man standing, so I highly doubt he's going to be able to do anything. So you can pretty much just count him out. For God's Reign, the competition is almost nullified. There's just 1 team in the name of Juppy and True Rippers. But to be honest, if you think about it, if QuantumSpark messes up as well, that's going to be 2 slots opened up.
Yeah, and I think QuantumSpark are already in a very tough spot. They're playing the southern edge of the circle. You can see the cluster forming close to the center and towards the northern side, because these are the positions where you have cover available right now.
Autobots.
Autobots is safe. They're just taking points off the board, not letting anyone else breathe. This fight against the players of Godson Esports, it benefits absolutely no one. It's a decision for these 2 teams. Who finishes second, who finishes first.
I don't think they even care about that.
Yeah, neither one does.
Oh, nice nade. Catches one of the players off guard. Instant confirmation as well follows up. Eggy with the boys of Autobots Esports. Now he's on the path of vengeance. And that last from Godson Esports might just not be able to survive for too long. He gets one of the confirmations as well. What a great tracing from Ralphie. Through the windows, he knew where exactly the man's going to be, and he was able to trace him to death. Autobots Esports is also taking shots in the far away as Phoenix Esports try to create a few problems, and Phoenix, they're also getting knocked out and finished off. Esports Social eliminated from the game with only 49 points. They were not able to secure even a single piece of point.
Yeah, pretty much. But look at this, I think, oh no, Autobots, it seems like I've forgotten the fact that Futurize Esports, Empire Original were the ones who originally started this fight. Ralphie,
oh my god, no
yeah,
way.
Yeah, you deserve to get punished for that. You can't whiff a shot that easy. And the punish does come through from Lobster.
He was right there.
Yeah,
How would you whiff that?
I have no idea.
Man, oh man. He actually gets a second shot at life as well. Boy. Well, now we know why FEC is in the bottom 4. Even though being in the bottom 4 of Group D does not make a difference, just in the final week, you need to avoid being in the bottom 8.
Yeah.
That's it.
I mean, if you're looking at it from a perspective of just surviving in the tournament, it doesn't. But if you miss out promotion this week, then it takes away the opportunity of ever finishing in Group A. The best you can do after this one is just get promoted in the next week, 2 weeks back-to-back, and finish in Group B, I guess.
Circle shifting on top of VXT. They've got the prime spot to play with, but VXT just needs to make sure that some of the off angles that are going to be farmed on top of them are not too cheeky. And even if VXT does end up winning the game, I don't think there's a chance that they can propel themselves in the top 4. Maybe it's just to fight for the pride or just to get your hands warmed up for the next week. Red Ross under heavy fire. Another man's taken down real low, and for True Rippers to convert this fight, it's not even going to be a concern. They don't even break a sweat as they eliminate another man from Red Ross.
6 points on the board for True Rippers. The tally moves up. And now just 2 points shy. They know where Zaref and Aman are. Zaref knocked out. Aman, the last man surviving, constantly giving them cues with the nade pin. Oh, and it's going to be a trade. The 2 points have been secured. On the side of True Rippers, 46, all tied up with QuantumSpark. Now the next target is for sure Esports Social. Both the teams are going to look to secure those extra 3 points. And with the AX already shut down, it becomes a little bit more intense, the journey for Juppy Esports and God's Reign in this game.
So let's just say True Rippers is in the top 4. I don't think stopping True Rippers now is possible.
Yeah, they have the flow of points. 3 points it should not be too difficult.
Yeah, 8 finishes already on the board, so True Rippers right now, it's just so sharp that they're just breaking through any barrier that's in front of them. And Juppy Esports right now, they want to charge on top of True Rippers. I think it's a bad idea, Juppy. You might just be ending up eliminating yourself, and that's what happens. What a nade that was, and his own teammate's nade gets him. Juppy Esports, communication lacking. Massive blunder, team play missing. That nade just knocks his own teammate out. True Rippers getting unwanted help.
These are the kind of moments where teams fall apart, and I guess this is the moment for Juppy Esports, them falling apart mid-game. Catalyst, the last player surviving, spotted out from the backlines by QuantumSpark, but Scout is hesitating in taking the shots. He is held back. 3 points needed for QuantumSpark to be safe for now, at least for this moment. True Rippers are in the top 4 and QuantumSpark are out. There goes the crew. There goes QuantumSpark. The trio strikes, but they are starting to fall. Catalyst, he takes down Archit. Master gets the reset. And now they're looking for the revive.
Utilities tossed from even the side of True Rippers. And True Rippers is also taking those shots on the remaining players of QuantumSparks. Punk was almost knocked out. I thought he was done for. If Punk would have been knocked there, maybe QuantumSparks would have easily executed that fight. But since Punk is still alive, it's hard to say.
Necro, this is the fight that decides the top 4. I think this is where things get finalized.
You can already feel that intensity. QuantumSparks against True Rippers. It's the fight for the 4th spot. And if QuantumSparks ends up losing the fight, they're not going to be able to make it to Group A in the future weeks. The chance will be taken away from them. They can still get promoted in the week 2, but to Group C. That is going to be heartbreaking for the fans. QuantumSparks, they need to make it. They need to win this fight. But the same can also be said for True Rippers. And at this point, they cannot even just call it a truce.
Yeah. They really can't. It's just open terrain on either sides. If you want to move up, you have to take the fight. Unfortunately for them, or actually fortunately for us, the circle moving away means that these two teams will be forced into action. Archit, his HP bar chipped away down to 50 HP. And Scout on the flank somehow needs to find one pick. They need to find the opener. The nade falls short yet again. It's just like no ROI on all of the nades that have been lobbed out so far from the side of QuantumSpark. They haven't gotten any return.
Oh, QuantumSparks. They try to send it against True Rippers, and once again they meet the same fate as the previous team did. The moment they ram their vehicle, a man gets knocked out. QuantumSparks, the team play needs to be spot on, but even a man from True Rippers falls apart. Trades back and forth. The situation's down to a 2-on-3. Man advantage in the hands of True Rippers. A few more utilities tossed out. True Rippers is losing the duel. Now the situation's down to a 2-on-2. A man from QuantumSparks is taken down low, and now True Rippers with the man advantage. All they need to do is shut down this last man, and they do so! QuantumSparks, they are probably quicked outside of the top 4. They're still barely hanging on, though.
I don't think so. I think now it's down to God's Reign. God's Reign needs 50 points to find themselves inside of the top 4. Esports Social, it comes down to this game, Necro. Esports Social is out because they ended the match. Their journey came to an end before QuantumSparks was eliminated, and it's the result in the very last game in the case of a tiebreaker. So, rules of tiebreaker, QuantumSpark, for now, are still in this match. It all now depends on God's Reign. God's Reign needs 15 points.
I can already feel the fans just praying that God's Reign messes up somehow. But True Rippers as well now is falling apart. 51 points secured. I think True Rippers is going to be safe. I don't think True Rippers is now going to be kicked out no matter what.
Yeah, I agree.
The only possible leap we can see is by God's Reign. And even God's Reign needs at least 5 more elimination points and a chicken dinner.
Pretty much. It's a tough task for God's Reign. Their position, again, exposed towards the eastern edge of the circle. They have a hill. They do see the players from someone's dream. Shots being taken constantly, but not a lot of value being gained with this long distance engagement. There's a threat a little bit closer in the form of Oops Official down south, but they are being ignored for now.
Someone's stream with 2 finishes. Autobots Esports in that little shed. VXT is all around them. And Phoenix Esports next to that entire terrain.
I think this has to be the game for God's Reign. This fight seems easy. There is a potential third party from the side of VXT since they will have a line of fire for these hills. They can be distracted. Oh no! Neo moves up. The punish comes through from Zentrix. Now God's Reign, all they can do is hope for the nades to make contact, and they do. A 2-pointer comes through from Aquanox. And now it's just all about racking up those eliminations.
Yeah, and God's Reign, they seem quite fierce. They know Oops is hurt. All they need to do is just make that pounce, but no, instead the vehicles collide. Eventually they do eliminate the entirety of Oops Official, so it's all good. God's Reign now control a massive terrain. From the edges, they're looking safe. So it's all good.
They need one more finish and then the chicken dinner, and they're already in the top 4. Now there's a lot more hope for God's Reign. All 4 players intact. They have the numbers to work with as well. But it will come down to where the next circle shifts, Necro. If it's anywhere close to where the players of VXT are, then it becomes a big challenge for God's Reign to close out with the chicken dinner.
Indeed. Shots, someone's stream. It's so close. Versatile Esports. Oh, they've got Phoenix Esports in the crosshair. They're pinned down. And Phoenix Esports, as of now, there's a big split. Faith and his teammate next to each other. God's Reign as well, catching too much hurt upon themselves. And God's Reign at this point, it feels like they just can't do anything about it. Out in the open. All they can do is just play the survival game and cross their fingers and hope that the circle's going to be on top of them. And that's what happens. The circle out in the open on top of God's Reign. Johnny, I think the stars are aligned. Everyone else needs to move out in the open.
I agree. I think even the duo from the side of Phoenix Esports is going to be flushed out. And this is the moment for God's Reign to shine. They can't afford to whiff their shots like we've seen them just a few seconds ago. They have enough cover with those hay bales being present. The only question is, do they have the ammunition and the utility to deal with someone's dream, to deal with the players of VXT? It's a 3 versus 3 versus 3 versus 2 situation. God's Reign now, all they can do is just lie patiently in wait. Nades go flying from the players of VXT. But someone's dream, they succeed in finding those trade. If these vehicles blow up, these players, yeah, they're going to be done for instantly.
God's Reign. Oh, someone's stream, catching too much hurt. Man knocked out. They're also being chipped pretty low. Vehicles being exploded as well, which means the means of transport not there. They cannot even travel quickly. Someone's stream, they have to be on barefoot. Phoenix Esports as well, just getting cut off. God's Reign now is just accumulating so many finishes. VXT as well out in the open, they're just crumbling apart, but VXT can still recover. Someone's stream from the sidelines, the Blues gonna be on the move, and they're gonna be on barefoot. They're taking too much damage, another man falls apart. God's Reign collecting all the points out in the open, they know it's their game to be closed.
And it's not just the game, it's the leaderboard as well. It's a spot for promotion that they might have clinched with this chicken dinner on the map of Miramar. 11 eliminations. We spoke about it. They needed a grand total of 15 points from this match to qualify inside of the top 4. And they have 11 just from those finishes alone.
They've done it.
Yeah,
they've also got the placement points.
Oh yeah, they're in the top 3. It's done.
Yeah,
done and dusted.
Quantum Sparks, after trying so hard, still failed to make it.
I feel bad, man. This was a decent run from Quantum Spark, to be honest. I think 49 points was decent.
It was a decent run, but that's the thing, right? They lacked consistency. And the funny part is, I literally predicted all of this a game ago. The same script has been replicated on the screen right now. And I knew it as well. I was believing in Punk, and I knew that God's Reign will make it too. And that's what happened. So yeah, for Quantum Spark fans, it's unfortunate. They were praying hard, but the prayers did not come through. But still, the game is not done yet. God's Reign, they're still yet to close out the entire game, and now even Phoenix Esports, they get absolutely grinded. Last man shut. VXT, there's another man out in the open. He's got a bit of that piece of cover to play with, but the Blue's going to be on the move soon. And that's when he will need to leave that cover and maybe try and suppress the players of God's Reign. But doing so is going to be impossible because God's Reign just has a massive man advantage. The Blue as well is going to be doing too much damage. And yes, the last man from VXT gets eliminated by the play zone itself.
Yeah, the best he could do was just deny the finish point to the players of God's Reign. But at this point, it doesn't even matter. 21 points secured from this map of Miramar, more than enough to clinch the spot away to claim that 4th spot for themselves. And I think it was an incredible run from this team. Neo stepping in as an IGL, we assumed it would take him some time to adjust, but I think there's more than enough firepower in this lineup of God's Reign with Delta, Aqua, and Justin also being there, that they should be able to move all the way towards Group B, I think. But yeah, first and foremost, you have to get through Group C next.
I'm telling you, this is the new meta. You don't need an IGL. You just need 4 Assaulters, put them in a roster, and they will do the job. Revenant XSPARK have done it, Soul have done it, now even God's Reign are doing it. It's working out.
I think you definitely need a player to sometimes stop these Assaulters from overexerting themselves inside of the game. A little bit of restraint.
I think more than that, you need a coach and an analyst to do that. Because even if you look at Soul, right, yes, Knuckle is a man who is sort of calm and composed, but he was also an assaulter. Let's not forget that.
Yeah, he was. I think in Soul, that role goes to Joker.
Yeah, right now it does, right? But still, technically, if you think about it, that assaulting head, it just never gets away, right? You're always going to be an assaulter no matter what in your head. So I still believe having 4 assaulters right now in this meta makes a lot of sense because you're just going to be coming through with so many finish points. And this is one of those metas where things can happen out of nowhere on the fly. And I do believe the best people to adapt on the fly are the assaulters themselves.
Especially with a map like Rondo still in play that gives you so much value for being a team with a lot of mechanically gifted players. I think it just becomes more important, especially on Rondo, to get those finishes consistently. We did see the stats of the top performing players on our screens a few moments ago. Now we have the highlights, and I think again, True Rippers, them getting those finishes early kind of worked out this fight against Team Doxy. This was the one moment where I thought, alright, maybe things can slip out of hands for the side of True Rippers, but those trades on the other 2 players, for some reason they just tried to punish the trio of True Rippers that had picked off Doxy himself, and that became the decision because of which Team Doxy were completely destroyed, and True Rippers took no casualty in that fight.
Indeed, I mean, just look at the way even Red Ross tried their best. Right, for Esports Social, crumbling down at this point was not the way to get taken out.
Yeah.
I thought that Esports Social is going to make it because all they needed to do was get 3 points. That's it. They just needed to push themselves across that 50 points marker and get around 52 to 53 points, but they were not even able to do that.
The cutoff for top 4 is 50 points, so had they just gotten like 2 points, they would have been okay.
That's what I'm saying. That's what they literally needed to do, but they failed to do so as well. And then God's Reign, and we all know True Rippers just went ham in this game. They got the amount of points that they needed to. God's Reign needed chicken dinner. They got that chicken dinner with an explosive amount of finishes, and that's going to secure that overall good standing in the board. God's Reign with 22 points in total. They've done it more than enough. True Rippers as well getting 16 points without a doubt. Even they've done it. Phoenix Esports, VXT. I mean, they're not going to make it. Even Someone's Dream is not going to make it. Autobots Esports will make it.
Yeah, Quantum Spark should have done better in this game. I think they could have easily taken that fight against True Rippers as well. A lot of hesitation from the side of Quantum Spark in terms of
played it too
stepping
passive
into fights. Yeah, too passive. Starting from Porto Palacio, they had a lot of fighting opportunities with Oops Official as well. If you remember at the start of the match, they were out into the open, denied entry into Pala because God's Reign was there, and Quantum Spark was just standing in the distance looking at everything as spectators.
Yeah, I mean, even if you flip the page, right, you will see TD right there, Esports Social. I'm pretty sure they're going to be kicking themselves. AX, defending champions we spoke of. Even they're not going to be able to make it. So this is definitely going to be quite unfortunate. Moving on towards the overall standings, we've got our top four. True Rippers on the fourth, God's Reign on the third, and then you've got Godsend on the second, Autobots Esports on the first.
All right, the cutoff falls to 54 points. It's much higher than we expected. And Quantum Spark, they miss out on the, being in the top 4 by 4 points. Esports Social, a massive drop for Esports Social. But I think personally for me, the biggest letdown has to be Team AX, considering they are the defending champions and they've done quite okay-ish. Even after that, I think one event was a complete flop from them. BGIS run was kind of okay, considering there was a massive roster change with Cyrax not being there. But now Cyrax is back, and it seems like it wasn't him. It's Henry that they are missing right now in their roster. Who's Henry, by the way, as an individual player, is doing quite decent playing for Mysterious 4 right now.
Of course he is. And if you look at the promoted teams, right, so from Group B, you're going to be having K9 Esports, WINDGOD Esports, 7GS, and even White Walkers. Moving to Group A, from Group C, you're going to be having ZA, RC, which is Rapid Chaos, Mysterious 4, and even Ares heading towards Group B. And from Group D to Group C, you're going to have Autobots Esports, Godsend, God's Reign, and even True Rippers.
Ooh, I mean, the promotions are fine, but it's going to be the relegations that are going to be surprising for everyone. White Walkers this time around were phenomenal. I think I liked the way they played, and I liked how Somraj is playing with its new roster, playing for K9 Esports. Now moving to Group A, it's going to be a real test for these 4 teams. But let's have a look at the teams that have been relegated from their particular groups. Teams heading from Group A to B, from B to C, and of course teams headed from Group C to Group D as well. As we just found out this morning, the teams in Group A, I think Genesis was the biggest surprise out of all. No one expected Genesis to take a drop like this.
Yeah, of course. I mean, for Genesis Esports, I don't even know what's going on, but what I see is saying is that since the coach and the analyst is not there for Genesis Esports, that's why maybe Genesis Esports is currently struggling, and it's going to take a bit of that time for Genesis Esports to understand and recuperate. If you look at the relegations, Vasista Esports, Genesis, WELT, and Myth, of course, Genesis is quite a massive surprise.
Did you expect WELT to take a drop all the way into the bottom 4? They were in the top 5 at the start of the day, man.
I did expect WELT, because WELT was only able to perform good in one game, and then later on in the remaining 2 games yesterday, WELT was once again back to basics.
That's true.
Looking at that entire form, I thought that WELT Esports is probably going to be relegated. Looking at the Week two overall teams. Now, for some reason, TAG heading towards Group C, I really do want them to perform, but I don't have a good feeling about that.
You think they're still going to struggle in Group C, huh?
I think they might just go to Group D.
Hey, man, can happen. I mean, if you're worried about TAG, we have to be worried about MADKINGS as well on the same note, because MADKINGS did not have a good time at all. But we have the updated groups, by the way. This is going to be the updated group for Group A, starting off from Week 2, which is going to begin Monday. So make sure you guys mark it in your calendars and tune in for the broadcast. We have Group B as well. I'm excited to see what Mysterious 4 and Zero Arc play like in Group B. This is going to be their first real test. It's not going to be easy to go up against teams like Genesis, Vasista Esports, WELT, 8-Bit, Higgboson. Lastade as well, who have a tendency of getting very aggressive at very weird times inside of the match.
Yeah, even for JAGUAR Esports, right, and RIOTNATIONz, I believe these teams definitely do have the potential. So there's a chance next week these teams can actually make it in the top 4. And I think Genesis Esports will do a lot better as well.
Genesis, yeah, I agree. Genesis will do better, but I want to see can Mysterious 4, because Henry played phenomenally well, and Mysterious 4 actually looked pretty strong in Group B along with Zero Arc. Can they get promoted again and find themselves in Group A in Week 3?
That's a good question, right? Group C as well, if you look at it, you've got Tamilan Esports, the teams that were relegated from the previous group, 4TR, TAG, and MADKINGS now part of Group C. MADKINGS, TAG, I just really hope that the performance is there, but then if you look at the overall teams that were promoted from Group D, you've got some solid name. God's Reign, True Rippers, Autobots Esports, Godsend. man, it's so hard to expect anything. And then you've also got Santa Esports, a team that is so hit or miss.
Yeah.
If they just start to perform, they might just find themselves in Group A in the upcoming weeks.
I think at a certain point we were expecting Santa Esports and T7xORION to actually get promoted.
Yeah.
But turns out that's not the case. Moving on to the last group, Group D, it's just Likita Esports, Team Fly, TDR, that's ThunderGods, and NoNx that have been relegated to Group B. But Esports Social and Quantum Spark, AX in the same mix. I think for these three teams, I just hope that they do not fumble up in the next week of competition. I think the best they can do is finish off in Group B. And of course, you do not want to be in Group D heading to the last week. 50% of the teams from Group D will get eliminated.
And one more important point to notice is that now the teams from Group D cannot go to Group A anymore.
Yeah, pretty much.
The chance is gone because you've only got a couple of weeks in your hands. To be precise, you've only got 2 more weeks. And in those 2 weeks, you cannot promote yourself to Group A. It's
Exactly.
just impossible.
Do you think we are going to see any of the teams return back to Group C from Group D, though?
I think there's definitely
Maybe
a chance.
Likita Esports?
Yeah, maybe 1 or 2 teams, but not more than that. Since there's 2 teams like AX on the opposite side, so I do believe that AX Esports Social and even Quantum Sparks will once again try to perform because now they've got a reality check. They thought they almost qualified, but then they got slapped so hard by reality that now they're just stuck in that same group. And the eliminator of this BMPS 2026 so far will still be Rapid Chaosic's Dhruv.
Yeah, that's such a cool symbol as well. The Dhruv has been phenomenal for Rapid Chaos. They've done quite well for themselves, Rapid Chaos, this time around, this opening week. But we'll have to see where they end up. If they can somehow manage to make their way towards Group A, now that is going to be the real impressive deal. Because if you are playing in Group A in the last week, you can get your teams directly into the grand finals. No need to go through the survival stages. No need to go through the semi-finals.
I mean, even Sarvar getting 18 finishes, Lobster getting 16, even Huntro getting 16. So, for elimination leader, look, these players are not too far away.
Yeah.
But once again, if you really consider, all it takes is one game for any one of these players to actually make a big difference, right? Or for anyone who's outside of that top 5 to actually make it in the top 5.
Pretty much, but just want to point this out for Sarvar that I think he had about 12 or 13 eliminations at the end of day 1, and day 2 it was the rest of the team from the side of Zero Arc that was performing. For some reason, the performance took a dip on day 2, but even though that was the case, Zero Arc ended up doing quite well for themselves. Sarvar is doing well, being there on the Eliminator leaderboard. He's there on the MVP ranking. But as we move forward to the IGL ranking, Goku from the side of Mysterious 4 leads the charge, followed by Ryzen from WINDGOD. We have Punk from True Rippers on the 3rd, Areeb from Autobots on the 4th, and Adi from Nebula Esports on the 5th.
Yeah, I mean, for Nebula Esports, I'm liking this new change in them. Nebula Esports now seems much more calm and composed. It's like they know what they want to do. It's not just like headless chicken straight up just taking fights. They're now thinking it out properly. They're collecting intel. They're prioritizing good positionings inside of the circle and then thinking what they want to do and what sort of fights they want to take. Performer of the day is going to be Godsend's Huntro. This man was on a different level today in the span of 3 games, getting 10 finishes, 6 knocks, and 1,564 damage dished out.
Yeah, and especially at the right time as well when Godsend really needed him. He showed up, a lot of finishes, a lot of aggression coming in from the entire team, and one of the big reasons why the team ended up finishing top 2 in their particular group and are going to be promoted all the way towards Group C. But it is going to be interesting what happens to God Saints and what happens to the teams once they are finally playing in their new groups. Summary of the day, learn from Pause, king things off with a nice little chicken dinner followed by Meta Ninza and Team Tamilas, and yet these teams have managed to keep themselves safe. That was the case. You just had to stay in the top 12. But I think for the next week, we have a lot of expectations from Meta Ninja in particular. I would love to see them at least finish in the top 4 for 1 week.
These matches were just so intense. Constantly, there were so many ups and downs in the overall standings. For a moment, we did not even know what's going to be happening, be it Group A or be it this group, right? We did not know who was going to be relegated.
Exactly. At the start of the day, I really thought Meta Ninja would get kicked out. But
me too.
Surprise, surprise, that chicken dinner ends up saving their day. And Orangutan as well. What a massive comeback from OG today.
Yeah, I mean, OG making a comeback somewhere down line, we all knew. In our hearts, we knew that OG, you were not believing.
No. I believed in Genesis. Look at them.
I believed that OG will do it. I knew it. They will make it no matter what. Because at the end of the day, we're also speaking about a team that is probably the most consistent team that our region has to offer. And them getting kicked out like that from Group A wasn't acceptable. Yes, the same thing can also be said for GENxFM Esports. But I just had more faith in OG.
I mean, yeah, fair enough. I think I had faith in both of them. I was doubtful about OG because it's the start of the tournament. It's just 2 days, 6 matches. And OG definitely has a lot of potential to, and a tendency to just go to Group B and then make their way back to Group A. And I think then they would have done a lot better. But hey, now they're there again in Group A, still sticking around. The leaderboard is going to reset. Hopefully they do not slip out from the top 4 in the next week, because I think OG is definitely one of those teams that you know for a fact, just like Seoul, can always stay in the top 3, top 4, no matter what.
Without a doubt. And even if you guys want to make sure that you're getting your hands on the overall standings or instantly having the look at the announcement, make sure to follow Krafton India Esports' socials.
Exactly. Or you can follow Necro as well if you want to see some exciting content, what he talks about when the matches are not happening. But ladies and gentlemen, that's it from our side for this day and this week. We're going to be back again on Monday with the action beginning for week 2. Until then, that's Necro. This is Super Johnny. Take care. Bye-bye.
I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touched down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink gon' dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touched down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time on my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time on my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean woes. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time on my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean rolls. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking five. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink gon' dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean rolls. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking five. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink gon' dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time on my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time on my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean roles. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time on my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I make the time on my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say you my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean rolls. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't never taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean rolls. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't never taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same insidious voice and I mean woes. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time.